Bienvenidos al canal de Slajov Zizek en español. Y a veces en inglés, y ojalá en más idiomas.
Presentando Christian Atheism.
Del susodicho Slajov Zizek, generación del 21 de marzo de 1949.
Christian Atheism. It may sound boring, but it is again to Jella. Introduction. Why true atheism has to be indirect. I am not only politically active but often also perceived as politically radioactive. The idea that political theology necessarily underpins radical emancipatory politics will for certain add to this perception. The basic premise of atheists today is that materialism is a view which can be consistently exposed and defended in itself, in a positive line of argumentation without references to its opposite, religious beliefs. But what if the exact opposite is true? What if we want to be true atheists, we have to begin with a religious edifice and undermine it from within? To say that God is deceiving, evil, stupid, undead, is much more radical than to directly claim that there is no God. If we just posit that God doesn't exist, we open up the way towards its de facto survival as an idea that should regulate our lives. In short, we open up the way to the moral suspension of the religious. Here one should be very precise. What one should reject unconditionally is the Kantian view of religion as a mere narrativization, presentation in the terms of our ordinary sensual reality, of the purity of moral law. In this view, religion is for the ordinary majority who are not able to grasp the supersensible moral law in its own terms. What one should insist on against this view is that religion can in no way be reduced to this dimension, not only in the sense that it contains an ontological vision of reality, as created by gods, regulated by divine providence, etc., or in the sense of intense religious and or mystical experience which reaches well beyond morality, but also in the immanent sense. Just recall how often in the Old Testament, God appears unjust, cruel, and even frivolous, from the book of Job to the scene of imposing circumcision. Point 1 is Christianity itself not unique among religions due to the fact that it cannot be accessed directly but only through another religion, Judaism? Its sacred writing, Bible, has two parts, the Old and the New Testament, so that one has to go through the first one to arrive at the second one. Back in 1965, Theodor Adorno and Arnold Gehlen held a big debate, Streitsprech as they call it, on German public TV 2. While the topic circulated around the tension between institutions and freedom, the actual focus of the debate was, is truth in principle accessible to all or just to the selected? The interesting paradox was that, although Adorno's writings are almost unreadable for those non-versed in Hegelian dialectics, he advocated the universal accessibility of truth, while Gehlen, whose writings are much easier to follow, claims that truth is accessible only to the privileged few since it is too dangerous and disruptive for the crowd of ordinary people. If the problem is formulated in these general terms, I am on the side of Adorno. Truth is in principle accessible to all, but it demands a great effort of which many are not able. However, I would like to advocate a much more precise thesis. In an abstract sense of scientific, objective knowledge, our knowledge is of course limited. For the large majority of us, it is impossible to understand quantum physics and higher mathematics. But what is accessible to us all is the elementary move from our experience of lack, our imperfect universe, the limit of our knowledge, to redoubling this lack, i.e., locating it into the other itself, which becomes a barred, inconsistent other. Hegel's notion of God provides the exemplary case of such a redoubling. The gap that separates us, finite and frail sinful humans, from God, is immanent to God himself. It separates God from himself, making him inconsistent and imperfect, inscribing an antagonism into his very heart. This redoubling of the lack, this ontologization of our epistemological limitation, is at the core of Hegel's absolute knowing. It signals the moment when enlightenment is brought to its end. All chapters are interventions in an ongoing debate. In 1, I propose my own solution to the dialogue between Lorenzo Chiesa and Adrian Johnston about psychoanalysis and atheism. In 2, I reply to my Buddhist critics who claim that I miss the proximity between Lacan and Buddhism. In 3, I deal with conflicting philosophical interpretations of quantum mechanics. In 4, I engage in a dialogue with Alenka Zupancic about Antigone, the sacred and the obscene, against the humanist reading of Antigone's act as a demand for inclusion of all marginalized minorities into the human universality. In 5, I try to dispel some misunderstandings that blur the actual social and subjective effects of artificial intelligence. Last but not least, in 6, I promote my thesis on the need for theology in radical politics against the standard advocacy of materialist politics of emancipation. In spite of this dialogical character, the book follows a very precise line, from the basic determination of my Christian atheism, through outlining the difference between my atheism and Buddhist agnosticism, asserting the deep atheism of quantum physics, an exploration of the triangle of divine, sacred, and obscene, and a materialist critique of the anti-Christian spiritual reading of artificial intelligence, up to an explanation of why emancipatory politics doesn't work without theological, or more precisely theosophical dimension. Point 3. So let me provide a clear and condensed description of this book's basic premises. I try to bring together 3 recurrent themes of my work which, that's my hypothesis, turn out to be 3 aspects of the same nucleus: the atheist core of Christianity, ontological implications of quantum mechanics, transcendental/ontology parallax. What makes Christianity unique is how it overcomes the gap that separates humans from God. Not by way of humans elevating themselves to God through pious activity and meditation, and thus leaving behind their sinful lives, but by way of transposing this gap that separates them from God into God Himself. What dies on the cross is not an earthly representative or messenger of God but, as Hegel put it, the God of the beyond itself, so that the dead Christ returns as Holy Ghost, which is nothing more than the egalitarian community of believers. As Paul put it, for Christians there are no women and men, no Greeks and Jews, they are all united in Christ. This community is free in the radical sense of being abandoned to itself, with no transcendent higher power guaranteeing its fate. It is in this sense that God gives us freedom, by way of erasing itself out of the picture. The ontological implications of quantum mechanics point not towards a deceiving God, as Einstein thought, but towards a God who is himself deceived. God stands here for the big other, for Einstein, the harmonious order of laws of nature which are eternal and immutable, allowing no exception, part of objective reality that exists independently of us, human observers. The basic insight of quantum mechanics is, on the contrary, that there is a domain whose status is disputed, of quantum waves where chance is irreducible, where things happen which can be retroactively annihilated, etc. In short, a domain that escapes the control of the divine big other, information travels faster than light, etc. When this insight was combined with the idea that quantum oscillations collapse into our ordinary reality only when an observer perceives and or measures them, this is usually read as an argument against materialism, against the view that reality exists out there independently of us. Some even propose God as the ultimate observer which constitutes reality. My thesis is, however, that Einstein was right in designating the big other of natural laws as divine. A truly radical materialism does not reduce reality to what we perceive as our everyday external world, it allows for a domain which violates natural laws. The biggest cut in the history of philosophy takes place with Kant's transcendental revolution. Till Kant, philosophy, no matter how skeptic, was dealing with the ontological dimension in the simple sense of the nature of reality. What counts as reality? Can we know it? How is this reality structured? Is it only material or also even primarily spiritual, etc.? With Kant, reality is not simply given, waiting out there to be discovered by us. It is transcendentally constituted by the structure of categories through which we apprehend it. After Kant, this transcendental dimension is historicized. Every epoch has its own way of perceiving reality and acting in it. For example, modern science emerged once reality was perceived as the space of external material existence, regulated by its laws, and reality was thus strictly separated from our subjective feeling and projections of meaning. Parallax means here that the two approaches are irreducible to each other and simultaneously imply each other. We can investigate reality as an object and explain its evolution, up to the emergence of human life on Earth, but in doing this, we already approach reality in a certain way through evolutionary theory and its concepts, which cannot be deduced from its object but is always already presupposed. We presuppose that nature is regulated by complex causal links, etc. The book brings together these 3 topics into a project of Christian atheism. The space for the experience of the divine is the gap that forever separates the transcendental from the objective realist approach. But this divine dimension refers to the experience of radical negativity, what mystics and Hegel called night of the world, which precludes any theology focused on a positive figure of God, even if this figure of God is radically secularized in modern scientific naturalism. In Christianity, this gap registers the absence of God, its death, which grounds the Holy Ghost. And, last but not least, the dimension of radical negativity also holds open the space for every emancipatory politics which takes itself seriously, i.e., which reaches beyond the continuity of historical progress and introduces a radical cut that changes the very measures of progress. The self-destruction of the West. But, as we learn from Hegel, moments of a dialectical process can be counted as 3 or as 4. And the fourth missing moment is here politics, of course. The political dimension is not limited to the final chapter. It runs as an undercurrent through the entire book, popping up even in its most philosophical parts. This brings us back to my political radioactivity. To resume it, let me begin by Jean-Claude Milner's claim for that what we call the West is today a confederation under the U.S. hegemony. The U.S. reigns over us also intellectually, but here one has to accept a paradox. The U.S.-American domination in the intellectual domain expresses itself in the discourses of dissent and protest, and not in the discourses of order. Global University teaches us to refuse the economic, political, and ideological functioning of the Western order in part or entirely. Inequality plays the role of an axiom, from which all ultimate criticism derives. Depending on the various situations, one will privilege this or that specific form of general inequality: colonial oppression, cultural appropriation, the primacy of white culture, the patriarchy, the conflicts of gender, and so on. Remy Adekoya points out that research uncovered a strange fact. When the voters were asked which value they appreciate most, in the developed West the large majority chose equality, while in sub-Saharan Africa, the large majority largely ignored equality and put at the first place wealth, independently of how it was acquired, even if it was through corruption. This result makes sense. The developed West can afford to prioritize equality at the level of ideological self-perception, while the main worry among the poor majority in sub-Saharan Africa is how to survive and leave devastating poverty behind. 5. There is a further paradox at work here. This struggle against inequality is self-destructive insofar as it undercuts its own foundation, and is thus unable to present itself as a project for positive global change. Precisely because the cultural heritage of the West cannot free itself from the inequalities that made its existence possible, past denouncers of inequality are themselves considered to benefit from one or another previously unrecognized inequality. All the revolutionary movements and the notions of the revolution themselves are subject to suspicion now, simply because they belong to the long line of dead white males. It is crucial to note that the new right and the woke left share this self-destructive stance. In late May 2023, the Davis School District north of Salt Lake City removed the Bible from its elementary and middle schools while keeping it in high schools after a committee reviewed the scripture in response to the Utah Parents United complaint, dated December 11, 2022, which said, "You'll no doubt find that the Bible, under state law, has no serious values for minors because it's pornographic by our new definition." 6. Is this just a case of Mormons against Christians? No. On June 2, 2023, a complaint was submitted about the signature scripture of the predominant faith in Utah, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. District spokesperson Chris Williams confirmed that someone filed a review request for the Book of Mormon. Which political ideological option is behind this demand? Is it the woke left, exercising an ironic revenge against the rightist banning courses and books on U.S. history, Black Lives Matter, LGBT+, etc.? Or is it the radicalized right itself which, quite consequently, applied their criteria of family values to their own founding texts? Ultimately, it doesn't matter. What we should note is rather the fact that the same logic of prohibiting, or rewriting at least, classic texts got hold of the new right as well as on the woke left, confirming the justified suspicion that, in spite of their strong ideological animosity, they often formally proceed in the same way. While the woke left systematically destroys its own foundation, the European emancipatory tradition, the right finally gathered the courage to question the obscenity of its own tradition. In an act of cruel irony, the Western democratic tradition, which usually praises itself for including self-criticism, democracy has flaws, but also includes striving to overcome its flaws, now brought this self-critical stance to extreme. Equality is a mask of its opposite, etc., so that all that remains is the tendency towards self-destruction. But there is a difference between the Western anti-Western discourse and the anti-Western discourse coming from outside. While an anti-Western discourse is deployed within the West, and the West takes pride in this, another anti-Western discourse is held outside of the West. Except that the first takes inequality for a fault, which one does not have the moral right to take advantage of. The second, on the contrary, sees in the inequality a virtue, on the condition that it is oriented in one's favor. Consequently, the proponents of the second anti-Western discourse see the first as an indication of the enemy's decadence. They do not hide their contempt. And their contempt is fully justified. The result of the Western anti-Western discourse is what one might expect. The more Western liberal leftists probe their own guilt, the more they are accused by Muslim fundamentalists of being hypocrites who try to conceal their hatred of Islam. Such a paradigm perfectly reproduces the paradox of the superego. The more you obey what the pseudo-moral agency demands of you, the more guilty you are. It is as if the more you tolerate Islam, the stronger its pressure on you will be. One can be sure that the same holds true for the influx of refugees. The more Western Europe is open to them, the more it will be made to feel guilty that it failed to accept even more of them. By definition, it can never accept enough of them. The more tolerance one displays towards the non-Western ways of life, the more one will be made to feel guilt for not practicing enough tolerance. The woke radical reply to this is, the non-Western critics are right, the Western self-humiliation is fake, the non-Western critics are right to insist that whatever the West concedes to them, this is not that. We retain our superior frame and expect them to integrate, but why should they? The problem is, of course, that what the non-Western critics expect is, to put it brutally and directly, that the West renounces its way of life. The alternative here is, will, as the final result of the Western anti-Western critical stance, the West succeed in self-destroying itself socially, economically, as a civilization, or will it succeed to combine self-defeating ideology with economic superiority? Milner is right. There is no big paradox in the fact that the self-denigrating critical mode is the best ideological stance for making it sure there will be no revolutionary threat to the existing order. However, one should supplement his claim with a renewal of fake, but nonetheless actual, revolutionary stance of the new populist right. Its entire rhetoric is based on the revolutionary claim that the new elites, big corporations, academic and cultural elites, government services, should be destroyed with violence if needed. In Varoufakis's terms, they propose a class war against our new feudal masters. The worst nightmare is here the possibility of a pact between the Western populist right and the anti-Western authoritarians. In my critical remarks on Me Too as ideology, I refer to Tarana Burke, a black woman who created the Me Too campaign more than a decade ago. She observed in a recent critical note that in the years since the movement began, it deployed an unwavering obsession with the perpetrators, a cyclical circus of accusations, culpability, and indiscretions. We are working diligently so that the popular narrative about Me Too shifts from what it is. We have to shift the narrative that it's a gender war, that it's anti-male, that it's men against women, that it's only for a certain type of person, that it's for white cisgender heterosexual famous women. 7. In short, one should struggle to refocus Me Too onto the daily suffering of millions of ordinary working women and housewives. At this point, some critics have accused me of advocating a simple move from harassment in our behavior and language to real socioeconomic problems, correctly pointing out that the thick texture of behavior and ways of speaking is the very medium of the reproduction of ideology, plus that what counts as real problems is never a matter of direct insight but is always defined by the symbolic network. It is the result of a struggle for hegemony. I thus consider the above-mentioned reproach against me a bad joke. I all the time insist on the texture of unwritten rules as the medium in which racism and sexism reproduce themselves. To put it in more theoretical terms, the big implication of structuralist theories from Levi-Strauss and Althusser up to Lacan is that ideological superstructure has its own infrastructure, its own unconscious network of rules and practices which sustain its functioning. However, do such problematic, for some positions of mine indicate that, in the course of the last decades I changed my position? A critic of mine recently insisted on the contrast between my writing at this point, 1997 when he was in his late 40s, and my more recent transition into a post-left figure. He begins with approvingly quoting a passage from my Plague of Fantasies and then adding his comment, If racist attitudes were to be rendered acceptable for the mainstream ideologico-political discourse, this would radically shift the balance of the entire ideological hegemony. Today, in the face of the emergence of new racism and sexism, the strategy should be to make such enunciations unutterable, so that anyone relying on them automatically disqualifies himself, like, in our universe, those who refer approvingly to fascism. One should emphatically not discuss how many people really died in Auschwitz, what are the good aspects of slavery, the necessity of cutting down on workers' collective rights, and so on. The position here should be quite unashamedly dogmatic and terrorist. This is not a matter for open, rational, democratic discussion. Plague, page 38. Well said. Much as, for example, one shouldn't engage in conversations about whether trans women are really women. In fact, Zizek in his late 40s holds that the measure of ideologico-political regression is the extent to which such propositions become acceptable in public discourse. Would he therefore see his older self as a symptom of such regression? 8. My counterpoint is here an obvious one. Can we really put woke and trans demands into the series of progressive achievements, so that the changes in our daily language, the primacy of they, etc., are just the next step in the long struggle against sexism? My answer is a resounding no. The changes advocated and enforced by trans and woke ideology are themselves largely regressive. They are attempts of the reigning ideology to appropriate and take the critical edge off new protest movements. There is thus an element of truth in the well-known rightist diagnosis that Europe today presents a unique case of deliberate self-destruction. It is obsessed with the fear to assert its identity, plagued by an infinite responsibility for most of the horrors in the world, fully enjoying its self-culpabilization, behaving as if it is its highest duty to accept all who want to emigrate to it, reacting to the hatred of Europe by many immigrants with the claim that it is Europe itself which is guilty of this hatred because it is not ready to fully integrate them. There is, of course, some truth in all this. However, the tendency to self-destruction is obviously the obverse of the fact that Europe is no longer able to remain faithful to its greatest achievement, the leftist project of global emancipation. It is as if all that remained is self-criticism, with no positive project to ground it. So it is easy to see what awaits us at the end of this line of reasoning. A self-reflexive turn by means of which emancipation itself will be denounced as a Eurocentric project. Point 9. With regard to slavery, one should note that it existed throughout civilized human history in Europe, Asia, Africa, and Americas, and that it continues to exist in new forms. The white Western nations enslaving blacks is not its most massive form. What one should add, however, is that the Western European nations, which are today viewed as the main agents of enslaving, when we hear the word slavery, our first association is yes, whites owning black slaves, were the only ones which gradually enforced the legal prohibition of slavery. To cut it short, slavery is universal. What characterizes the West is that it set in motion the movement to prohibit it, the exact opposite of the common perception. The title of an essay on my work, Pacifist Pluralism versus Militant Truth, Christianity at the Service of Revolution 10 renders perfectly my core of my anti-woke Christian stance. In contrast to knowledge which relies on an impartial objective stance of its bearer, truth is never neutral, it is by definition militant, subjectively engaged. This in no way implies any kind of dogmatism. The true dogmatism is embodied in an objective, balanced view, no matter how relativized and historically conditioned this view claimed to be. When I fight for emancipation, the truth I am fighting for is absolute, although it is obviously the truth of a specific historical situation. Here the true spirit of Christianity is to be opposed to wokeness. In spite of the appearance of promoting tolerant diversity, wokeness is in its mode of functioning extremely exclusionary, while the Christian engagement not only openly admits its subjective bias but makes it a condition of its truth. And my wager is clear here. Only the stance of what I refer to as Christian atheism can save the Western legacy from its self-destruction while maintaining its self-critical edge. Anti-Semitism and intersectionality. This brings us to another radioactive feature of mine, my critique of certain critiques of anti-Semitism which also mitigate the critical edge of emancipatory universalism. They denigrate the universal dimension of Judaism precisely when they enjoin us to recognize its unique status of anti-Semitism. On May 14, 2023, the European Jewish Associations, EJA, annual conference took place in Porto, Portugal. It adopted a motion calling for anti-Semitism to be separated from other forms of hate and urging other Jewish groups to reject intersectionality, a theoretical framework that separates groups into oppressed and privileged. Anti-Semitism is unique and must be treated as such, according to the motion, which notes that unlike other hatreds, it is state-sanctioned in many countries, given cover by the United Nations and denied to be racism by other groups targeted by hatred. Point 11. The key to these claims is provided by the presumed link between three notions: the unique character of anti-Semitism, intersectionality, the opposition between the oppressed and the privileged. Why is intersectionality dismissed as a theoretical framework that separates groups into oppressed and privileged? And why is this problematic from the Jewish standpoint? Intersectionality is a very useful notion in social theory and practical analysis. When dealing with an oppressed group, we discover that it can be oppressed or privileged at multiple intersection levels. Let's shamelessly quote a Wikipedia definition, because let's face it, it's the definition most people will be using. Intersectionality is an analytical framework for understanding how a person's various social and political identities combine to create different modes of discrimination and privilege. Intersectionality identifies multiple factors of advantage and disadvantage. Examples of these factors include gender, caste, sex, race, ethnicity, class, religion, education, wealth, disability, weight, age, and physical appearance. These intersecting and overlapping social identities may be both empowering and oppressing. Point 12. Consider a low-income Black lesbian. She is at a triple disadvantage almost anywhere in the world. In addition, we are never dealing just with a mechanical combination of these factors of disadvantage. The anti-Semitic figure of the Jew combines features of religion, ethnicity, sexuality, education, wealth, and physical appearance. To be stigmatized as a Jew entails the attribution of a series of other features. They know how to speculate with money, they dogmatically stick to their religious rules, they are lazy and like to exploit others, they don't wash enough. The upshot of intersectional analysis is that all individuals experience unique forms of oppression or privilege by dint of the makeup of their identities. Why, then, do those who insist on the uniqueness of anti-Semitism reject intersectionality? The oppression faced by Jews in developed Western countries nowadays is somewhat more ambiguous, because the perception is that Jews occupy positions of privilege, economically, culturally, politically, and the association of the Jews with wealth and culture, Hollywood is Jewish, in the public imagination is itself a source of classic anti-Semitic tropes. The EJA worries that this combination of oppression and privileges makes anti-Semitism just another form of racial hatred, not only comparable to others but even less strong weight alongside other modes of oppression. When we apply an intersectional lens, the hatred for the Jew becomes just another minor case in the broader taxonomy of hatreds. Is this fear justified? The EJA is right in its insistence that there is something exceptional about anti-Semitism. It is not like other racisms. Its aim is not to subordinate the Jews but to exterminate them because they are not perceived as lower foreigners but as our secret masters. The Holocaust is not the same as the destruction of civilizations in the history of colonialism. It is a unique phenomenon of industrially organized annihilation. But it is the very coupling of oppressed and privileged which provides the key to understanding anti-Semitism, at least in its modern form. Under fascism, the Jew served as the external intruder who could be blamed for corruption, disorder, and exploitation. Projecting the conflict between the oppressed and the privileged onto a scapegoat can distract people's attention from the fact that such struggles are, in fact, intrinsic to their own political and economic order. The fact that many Jews are privileged, in the sense of their wealth, education, and political influence, is thus the very resource of anti-Semitism. Being perceived as privileged makes them a target of social hatred. Problems arise when one tries to use the exceptional status of anti-Semitism to support a double standard, or to prohibit any critical analysis of the privileges that Jews, on average, enjoy. The title of a dialogue on anti-Semitism and boycott, divestment, sanctions (BDS) in Der Spiegel is "W. Antisemit ist, bestimmt der Jude nicht der potenziell Antisemit 13. Who is an anti-Semite determines the Jew and not the potential anti-Semite. Okay, but should then not the same also hold for Palestinians on the West Bank, who should determine who is stealing their land and depriving them of elementary rights? Isn't apartheid sanctioned also in Israel? This is what the motion of the European Jewish Association refuses to accomplish. More than that, the EJA's stance relies on its own intersectional framework. Any analysis of the privileged positions held by some Jews is immediately denounced as anti-Semitic, and even critiques of capitalism are rejected on the same grounds, owing to the association between Jewishness and rich capitalists. The good old Marxist thesis that anti-Semitism is a primitive, distorted version of anti-capitalism is thus turned around. Anti-capitalism is a mask of anti-Semitism. But if the implication is that Jewishness is both exceptional and inextricably bound up with capitalism, aren't we just left with an age-old anti-Semitic trope? Do we not directly provoke the poor and oppressed to blame the Jews for their misfortunes? One should thus reject the EJA stance not because of some obscene need for balance between different forms of racism, but on behalf of the very struggle against anti-Semitism. However, the terrible situation in Israel can also give us a reason to hope. Something drastically changed in Israel itself and abroad, even in the US, the most pro-Israel state. Even the people who were till now ready to tolerate everything that Israel does are now openly attacking it, and an awareness is rising that things cannot go on as they were till now. Israel presented itself as the only liberal democracy surrounded by authoritarian and fundamentalist Arab regimes, but what it is doing now is getting more and more similar to the worst of hard Arab regimes. The next step is already on the horizon. What Israeli hardliners want is to turn into second-class citizens their own reformist secularized Jews. This is how one should understand the motto that only a catastrophe can save us. Maybe the authoritarian turn in Israel will trigger a strong counterwave that will defeat it. In the case of Israel, this means that only the publicly asserted solidarity of the three religions of the book, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, can save the emancipatory core of Judaism. At the spiritual level, the greatest victim of the aggressive Zionism will be Jews themselves. What Christian atheism renders possible here is not the overcoming of the existing religions, on the contrary, it opens up the space for a spiritual bond which enables each of them to flourish freely. Here atheism plays a key role. The common space in which different religions can thrive is not some vague general spirituality, but atheism which renders meaningless the struggle between particular religions. The importance of seeing all 6 feet. This brings us back to intersectionality, this time the intersectionality of religions themselves. There is a not too vulgar joke which perfectly renders its point. The joke begins with a wife and her lover in bed. Suddenly, they hear her husband unexpectedly coming home and walking up the stairs, heavily drunk. The lover gets into a panic, but the wife calms him down. "My husband is so drunk, he will not even notice that there is another man in the bed, so just stay where you are." And as she predicts, the husband, barely able to walk, just falls onto the bed. An hour or so later, he opens the eyes and says to his wife, "Darling, am I so drunk that I can't even count what I see? It seems to me there are 6 legs at the bottom of our bed." The wife says soothingly, "Don't worry. Just stand up, walk to the doors in front of the bed and take a clear look." The husband does this and exclaims, "You are right, there are only 4 legs. So I can go back and fall asleep again calmly." This joke may be vulgar, but it nonetheless involves an interesting formal structure homologous to Jacques Lacan's joke. "I have 3 brothers, Paul, Robert, and myself." When fully drunk, the husband included himself into the series, counting himself as one of his brothers. After he was able to adopt a minimally sober external glance, he saw that he has only 2 brothers. He excluded himself from the series. What we would expect is that one sees the whole situation clearly when one observes it from the outside, from a safe distance, while when one is immersed into a situation one gets blind for its key dimension, for its horizon that delimitates it. In our joke, however, it is the external position which makes you blind, while you see the truth when you are caught in it. Incidentally, the same goes for psychoanalysis and Marxism. More precisely, the husband doesn't just exclude himself. His exclusion, standing by the door out of the bed, leads to the wrong inclusion. It makes him confuse the lover's legs with his own legs. He counts the lover's legs in the bed as his own, so he returns satisfied to the bed, and the lesson he gets is a very cruel one. He condones his wife making love with another man as his own act. The irony is, of course, that in his more sober state, the husband acts as an idiot by way of excluding himself from the series, an unexpected version of in vino veritas. The libidinal truth of such situations is that, even when only the sexual couple is in a bed, there are 6 legs, the additional 2 legs standing for the presence of a third agency. The Lacanian function of the +1 is always operative. Here we should evoke the impossible trident, also known as impossible fork or devil's tuning fork, the drawing of an impossible object, undecipherable figure, a kind of an optical illusion. It appears to have 3 cylindrical prongs at one end which then mysteriously transform into 2 rectangular prongs at the other end, see figure 1.14. In our case of the drunk husband, when he is in the bed, blue domain, and looks down, he sees 3 pairs of legs, but when he steps out into the green domain and looks at the bed, he sees 2 pairs of legs. We should not be afraid to go to the obscene end in this direction and imagine the same scene with Virgin Mary and her husband Joseph. While Joseph is on a drinking binge, Mary has fun in their bed with the person acting as the Holy Spirit. Joseph returns home early and crawls to their bed. When he awakens a little bit later, he sees 6 feet at the bed's bottom, and then the same story as in our joke goes on. Looking at the bed from the door, he sees only 2 pairs of feet and mistakes the Holy Spirit's pair for his own. Figure I.1. Does something like this not happen when we support Ukraine but ignore the struggle for justice in Ukraine itself? We turn a blind eye to how the Ukrainian struggle is monopolized by the predominant clique of oligarchs, so we shouldn't be surprised if the post-war Ukraine will be similar to the pre-war corrupted oligarchy colonized by big Western corporations controlling the best land and natural resources. In short, we suffer in the terrible war, but we are blind for the fact that our gains will be appropriated by our enemies, exactly like the drunk husband, who condones his wife making love with another man as his own act. How to avoid falling into this trap? On 20 to 22 June 2023, there was a series of meetings in London coordinated by Europe, a Patient Association, a pan-European cross-partisan initiative, with the aim to protect Ukrainian communities from exploitation after what they have already been through in this war. Reverend Rowan Williams, Rabbi Wittenberg, and Ukrainian NGOs appealed for green, just and citizens-led recovery. The challenge for Ukraine and all our international partners is to prevent creating the new breed of oligarchs in the process of post-war reconstruction. Ukrainian people have suffered for too long at the hands of the fossil fuel industry, which are still financing the Russian war machine. 15. Initiatives like this one are needed more than ever today because they unite support of Ukrainian defense with ecological concerns and struggle for social justice. Far from being megalomaniac, such combination of goals is the only realistic option. We can only support Ukraine if we fight a fossil fuel industry which relies on Russian oil, and if we simultaneously fight for social justice. The combination of different struggles is enforced by circumstances themselves. The destruction of the Kherson Dam in early June, with flooded villages and mines floating in water, brought together war and ecological destruction. The destruction of the environment was consciously used as a military strategy. In itself, this was not something new. Already in the Vietnam War, the U.S. Army sprayed large forest areas with poisonous gases that defoliated the trees, in order to prevent the Viet Cong units hiding in the foliage. What makes the destruction of the Kherson Dam worse is that it happened in an era when all sides pay lip service to the protection of environment. We are forced to do this because the threat to our environment is felt more and more in our daily lives. In the first week of June 2023, New York was caught in brown smoke, caused by forest fires in Canada, with people advised to stay indoors and to wear masks if they have to go outside. Nothing new for large parts of the so-called Third World. India, Nigeria, Indonesia, the Philippines, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Papua New Guinea, Sudan, Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Central America face extreme risk. Weather events such as massive floods and intensified cyclones and hurricanes will keep hammering countries such as Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Haiti, and Myanmar. Many people will have to move or die, as the impacts of our consumption kick in thousands of miles away, and people come to our borders desperate for refuge from a crisis they played almost no role in causing, a crisis that might involve real floods and real droughts, the same political forces announce, without a trace of irony, that we are being flooded or sucked dry by refugees, and millions rally to their call to seal our borders. Point 16. So why do Western countries, while paying lip service to these problems, continue to cancel measures designed to limit climate breakdown? Let's just mention two cases from the US. Legislators in Texas are waging war on renewable energy, while a proposed law in Ohio lists climate policies as a controversial belief or policy, in which universities are forbidden to inculcate their students. 17. To claim that hard-right and far-right politics are the defensive wall erected by oligarchs to protect their economic interests. 18 is all too simple, ignoring the full scope of the threat to our environment is not limited just to the far right and or to big corporations, it includes leftist conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theorists like to play with alternate history scenarios. What if the US were not to join the UK and attack Germany in the Second World War? The US were not to attack and occupy Iraq. The West were not to support Ukraine in its struggle against Russian aggression. These scenarios are not emancipatory dreams about failed revolutions but, on the contrary, profoundly reactionary dreams of making a compromise with brutal authoritarian regimes and thus maintain peace. To understand the pacifist opposition to the NATO military machine, we should return to the situation at the beginning of the Second World War when a similar right and left stance opposed the entry of the US into the war. The reasons listed were uncannily similar to the reason of today's pacifists. Why should the US get involved in a faraway war that doesn't concern it? Rightist discreet sympathy for Germany, no less discreetly supported by Germany. Due to the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, the leftists opposed the war till the German attack on the USSR. The peace offer of Germany to the UK in the summer of 1940, which was perceived by many as very generous. The worry that the entry of the US into the war would serve the vast industrial military complex. This reasoning contains a grain of truth, as all good lies do. It is true that the US left the Big Depression behind only in the course of the Second World War. There are signs that Germany sincerely wanted peace with Great Britain in 1940. Recall the surprising flight of Rudolf Hess to England at that time to plead for the peace with Germany. The most elaborated version of this line of thought was given in 2009 by Patrick J. Buchanan, who argues that, if Churchill had accepted Hitler's peace offer of 1940, the severity of the Holocaust would have been greatly reduced. The often fully justified critique of Churchill is also shared by the left. The two recent radical critics of Churchill are David Irving, the rightist with sympathies for the Nazi Germany, and Tariq Ali, a radical leftist. Endorsing the concept of Western betrayal, Buchanan accuses Churchill and Roosevelt of turning over Eastern Europe to the Soviet Union at the Tehran Conference and the Yalta Conference. Just as Churchill led the British Empire to ruin by causing unnecessary wars with Germany twice, Bush led the United States to ruin by following Churchill's example in involving the United States in an unnecessary war in Iraq, and he passed out guarantees to scores of nations in which the United States has no vital interests, which placed his country in a position with insufficient resources to fulfill its promises. 19. What we often hear today is a new variation on this Buchanan motif. The disintegration of the Soviet Union and the ensuing economic decay of post-Soviet states was experienced like a new Versailles Treaty, and gave birth to the easily predictable desire for revenge. Exactly like Hitler in 1940, Putin repeatedly offered peace to Ukraine. In the first years of his reign, he even proposed that Russia should join NATO. Seductive as this line of reasoning may sound, to some at least, it should be rejected in exactly the same way fascism has to be fought. The problem is that today the hegemonic ideology not only prevents the urgently needed combination of struggles, seeing all 6 feet in the terms of our joke, as we have just seen, it even imposes its own false combination in the guise of new conspiracy theories shared by the populist right and parts of the left. This new right/left alliance denounces eco-panic and green politics as a ruse of the big corporations to impose new limitations to the ordinary working people. It rejects helping Ukraine since the military aid serves the NATO industrial military complex. It denounced anti-COVID measures as an instrument of disciplining the population. In a model case of denial, the biggest threat we are confronting today, including the reports of the traces of alien landings, are dismissed as a ploy of the big corporate capital in conjunction with state apparatuses. The message of such a denial is of course overtly optimistic. It gives us hope. The return to old normality is easy, we don't have to fight the new dangers. All we have to do is dismiss the threats and continue to act as if they don't exist. The proliferation of such denials is the main reason of the sad fact that we live in an era of democratic recession. Authoritarianism is on the rise despite the liberal prediction that the spread of free markets would result in more democracy. That's because capitalism will always defend social hierarchies against the threat of economic equality. Point 20. One has to complicate further this claim. The threat to democracy comes also from the false populist resistance to corporate capitalism. This is why the way out of this predicament resides not just in desperately clinging to multi-party liberal democracy. What is needed are new forms of building large social consensus and of establishing a more active link between political parties and civil society. The opposition of liberal democracy and new populists is not the true one. However, this in no way entails that the Trump-Putin camp is better than liberal democracy, in the same sense that it is wrong to have sympathy for Hitler because liberal democracy and fascism are not the true opposites. We should mobilize here the distance that separates tactic from strategy. Strategically, liberal democracy is our ultimate enemy, but at the tactical level we should fight with liberal democracy against new populists, in the same way that communists fought with Western imperialist democracies against fascism in the Second World War, knowing very well that imperialism is their ultimate enemy. Asterisk. Did we not drift far away from our starting point, the notion of Christian atheism, and get lost in a mixture of political comments? No, because these comments demonstrate precisely how Christian atheism works as a political practice. Rafael Nogaro, a priest from Rome who was 98 in 2022, claimed that Jesus is the new man who loves everyone without distinction of person, whatever his culture, the color of his skin, his religion, or the depth of his atheism. Everyone is asked by Jesus the same question: "Who do you say that I am?" 21. Note that for Nogaro, Christ is not a figure of authority telling people what they are. He is asking them about what they are saying that he is. And one should not take this as a cheap rhetorical trick in the sense of, "I know who I am, the Son of God. I just want to check if you know this." Christ is aware that, in some way, his very existence is at stake not only in what and how people are talking about him, but above all in how they act or don't act in society. Each of us has to give a reply to Jesus' question from one's existential depth, and then enact this reply. 1. Let a religion deplete itself. Who can't handle the truth? Sometimes even the lowest blockbuster trash purveys a useful lesson. Kevin Costner's Postman, otherwise a dismal failure, focuses on the structural necessity of an ideological lie as the condition to reconstitute the social link. The film's premise is that the only way to recreate the restored USA after the global catastrophe is by pretending that the federal government still exists, by acting as if it exists, so that people start to believe in it and behave accordingly, and the lie becomes truth. The hero sets in motion the reconstitution of the USA by starting to deliver mail as if he acts on behalf of the U.S. postal system. This brings us to the paradoxical temporality of truth. Most of us know well the culminating moment of A Few Good Men, Rob Reiner, 1992, when Tom Cruise addresses Jack Nicholson with, "I want the truth," and Nicholson shouts back, "You can't handle the truth." This reply is more ambiguous than it may appear. It should not be taken as simply claiming that most of us are too weak to handle the brutal reality of things. We thus have to get rid of the metaphor of the real as the hard core of reality, the way things really are in themselves, accessible to us only through multiple lenses of how we symbolize reality, of how we construct it through our fantasies and cognitive biases. In the opposition between reality, hard facts, and fantasies, illusions, symbolic constructs, the real is on the side of illusions and fantasies. The real, of course, by definition resists full symbolization, but it is at the same time an excess generated by the process of symbolization itself. Without symbolization there is no real, there is just a flat stupidity of what is there. Another, perhaps the ultimate example. If someone were to ask a witness about the truth of the Holocaust, and the witness were to reply, "You can't handle the truth," this should not be understood as a simple claim that most of us are not able to process the horror of Holocaust. At a deeper level, those who were not able to handle the truth were the Nazi perpetrators themselves. They were not able to handle the truth that their society is traversed by an all-encompassing antagonism, and to avoid this insight they engaged in the murdering spray that targeted the Jews, as if killing the Jews would re-establish a harmonious social body. What nonetheless complicates the things even more is that the truth evoked by Nicholson is not simply the reality of how things stand but a more precise fact that our power, not just the military, has to follow illegal unwritten rules and practices, the code read in the film, to sustain its legal system. This is the truth soft liberals are not able to handle. Such a notion of truth involves a paradoxical temporal structure. Traditionally, truth seems to have posed as a regulative idea of a state of direct accord. However, this aspired directness was then compensated with the infinite postponement of achieving it. It is perhaps time to reverse this formula, hence, to conceive truth in the frame of indirectness, and then let it happen fully in the here and now. A mere change of perspective enables us to detect an entirely different life of truth. Instead of conceptualizing truth as perpetually approximating to a certain idealized state of full satisfaction, we will rather shift our attention to the instances of truth emerging actually within a particular historical reality, either inciting events of great magnitude and irreversible temporality, or producing incontrovertible and inextricable knots and excesses in everyday life, or producing unexpected surpluses in the flukes and flaws of speech. Truth seems impossible and is at the same time inevitable. It gives itself the veneer of eluding our grasp, but then crops up abruptly, even accidentally, and engages us in its discursive bindingness, its compulsory and inescapable effects, its political force and historical exigency, and perhaps its logical necessity. 1. Truth is thus like jouissance. Jacques-Alain Miller once referred to truth as a younger sister of jouissance, impossible and inevitable at the same time. The worst thing one can do apropos truth is to conceive it as something, an unknown X, we gradually approach in an infinite process of approximation, without ever reaching it. There is no place for any type of the poetry of Lacan here, of how we ultimately always miss the final truth. This is not what Lacan means when he asserts at the beginning of television, that truth can only be half told. I always speak the truth. Not the whole truth because there's no way to say it all. Saying it all is literally impossible, words fail. Yet it's through this very impossibility that the truth holds on to the real. 2. We repress truth, it eludes us, but it is always already here in its effects, as half-said say, as a symptom which undermines the hegemonic structure of our symbolic space. It is not only impossible to tell the whole truth, it is even more impossible to fully lie. Truth always catches up with us in the cracks and displacements of our lies. 3. According to Bertolt Brecht, if we directly strive for happiness, happiness escapes us, whereas it catches us as soon as we stop striving for it. Yes, run for happiness / but don't run too hard / for all run after happiness / happiness is running after. Is the same not also the case with truth? If we run after truth too hard, truth will stay behind, ignored. Can we say the same about God? Is God a lie, a product of our collective fantasizing, which gives birth not to his actual existence but to an actual social order based on his teachings and commands, an actual order in which institutions and habits are religiously grounded? It's not as simple as that. In the modern secular societies in which God is proclaimed dead, he returns as a disavowed ghost surviving his death. How? God is Undead for, the definitive book on the ambiguous relationship between Lacanian psychoanalysis and atheism, is a substantial debate between Adrian Johnston, who advocates dialectical materialism, and Lorenzo Chiesa, who insists that agnostic skepticism is the only consistent stance of true atheism. Point 5. I agree with Chiesa that the direct assertion of indifferent ontological multiplicity, of not one which precedes any identity, is insufficient. Johnston seems to move in this direction, which is why his transcendental materialism bypasses all too easily the transcendental dimension and comes dangerously close to simple materialist ontology. However, in contrast to Chiesa, I think that the oscillations that characterize the relationship between the one and the not one leave no space open for a possible religious outcome. What oscillations signal is an irreducible gap, crack, in the ontological edifice of reality itself. This crack is not the crack between our multiple symbolizations of reality and this reality in itself. It is located into the very heart of reality itself. And the space of theosophy is located in the gap that makes the transcendental dimension irreducible to ontology vulgari eloquentia, We cannot ever fully account for our transcendental horizon in the terms of universal ontology, since every ontological vision of the whole of reality falls under the scope of the transcendental, and this is what makes all general ontologies from Spinoza's to Deleuze ultimately untenable. The oscillation on which Chiesa focuses can be reduced to the tension between the enunciated and the process of its enunciation. When we assert the irreducible non-one as the ultimate truth of being, our very position of enunciation functions as that of a one able to grasp all of reality in its truth, and vice versa. When we try to speak about the one as the supreme divine reality, our position of enunciation necessarily gets inconsistent, caught in contradictions. In philosophy, this tension appears as the tension between the reality we confront and transcendental horizon through which we perceive reality, the supreme example. We can convincingly argue and demonstrate that there is no free will, that freedom is a user's illusion, but our very practice of arguing implies that we act as free, trying to convince others to freely accept our arguments. So even if we know we are not free, we act as if we are free. However, the reflexive shift from the enunciated content back to our process of its enunciation should not be taken as a step from illusion to truth. Yes, we act and argue as if we are free, but cognitive science can explain how this illusion of freedom arose. It is a mega achievement of modern science to suspend our subjective engagement and to focus on objective reality. Scientific results should not be judged by whom they serve, or by reference to the subjective economy of those who elaborate them. When Lacan says that science forecloses the subject, this is not a negative judgment pointing out that science misses something, but a gesture that sustains the very space of modern science. In short, scientific content cannot be transcendentally deduced from subjective activity, what Fichte tried to do. The oscillation between the two is irreducible. This is why what Chiesa calls irreducible oscillation is what I refer to as the irreducible ontological parallax. Point 6. Subjectivity in Afro-pessimism. Where does theosophy enter here? It allows us to challenge the standard view according to which objective reality is out there, a transcendent object we are gradually approaching. What we experience as objective reality is always already transcendentally constituted, so that we only touch the real beyond or beneath reality when we experience the night of the world, i.e., when reality dissolves and the only thing remaining is the abyss of subjectivity. It may appear that, when we talk about the ontological void of inhuman subjectivity, we are dealing with a transcendental ontological category with no direct political implications. Political projects and choices are ontic decisions and identifications which take place within an ontological horizon given in advance. However, there are moments of radical political action in which the ontological dimension as such is at stake. In theory, politics is raised at this level in so-called Afro-pessimism. Frank B. Wilderson 3-7 elaborated the most convincing version of Afro-pessimism by way of posing questions that the predominant liberal humanism avoids. Simply put, we abdicated the power to pose the question, and the power to pose the question is the greatest power of all. 9. The question is, humanism presents itself as universal, all-encompassing, but this universality is already grounded in an exclusion. It is not just that humanism imposes a Western standard of being human which reduces subaltern others to a lower level of humanity. Humanism is based on the exclusion of a large group of humans, blacks, as non-human, outside the hierarchical sphere of humanity, while Asians and Latinos are lesser humans who can demand full humanity. The young Gandhi played this game. When he protested against apartheid in South Africa, he didn't demand legal equality of whites and blacks, he just wanted the large Indian minority to get the same rights as the whites. Plus, one should raise here another question which is very relevant in our multicentric world with the stronger position of Asia. Are blacks non-human just from the standpoint of European whites? What about Asians? What are blacks for them? Also non-human? One should acknowledge the ontological claim of the Afro-pessimist that blackness is that outside which makes it possible for white and non-white, i.e. Asians and Latinos, positions to exist and simultaneously contest existence. As such, not only is blackness, slaveness, outside the terrain of the white, the master, it is outside the terrain of the subaltern. 8. This is why blackness, slaveness, in its basic ontological dimension remains untouched by the liberal humanist discourses which praise and fight for access to institutionality, meritocracy, multiculturalism, and diversity, discourses that proliferate exponentially across the political, academic, and cinematic landscapes. 9. These discourses just provide false alibis for the murderous dimension on which humanism is founded. It was free speech or the anti-war movement. It had, for example, the women's, gay, anti-nuclear, environmental, and immigrants' rights movements as lines of flight from the absolute ethics of redness and blackness. It was able to reform, reorganize an unethical world and still sleep at night. 10. 30. Even the Marxist notion of proletarians relies on the devastating embrace of human capacity, that which the slave lacks. 11. A proletarian is deprived of actualizing his capacities, but as a human subject he has them, while a black is the very antithesis of a human subject. 12. The slave is not a laborer but an anti-human, a position against which humanity establishes, maintains, and renews its coherence, its corporeal integrity. 13. That's why forced labor is not constitutive of enslavement. 14. Being a slave is a properly ontological category. Slavery for whites was and is experiential, and that for blacks it is and was ontological. 15. An exploited worker experiences what he has lost while a black has nothing to lose, or, as James Baldwin put it apropos his relationship with Norman Mailer. There is a difference between Norman and myself in that I think he still imagines that he has something to save, whereas I have never had anything to lose. 16. So the Third World can fight against domination and for the return of colonized people's land, for they are people with a narrative of repair, whereas slaves can only fight against slavery. The for something else can only be theorized, if at all, in the process and at the end of the requisite violence against the settler/master, not before. 17. Fanon draw the ultimate consequence from this state of things. For the slave, the only cure, the only way to achieve freedom, is the end of the human world as it exists now. Alenka Zupancic 1.8 links this unique subjective stance of Afropessimism to Lacan's basic formula hysterical desire. I ask you, what? To refuse what? What I offer you, why? Because that's not it. Sad face. When blacks are given this or that right and insist that that's not it, it's not simply because more rights could and should be given, or because they are never satisfied, and don't understand that this is all about an endless progress toward full equality.
No.
If you read the authors of Afropessimism, they reply to this, you completely miss the point. It is not that we want more rights or different rights, we want to be, and that is not the case. Our being is excluded from the world such as it is, regardless of its progress in terms of rights and political correctness. This is what Wilderson calls ontological death. What they are saying is, you are quite right, whatever you give us, it is not and will never be it. Because it is not by progressive concessions that you can give us what was excluded at the very moment of the constitution of the modern world, namely our social being. The ground on which you stand when you give us these rights is constituted by the exclusion of our being. This is our truth, the truth to which we testify by never being satisfied. And this, exactly, should also be the reaction of the victim of racism and/or sexism to the endless process of the pseudo-radical liberal left offering them more and more concessions. Let's rewrite classic texts to make them acceptable to today's PC sensibilities. Recall what is going on with reprints of classic fairy tales, Agatha Christie novels, etc. Let's purify our daily language so that they becomes the pronoun for all those who don't want explicitly to be addressed as he or she. Let's destroy the monuments to all figures from the past who said or did something that is today considered problematic, etc. The answer of the oppressed should be, sorry, but that's not it. You are bombarding me with such offers just to retain your basic social position of superiority. So when Lacan proposes his formula of hysteric provocation, I ask you, what? To refuse what? What I offer you, why? Because that's not it. We should go to the end here and enact the passage. From giving/having to being. A hysteric does not just endlessly reject what the other offer him because that's not it, what he really wants. He finally realizes that the it is the other itself. The message is thus, you are not it. You are not in a position to give me what I really need or want. Notice a specific reversal present in Lacan's formula. It is not me, the victim, demanding something from a figure of the big other who is complaining to it. I refuse what you are offering me because that's not it. As the Afropessimists claim in the scene imagined by Zupancic, It is the other itself who asks me to refuse its offer because that's not it. Do we not get here an extreme version of the offer meant to be rejected, a form of politeness in our daily lives? When I invite my poor friend to an expensive diner, it is clear to both of us that I will pay the bill. However, at least in my country, it is expected that my friend will insist for a short time that he should pay the bill, and then, as expected, he concedes that I'll pay it. So is my friend not telling me, I ask you to refuse my offer to pay the bill because that's not it? I.e., because I just made my offer as a formal gesture to show my friendship? Can Lacan's formula of hysteria, I demand you to reject what I offer you because it's not that, not be read also as a formula for an authentic government/power? The message of such a power to its subjects is not, we give you what you want/need. It is rather, we give you what we can, but we know well this is not that. Imagine that, in the midst of the COVID pandemic, a government's message would have been, we are doing all we can, we organize all the measures, vaccination, lockdowns. But this is not that. And the same holds for global warming, war in Ukraine, immigration, etc. Unfortunately, there is also a more cynical reading of this formula. We give you all the rights, etc. But that's not it. Beneath all this, there is the fact of our raw power. We can do what we want, we don't really serve you. This gap is constitutive of all power, which means that a hystericized power is impossible. Power has to pretend/act as if it is actually full power. So what if we make here even a step further and apply this to the ultimate figure of the big other, to God himself? What if Christ's ultimate message, the message of his sacrifice, is, I ask you who believe in me, to refuse what I offer you, my sacrifice on the cross, because that's not it? What if it is in this sense that Christ's sacrifice is a sacrifice to end sacrifices? It stages the meaninglessness of a sacrifice, and thus releases us into our freedom. In other words, Christ is not a mediator between God and man which brings about their reconciliation. His dead body is rather a monstrous frozen monument to the lack of any transcendent agent safeguarding our fate. To put it in yet another way, Christ does not act for us, redeeming us from our sins, he is rather interpassive. In his passive suffering, he gives body to the fact that there is no big other, that something is terribly out of joint in our world. In this basic sense, hysteria, a hysterical stance, is not just a psychological category designating a specific psychic disorder. The hysterical conversion gives body to the truth in the most emphatic sense of the term, of the social big other, to the exclusion, lack, inconsistency on which it is based. That's why hysterics don't know what they want. The horizon of what one can want, demand from the big other, is determined by the coordinates of this big other, and desire signals the imbalance that sustains the order of being, and aims beyond all objects, to shake this order, to bring about a shift in the order of being. Hysteria is thus not subjective only in the precise sense of the subjective conversion of a disorder in big other itself, and Zupancic goes to the end in her depsychologization of hysteria as a collective political act. In her path-breaking interpretation of the ongoing Iranian protests against the regime triggered by the death of a young Kurdish woman, she reads the poisonings of thousands of girls in schools as a phenomenon of mass hysteria, which makes the girls' acts an authentic revolutionary act. The irony is that, after all standard explanations of the poisonings failed, revenge attacks by fundamentalist groups who do not want girls to attend school, secret actions by the government itself to deter girls who might join or have already joined, the protests, foreign powers trying to blacken the image of the ruling Islamic power, and after no traces of dangerous chemicals have been found so far, led to the hypothesis, in the Western press as well as in some Iranian government circles, that this could be a case of mass hysteria. And from there to the conclusion that the incident should therefore not be taken too seriously. It is just a psychological illness, so there is nothing to it, however. What we should categorically reject is the conclusion that therefore, there is nothing to it. For if it were true, it wouldn't at all mean that there is nothing to it. It would not exculpate anyone, but would rather inculpate the authorities, the regime all the more, and present yet another case of mass protest, of physical bodies converting into protesting political bodies. If I were in the shoes of the Iranian regime, I would be very scared of this option, because it would mean that the bodily demonstration, conversion, of the state disorder also continues in this way. The disorder is thus ontological, and we should take the term ontology here very seriously, Not just as a rhetorical exaggeration. Back to Afro-pessimism, being black is not a question of having but a matter of being. Being black involves a kind of epiche. Suspension of all capacities. My master can make me work and use what I am good at, but work is not an expression of my subjective capacities. I am a machine that functions. The Hegelian turn to be made here is, of course, that the void that remains after a slave is dehumanized is subjectivity at its purest, deprived of all its substantial content. This constitutive being deprived of freedom opens up to a slave the prospect of a much more radical freedom. If slaves can only fight against slavery, the for something else can only be theorized, if at all, in the process. This means that, in the process of fighting against slavery, they should freely invent what they will become. They will not just become what they really are, realize their potentials, which were thwarted in their reality. It is along these lines that we should reread the introduction to Hegel's lectures on the philosophy of history, where he infamously dismisses blacks in Africa as outside history. Human history proper begins with China. Africa is no historical part of the world. It has no movement or development to exhibit. What we properly understand by Africa is the unhistorical, undeveloped spirit, still involved in the conditions of mere nature, and which had to be presented here only as on the threshold of the world's history. Having eliminated this introductory element, we find ourselves for the first time on the real theater of history. Point 19. History means collective labor, mediation, and alienation. A worker's product is taken from him, her. He is unable to recognize him/herself in it. A revolution is needed for the workers to reappropriate their products. However, even if, when they toil for their master, black slaves do not perform work in which they express themselves, they fall outside mediation through work which is history. But what if we turn around Hegel's conclusion and posit that, precisely as in human, blacks are subjects whose subjectivity is not yet obfuscated by the filth of human personality? Or, to put it even more pointedly, what if, in his treatment of black Africa, Hegel was here not Hegelian enough, in exactly the same way as he was not Hegelian enough in his treatment of sexuality? Far from providing the natural foundation of human lives, sexuality is the very terrain where humans detach themselves from nature. The idea of sexual perversion or of a deadly sexual passion is totally foreign to the animal universe. One sentence from Roberto Bolaño's short story, "That afternoon we made love to hide the sheer joy of seeing each other again." 20 tells more than long treatises about what Lacan aimed at with his ilmy pas de rapport sexual. One should avoid here the trap to spiritualize or desexualize the sheer joy of seeing each other again. This sheer joy is enjoyment at its unbearably strongest, which is why we are compelled to avoid it. One has thus to turn around the pseudo-Freudian notion that doing it is the focus of enjoyment and that seeing each other is just a pleasure of knowing that we will soon do it. It is the sexual act which is by definition an escape into activity from the mere inactive presence of the other. In other words, since full sexual act is impossible, the only way to render it present is in the form of its opposite, as an utter inactivity. Here, Hegel himself commits a failure with regard to his own standards. He only deploys how, in the process of culture, the natural substance of sexuality is cultivated, sublated, mediated. We humans no longer just make love for procreation, we get involved in a complex process of seduction and marriage by means of which sexuality becomes an expression of the spiritual bond between a man and a woman, etc. However, what Hegel misses is how, once we are within the human condition, sexuality is not only transformed/civilized but much more radically changed in its very substance. It is no longer the instinctual drive to reproduce, but a drive that gets thwarted as to its natural goal, reproduction, and thereby explodes into an infinite, properly metaphysical passion. The becoming cultural of sexuality is thus not the becoming cultural of nature, but the attempt to domesticate a properly unnatural excess of the metaphysical sexual passion. This excess of negativity discernible in sex and apropos rabble is the very dimension of unruliness, identified by Kant as the violent freedom on account of which man, in contrast to animals, needs a master. So it is not just that sexuality is the animal substance which is then sublated into civilized modes and rituals, gentrified, disciplined, etc. The excess itself of sexuality which threatens to explode the civilized constraints, sexuality as unconditional passion, is the result of culture. In the terms of Wagner's Tristan, Civilization is not only the universe of the day, rituals and honors that bind us, but the night itself, the infinite passion in which the two lovers want to dissolve their ordinary daily existence. Animals know no such passion. And what if it is the same with blacks? What if they are excluded from human history because they stand for the very cut from nature that is excluded by humanity, in the ordinary sense? Now we approach a very sensitive question. Prior to their colonization and enslavement, blacks in Africa certainly lived in communities headed by master figures. They didn't learn what a master is only through being enslaved. So why was enslavement for them such a shattering experience? It was not simply that their enslavement was more brutal and oppressive. The white domination was not part of their traditional way of life, it totally uprooted them. Which is why we should risk the following hypothesis. They will not be able to simply pass from white domination to another more authentic type of master. They find themselves in a unique position in which they will need to transform themselves radically to become ready for a new type of master, and this can only be done by a figure who acts as a psychoanalyst. But can this be done at all? It may appear the answer is a no, since there is no collective psychoanalytic treatment. Such a treatment is focused on the singularity of an individual. However, experience shows that it is also possible for a person to bring about a group solidarity by way of occupying the position of an analyst. A rare case of this is the ongoing TV series Ted Lasso, an American sports comedy drama series, first season 2020, developed by Jason Sudeikis, Bill Lawrence, Brendan Hunt and Joe Kelly. Sudeikis plays Ted, an American college football coach who is hired to coach an English soccer team with the secret intention of the team's owner that his inexperience in soccer will lead it to failure. However, his folksy, optimistic leadership proves unexpectedly successful. As a cause of his success, the Wikipedia entry further refers to Ted's charm, personality, and humor, concluding that, although he is frequently ridiculed for his folksy optimism and inexperience with the sport, he gradually wins people over through his kind and compassionate approach to coaching. Point 21. However, Ted's inexperience with soccer is insignificant because, as he makes it abundantly clear, his aim is not the team's success in the competition, but just to enable the players to overcome petty conflicts and establish a group solidarity. And all the quoted designations are not only superficial but outright wrong. Ted can also be rough and verbally brutal, when this is needed to confront a player with the hypocrisy or inconsistency of his subjective stance. He accepts with indifference all the gestures of animosity that most of the players display towards/against him at the beginning, referring to him as a wonker, etc., because he correctly reads them as signs of a negative transference on him. His apparent naivety, taking reproaches literally, missing their metaphoric dimension, is part of a well-planned strategy to bring the players to the truth of their subjective stance. We can guess that at the end Ted will not become an accepted master of the team. He will just withdraw after creating a social space in which a master will be able to function properly. Therein resides the analyst's intervention, to be a vanishing mediator who succeeds when his mediating role is obliterated and forgotten. Freud knew this when he met Ratman, his obsessional patient. Decades after his successful treatment, the fully cured Ratman didn't even remember the encounter which set his life straight. And, again, my hypothesis is that blacks also need such a figure of vanishing mediator to invent a new type of master. Does God believe in himself? So where does religion enter here? To understand how religion functions politically, and especially to understand the different modes of its functioning, the psychoanalytic couple of neurosis and perversion is indispensable. Not to reduce religion to just another form of psychic disturbances, but to identify universal mechanisms which find a clear expression in religious practices. Religion is a cause for which a true believer is ready to sacrifice everything, including his life, and psychoanalysis allows us to discern the neurotic mechanism that sustains this readiness to self-sacrifice. Neurotic symptoms are tantamount to other sustaining self-sacrifices. 22, which is why, as Johnston put it, neurotics become truly atheistic when analysis enables them to cease consciously and unconsciously making themselves suffer in the name of shielding certain significant others in their life histories from ignorance and/or impotence. 23. So I don't sacrifice myself for the omnipotent God. I sacrifice myself to obfuscate God's impotence. One should note the anti-Feuerbachian thrust of this idea. In investing in God, We do not just project onto God the supreme potentials of human beings of which we are deprived in our actual life. God is a fantasy formation which fills in a gap constitutive of being human. And what about perversion? In the 16th seminar, Lacan observes that the pervert is he who consecrates himself to plugging the hole, boucher le trou. In the other, he is, up to a certain point, on the side of the other's existence. He is a defender of the faith. 24. In what then resides the difference between the pervert and the hysterics who choose to suffer in the name of shielding certain significant others in their life histories? Do both not plug the hole in the other? The difference is that the hysteric does it with its own sacrificial suffering, while the pervert does it with the others, his victims, suffering. In both cases, suffering is on the side of the subject. In hysteria, the hysteric subject suffers self-imposed sacrificial pain, while in perversion, the agent, pervert, reduces itself to an object instrument subjectivizing its victim through the latter's suffering. Incidentally, Lacan himself comes dangerously close to a perverse stance when he says that we can do without God provided that we use him. 25. This claim is open to two opposite readings, a perversely cynical one and an authentically ethical one. It can mean, we know there is no God but we manipulatively use him as a specter which enables our peaceful coexistence. Or it can mean, fully aware of God's inexistence, we endorse this specter as a cause to which we commit our life. Christian fundamentalists excel today in manipulating surplus enjoyment than the left. Let's just recall how the Calvary Episcopal Church, West 20th and Park Avenue, South Manhattan, announced a meeting with the title, Enjoy Your Forgiveness. In Christ, God has taken all your shame, disconnection, and brokenness upon himself, and instead given you the joy of his own life. That's the story of Jesus in a nutshell. But what about our response? God has given us this gift so that we may enjoy it. Enjoy Your Forgiveness is an invitation to celebrate and delight in the freedom of his love, loving and serving our neighbors in joy and thanksgiving. Our debts are paid and we can freely take delight in God's mercy every day of our lives. Point 26. The obscenity of this line of reasoning is striking. What could mean the command to enjoy our forgiveness? Obviously not just to enjoy the pleasures of life without burden, but the very fact that we are forgiven, i.e., that, in a supreme act of interpassivity, Christ suffered for us. The surplus enjoyment that we get is that we can enjoy our sinful life without paying the price for it. And whichever way we turn this around, we enjoy Christ's suffering itself. But are our debts really already paid? For a Christian, of course not. If we take this statement literally, then the notion of hell becomes meaningless. Christ's sacrificial death just gives us a chance. Plus, in a sense, it makes us even more indebted to Christ for canceling our debt, i.e., paying the price for our sins. The difference between neurosis and perversion also allows us to draw a clear distinction between neurotic and perverse disavowal, which are both operative in religious discourses. Neurotic disavowal has the simple structure of, I know well, but nonetheless. I disavow it by way of suspending the symbolic efficiency of my knowledge, while in perverse disavowal, knowledge itself is the fetish that enables me to disavow knowledge. I know this well, and that's why I act as I do. In the terms of symbolic castration, since disavowal is ultimately the disavowal of castration, this perverse stance means, I know well I am castrated, so I can ignore it, because I am in a safe position of knowledge. Zupancic elaborates this distinction with regard to the different way jouissance works in each version. Neurosis functions as the way a subject tries, secretly, without the other knowing/seeing it, to retain something of the enjoyment, to conceal it from the other, in short, to save it for itself. However, this small part of enjoyment is all that the subject can endure without falling into anxiety, triggered by the possibility of a full unlimited enjoyment. This, precisely, is why the fall of the other is for the subject anything but liberating. The fall of the other means the fall of the limit of enjoyment which maintains it in the confines of what is still bearable. Perversion in both its versions also avoids anxiety triggered by the psychotic overproximity of enjoyment. In sadism, I posit myself as the instrument of the other's enjoyment, while in masochism, I am the object of the other's enjoyment, which is strictly regulated by the masochist contract. However, this doesn't mean that the standard neurotic disavowal isn't also fully operative today. The old standard example is here the average Israeli stance of, I know very well God doesn't exist, but nonetheless, He gave us the land of Israel. But a new form of disavowal took place in the Ukrainian war and in Israel itself after the extreme right government took over. The false peaceniks, who show understanding for Russia's attack on Ukraine, no less rely on the logic of "Gisais bien, mais quand même." I fully condemn Russia's brutal aggression on an independent state, but Russia was provoked by Ukraine. In this war, Russia nonetheless defends a multicentric world against the hegemony of the West. The war serves the NATO military complex. Even the argument that we have there a proxy war between Russia and NATO for which Ukrainians are paying the price is false. For Ukrainians, this is a war of survival in which they are fully engaged, so what should they do? Make a compromise and sacrifice themselves in order not to be contaminated by NATO? In Israel, after a Palestinian killed 2 settlers on the West Bank, a mob of settlers entered the Palestinian city of Ha'era, with 7,400 inhabitants, and went on a violent rampage, burning cars and houses, with 1 dead and many wounded. The reaction of the Israeli government was that this shouldn't be done by a civilian mob but by the Israeli armed forces. Israel Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich called for the state to erase Ha'era. I think the village of Ha'era needs to be erased. I think that the state of Israel needs to do it. God forbid that regular people should do it. 27. Are we aware of the obscenity of this call? Till now, Israel destroyed the family house of a Palestinian accused of terrorism. Now it moves up to erasing the entire city. But the condemnation of this scandalous event by the Western liberals still has a form of disavowal. What we should note is the fake form of surprise. What Israel plans to do now is unacceptable. Was it really a surprise? For the Palestinians, what went on in Ha'era is not unique, but just a culmination of the permanent harassment of the West Bank Palestinians. For years, the West Bank settlers poison water sources, burn olive trees owned by Palestinians, and engage in personal attacks on them. The disavowal here is, okay, Israel tolerated something unacceptable, but we should not use this event to support anti-Semitism. And what follows is, as expected, that every clear condemnation of Israel is proclaimed anti-Semitic. It also shouldn't surprise us that the same regression to an openly barbarian justice spreads all around the world, from Russia to the U.S. On March 2, 2023, a Republican congressman from Tennessee, Paul Sherrill, said, when the state's House Criminal Justice Committee was debating a bill to add the firing squad to existing methods of execution, lethal injection and electrocution, that public hangings, in short lynching, should be added to this list. The reason? For the cruelest and most heinous crimes, a just society requires the death penalty in kind. 28. Incidentally, Tennessee is also the first state in the U.S. that restricted public drag performances. 29. So let's clarify further different modes of disavowal. Octave Manoni reports on a well-known accident from the life of Casanova. 30. To seduce a primitive peasant girl, Casanova makes on a meadow near the house a huge circle of sheets of paper bedecked with Kabbalistic signs and declares it magic, protecting from dangers like a violent storm. He is fully aware that he is cheating, and that he does not believe in magic. But after he finishes the circle, an unexpected violent storm breaks out, and in a moment of panic, he quickly steps into the circle for protection. Zupancic formulates this paradox. I don't believe in the magic formula, but I can still resort to it when needed. The magic formula is appropriated as a tool which I can use when needed, although I generally don't believe in it. Aren't our daily and political lives full of such cases? Say, I don't believe in learning my future from reading my palm lines, but I am nonetheless afraid to do it. I might learn something I don't want to know. Or when a real catastrophe is impending, I repeat some magic formula, just in case. Such an appropriation is perverse as opposed to normal religious belief which just perform a symbolic sublation. I know there is no God sitting somewhere up there as an old man, but in a deeper sense there is a spiritual truth in such a vision. 31. As true materialists, we should make a crucial step further here and transpose belief into God himself. It is not enough to deal with complexities and disavowals of our belief in God. One has to ask if God himself believes in God. We should here shamelessly apply to God himself Lacan's well-known statement that a madman is not only a beggar who thinks he is a king, but also a king who thinks he is a king. God who thinks he is God is also the supreme madman. In the May 21, 1974 session of his seminar XXI, The Non-Dupes Heir, Lacan asserts that God does not believe in God, and he immediately spells out the implications of this claim by way of equating God does not believe in God with there is something of the unconscious, ideal inconscient. The move we have to accomplish here is thus the move from our doubt about God to God doubting his own divine status, not believing in himself as God. But where is his non-belief located? Does God consciously doubt his own divinity? This would have meant that we assert a substantial unconscious God, whose existence is too deep even for his own consciousness. So we should rather assert the opposite. God cannot consciously doubt himself, he has to believe he is God. It is unconsciously that he doesn't believe in himself, or more precisely, that he knows he is not a God. Johnston proceeds too fast in his dismissal of the reflexive, self-transparent variety of philosophical and theological traditions with regard to belief. From such familiar traditional perspectives, knowledge is inherently auto-reflexive and self-conscious. When one knows that one knows. When one thinks that one thinks. Additionally, when one believes that one believes. On a Lacanian assessment, what is really revolutionary about Freud's self-styled Copernican revolution is his positing of the unconscious as irreflexive mentation. One is gripped by the unconscious in knowing without knowing that one knows, thinking without thinking that one thinks, and believing without believing that one believes. Lacan's denial that God believes in God, with its associations to the irreflexivity characteristic of the Freudian unconscious, is another version of God is unconscious, i.e., the Lacanian true formula of atheism. Point 32. But if God is unconscious also to for himself, this means that he consciously believes in himself and that it is his non-belief in himself which is unconscious. So the reflexivity is in the unconscious itself, it is precisely what escapes consciousness. It is only from this insight that we can answer the big question raised by Johnston. Is atheism condemned to remaining eternally, in Hegelian terms, a determinate negation of Christianity, and hence permanently dependent or parasitic upon what it negates? Can one move from sublating as Aufhebung religion to finally outright negating it? Is Judeo-Christian monotheism the disposable ladder of a thoroughly historical possibility condition for atheism? Or is it an indispensable logical necessity for making possible all future atheisms? 33. For me, the answer to this question is a resounding yes. Atheism cannot stand on its own. A detour through religion is necessary. Not only religion as such, but specifically Christianity is indispensable. The in atheism should thus not be read as only a marker of negation but also in the sense of the Lacanian objet as pointing towards an excess in the object which is more than this object itself. Atheism doesn't only mean there is no God, but also there is something in God more than God itself, and it is this excess which designates true materialism. If we throw away the latter, we lose the thing itself which we arrive to through this latter. This is why, in contrast to Freud for whom religiosity is a curable symptom, for Lacan it is an incurable symptom. Chiesa sums up Freud's position on the death of God. For Freud, if the father of the horde is dead, then nothing is permitted anymore since he is turned into God. However, if God is dead, then everything is potentially permitted, at least in the direction of the species' collective self-annihilation. 34. One should complicate the constellation here. The God who prohibits everything is not the God of the real, parallel to the primordial Father, but precisely the symbolic dead God. When God is proclaimed dead, he returns in a whole series of pseudo-atheist shapes in which permissiveness itself is ultra-regulated. Just recall how the political correctness imposes numerous prohibitions and regulations to guarantee our sexual freedom. On every Italian train station you find a board announcing Vietato attraversare I binari. It is prohibited to walk across the /double/ rails. For obvious reasons, I much prefer a literal translation. It is prohibited to traverse the binaries. Is this not what the traditional heterosexual ethic enjoins us? Do not transgress the binary order of normal sexual difference. What we are getting today with our anti-binary ideology is the opposite injunction. It is prohibited not to transgress the confines of binary sexuality, which is much worse than the traditional one. Here is an extreme case. There are reports that Ladybird books are now using sensitivity readers to red flag passages in fairy tales like Snow White, and Cinderella. The trope of falling in love at first sight was proclaimed problematic because it presents beauty as a privilege over getting to know potential partners through their character. The concern then is that child readers will think that good looks alone are what should make someone desirable. 35 This proposal is not only ridiculous, it is also simply wrong with regard to the notion of falling in love. It implies the idea that one can also fall in love with someone one considers unattractive but admires its inner character, as if sexual love, and we're talking about this here, is not about irresistible desire for close bodily contact. Or are we approaching a new era in which bodily lust will have to be postponed, becoming acceptable only when grounded in the knowledge of a character? So what if we turn around Ladybird procedure? What if I say that, at a colloquium, I was fascinated by the precise argumentation and ethical engagement of a young female professor? So when the colloquium session ended, we engaged in a private conversation. She invited me to her room for a drink, and after a night of passionate lovemaking, I thought with satisfaction. At first sight I fell in love with her character, but when I spent the night with her, I discovered a much deeper passion that eclipsed all the intellectual mumbo-jumbo. Something like this never happened to me, of course. Or let's risk a step further in this suspicious debate about sex and character. Recall that Sex and Character is the title of Otto Weininger's anti-feminist and anti-Semitic classic from 1903. At first sight I found her character fake and repulsive, but when I spent the night with her, I discovered a much deeper passion that totally eclipsed the weaknesses of her character. Holy Spirit as a model of emancipatory community. How can we then effectively overcome religion through and in Christianity? My thesis is that such an atheist gesture is contained already in the Christian notion of Holy Ghost. Chiesa writes, Christianity transforms such a structural oscillation into a static dogma, that is, the neat separation between the abjection of our world and the perfection of the world to come that will have redeemed it. 36 However, what if we read the return of Christ as something that already takes place in the Holy Spirit, the community of believers which exists in this earthly abject world? There is no oscillation here. Holy Spirit is an event which just changes the entire constellation, and Chiesa proceeds too fast when he proclaims every version of the transcendental big other a watered-down, secularized theology. One can well propose a notion of the transcendental big other as the symbolic space into which we are thrown, and which is as such the horizon of our limitation and finitude. Theology only enters when this purely virtual symbolic texture is reified into a supreme entity. There is a quite poignant final scene in Alyosha's Love, a 1960 Soviet film directed by Georgy Shchukin and Semyon Tumanov. A detachment of exploration geologists is working in the steppe region, and among them is Alyoshka, a young and shy guy who, unskillful and messy in everyday life, becomes the object of jokes and practical jokes, which are not always harmless. He falls in love with Zinka, who lives with her grandfather on a crossing lost in the steppe. Once in a day she comes out to turn a railroad switch, and once in a day he travels there just to take a quick glance at her, but she just ignores him. His daily trips to the crossing give a further boost to the cruel jokes by his colleagues. When Alyosha learns that Zinka will move to another part of the country, he is desperate and sits alone in his tent. However, Zinka, who decided to stay there for him, alone approaches the camp. When Alyosha's colleagues who are working on nearby hills perceive Zinka coming to him, they all stop working and respectfully look at her. The group obviously stands for the big other, a passive witness recognizing the strength of the couple's love. But does this mean that we should dismiss this scene as a moment of theological mystification? Is it not rather that the group observing the couple's reunion amounts to a figure of Holy Ghost, a community based on no transcendent point of reference? Is, however, this topic of Holy Spirit not an archaic remainder totally at odds with the universe of modern science? A closer look at the use of scientific results immediately blurs this clear opposition. Science is massively used to reimaginarize its own desacralization of reality. Chiesa emphasizes and further develops Lacan's observation that the role of sexual gadgets is to reestablish sexual relationship. Science gets engaged in the fabrication of counterfeit ousia as ersatz counterparts, by means of which the impossibility of the sexual relationship is supplemented by products which promise to render possible a more intense sexual relationship deprived of its constitutive deadlock. Fetishized gadgets voraciously gobble up our desire with the promise of surplus, if not absolute enjoyment nowadays paradigmatically, in the guise of sex bots, virtual sex, designer babies, not to mention the seeming availability of equally endless and disposable sexual identities. The fact that, for instance, we come to treat an automobile like a fake wife more generally indicates how the discourse of science, entwined with that of capitalism, restores and serially multiplies the semblance of the sexual relationship. In this way, science loses the hallmark of what characterizes its break with previous kinds of knowledge, namely, its departure from the latter's dependence on the myth of the complementarity between the sexes, be it that of the Western matter and form couple or that of the Eastern yin and yang pair, which is itself ultimately responsible for any harmonic vision of the world as a whole. 37. The paradox is thus that the gadgets of modern science are used to resuscitate the basic fantasy of traditional, pre-Christian religions, their effort to imaginarize the real in the guise of fertility cults. The not one pole of the oscillation of the God hypothesis is turned into another one, the goddess, which sustains and cements the semblance of the two as one. 38. Such Christianity which regresses to two as one is implicitly anti-Semitic. It bypasses Judaism and conjoins Christianity with paganism. This is how we should also explain the passage from pagan religions to Judaism. It is the passage from religious jouissance to God's desire. With Yahweh, God as the one who is deprived of his feminine counterpart cannot any longer enjoy the divine copulation and becomes a God who desires what he lost. Or as Chiesa put it in precise terms, Yahweh is a one all alone, and thus real, precisely in the sense that he in vain attempts to fill in the gap of a missing goddess by means of an alliance with his people, who keep on betraying him yet not without returning to him. With the same move, their participation in divine enjoyment gives way to God's inscrutable desire, the law's own desire, whose jealous and ferocious ignorance indeed revolves around his loss of a mythical sexual knowledge. 39. One should note here that a homologous passage happens in the shift from Hinduism to Buddhism. Although the original Buddhism is atheist or agnostic at least, its problem is no longer jouissance but desire, how to get rid of the spell of desire in contrast to Judaism, of course, where the enigma of God's desire, of what does he want from us in his ferocious ignorance. Some interpreters of Lacan see in this the advantage of Judaism. It is the only truly non-pagan religion, the religion which leaves open the abyss of the divine desire, the crack in the big other, while Christianity covers up this abyss, reassuring us that we know what God wants. God wants our redemption because he loves us. We thus return to the imaginarization of God. Instead of the duality of masculine and feminine cosmic principles, we get the sexualized duality of God the Father and the Church as his bride. Are being ravaged by language as the absence of the sexual relationship, and it is thus reduced to the not one pole. Yet this very predicament, epitomized by the death of the Logos tout court, functions just as a necessary prelude to the providential history of a transcendent one. God's love has always already taken abjection into account, and will finally solve it messianically through the universal and salvific revelation of himself as a one all-being. 40. In my view, however, the Christian death of God precisely cannot be reduced to a necessary prelude to the providential history of a transcendent one. As Hegel put it, what dies on the cross is not God's earthly representative, stand-in, but the God of beyond itself. So what happens after the crucifixion is not a return of the transcendent one but the rise of the Holy Spirit, which is the community of believers without any support in transcendence. This is why Lacan said that the Holy Spirit is a notion infinitely less stupid than that of the subject supposed to know. 41. Because the Holy Spirit does not have to rely on a subject supposed to know. It can function as the immanent community, the Protestant Gemeinde, which already is what its members are looking for or are devoted to. In other words, read in this way, Holy Spirit is an atheist category, the notion of an emancipatory community without support in big other. As such, Holy Spirit embodied in a Protestant Gemeinde is the very opposite of the Orthodox community. It is a community of believers thrown into the abyss of freedom, with no substantial support in any feminized divinity. Is then Gemeinde implicitly anti-feminist? On the contrary, one should denounce the celebration of the eternally feminine substance as a male fantasy which reduced actual women to a matter waiting to be inseminated by their masculine logos. Modern feminism is only thinkable in the Cartesian space which breaks with any sexualized ontology. What is true materialism? What one should advocate is thus the materialist procedure of the imminent self-undermining of a religious edifice. The claim that God is evil or stupid is not only much more unsettling than Peter Singer's claim that ordinary people are evil, it is also much more unsettling than the claim that there is no God, since it destroys from within the very notion of divinity. To make this procedure clear, let's take an example from a different domain. The song "The Night They Drove Old Dixie Down," best-known version by Joan Baez, is a first-person narrative relating the economic and social distress experienced by the protagonist, a poor white Southerner, during the last year of the American Civil War. It does not glorify slavery, the Confederacy, or Robert E. Lee. It rather tells the story of a poor, non-slave-holding Southerner who tries to make sense of the loss of his brother and his livelihood. 42 as such as an attempt to render the experience of a poor white man sympathetic to the Southern cause but dismayed at the horror of his suffering for the interests of the rich slave owners. It is much more effective in dismantling this cause than a direct abolitionist critique, in exactly the same way as endorsing a religion but then demonstrating how its God is evil/stupid is much more effective than a direct atheist critique. In The Rapture, 1991, written and directed by Michael Tolkin, Mimi Rogers superbly plays Sharon, a young LA woman who works during the day as a phone operator, endlessly repeating the same questions in a small cubicle among dozens of others, while in the evening she engages in swinging orgies. 43 Bored and dissatisfied at leading such an empty life, Sharon becomes a member of a sect which preaches that the end of times and the rapture are imminent. Turning into a passionate believer, she begins to practice a new, pious lifestyle, gets married to Randy, one of her previous swinging partners, and has a daughter marry with him. 6 years later, when Randy, now also a devoted Christian, is shot to death by a madman, this senseless catastrophe makes her and her daughter even more convinced that the rapture is soon approaching. Sharon believes God told her to go with Mary to a nearby desert camping place and wait there until the two are taken into heaven, where they will be united with Randy. Foster, a well-meaning, non-believing patrol officer, takes care of them there during their long wait when they run out of food. Mary gets impatient and proposes to her mother that they simply kill themselves in order to go to heaven and join Randy immediately. After a couple of weeks, Sharon also loses patience, decides to do the unspeakable, and follows Mary's advice to stop her suffering. However, after shooting Mary, she is unable to take her own life afterwards, knowing that suicides are not allowed into heaven. She confesses her act to Foster, who arrests her and takes her to a local jail. Till this point, the story moves along realist lines, and one can easily imagine a possible atheist ending. Bitter and alone, deprived of her faith, Sharon realizes the horror of what she had committed, and is maybe saved by the good policeman. Here, however, events take a totally unexpected turn. In the jail cell, rapture happens literally in all naivety, including bad special effects. First, deep in the night, Mary appears with 2 angels, and then early in the morning, while Sharon sits in her cell, a loud trumpet blast is heard all around and announces a series of supernatural events. Prison bars fall down, concrete walls fall apart, etc. Escaping from the jail, Sharon and Foster drive out into the desert, where signs of rapture multiply, from dust storms up to the horsemen of the apocalypse running after and around the car. Next, Sharon and Foster are both raptured, transported to a purgatory-like landscape where Mary approaches them from heaven and pleads with Sharon to accept God, to declare that she loves God. By just doing this, she will be able to join Mary and Randy in heaven. Foster, although till now an atheist, quickly seizes the opportunity, says that he loves God and is allowed entrance to heaven, but Sharon refuses, saying that she cannot declare her love for a God who acted so cruelly towards her family for no reason at all. When Mary asks her if she knows for how long she will be confined to the purgatory, condemned to be there alone, Sharon replies, forever. Sharon's resistance to God, her refusal to declare her love for him, is thus an authentic ethical act. It would be totally wrong to say that she rejects the false God, and that, in an authentically Christian version of the film, the true Christ should appear at the end, proclaim her a true believer precisely because she refused to declare that she loves the false God. The true temptation to be resisted is thus to declare our love for a God who doesn't deserve it, even if he is real. For a vulgar materialist, all this cannot but appear as an empty mental experiment. However, for a true materialist, it is only in this way that we really renounce God, by way of renouncing him not only insofar as he doesn't really exist, but even if he is real. In short, the true formula of atheism is not God doesn't exist, but God not only doesn't exist, he is also stupid, indifferent, and maybe outright evil. If we do not destroy the very fiction of God from within, it is easy for this fiction to prolong its hold over us in the form of disavowal. I know there is no God, but he is nonetheless a noble and uplifting illusion. Lacan's programmatic claim in Seminar X that the atheist, as combatant as revolutionary, is not one who denies God in his function of omnipotence, but one who affirms oneself as not serving any God. 44 fits perfects this final gesture of the heroine in Rapture. Even when she directly confronts the divine dimension, she refuses to serve him. If, in the film's final moment, Sharon were to turn around, she would have seen Christ at her side. From agnosticism to pure difference. This subjective stance of Sharon radically undercuts onto theology, which persists in giving rise to a more or less closed dialectic of the true/whole and the tout/whole, of how the real of the symbolic is imaginarily subsumed under a being supposed to know, the philosopher's own system, that nonetheless does not fully manage to enclose the whole. In short, modern philosophical ontology invariably falls back into a Weltanschauung, literally, a vision of the world as supposedly seen from outside it. 45 Let me give to these lines a self-critical spin. When at my highest speculative effort, I play with the idea of the triad of quantum waves/ordinary reality/symbolic order as the basic all-encompassing matrix of all there is, with the collapse of the wave function as the negation of the fluid domain of quantum waves, i.e., as the emergence of our ordinary reality, and then the symbolic order as a kind of negation of negation, the return of what is repressed with the collapse of the wave function. Am I not very close to advocating a world view? My counterclaim is that there is one big exception to this notion and practice of philosophy as a vision of the world as supposedly seen from outside it, and this exception is what Hegel calls absolute knowing. Absolute knowing emerges when the subject realizes that there is no outside on which we can rely, that all that remains is to compare our knowledge with itself, so that, at the end, there is no final result but just the endlessly repeated process of each form of knowledge dissolving itself. Chiesa ignores this solution, which is why he misattributes to Lacan the position of historicist relativism. According to Chiesa, Lacan insinuates, Chiesa's strong word, that the truth of incompleteness can only be half said, but the not one really is all there is. The problem is simply we cannot say it. Such a blind reliance on an ultimate ontological not oneness, supposedly obfuscated by the finitude of our linguistic logical condition, only reinforces weak atheism through the very endeavor to defuse it. If, beyond the wall of language and the illusory fabrications of the one it gives rise to, the not one is all there is, then this a fortiori requires the deceiving God, one who is now being specified as not only deceiving us but also extralinguistically, the whole of creation as still seen from an intralinguistic perspective of Lacan. 46. The basic thrust of Chiesa's argumentation is accurate. The position he rejects is the one of naively opposing our perspectives on reality in itself to the not one, reality out there, beyond our walls of language. Chiesa correctly points out that the position of enunciation of such a claim exempts itself from reality, as if the speaker can elevate itself into the one who can compare reality with our limited visions of it. This means that the speaker regresses into general ontology, an all-encompassing vision of reality. So when Chiesa writes that the promulgation and endorsement of the not one as conclusive gives rise to the one not one, the being of the lack of being, the ultimate meaning of there is no ultimate meaning, 47, he thereby correctly points out the tension between the enunciated and its enunciation that implicitly undermines this endorsement. By saying that everything there is a not one, the speaker exempts itself from the totality of all, i.e., he posits himself as the one who can encapsulate all of reality in a single view. But does this necessarily entail a skeptic position? Does the fact that we don't have an access to general ontology beyond our historically specified transcendental horizons really compel us to leave the possibility open that not one is not all there is? That there may be a divine transcendent entity above/beyond it? This is also why I find problematic Chiesa's claim that what science should instead seriously consider as modern physics is the hypothesis that the real is not everything, or better, that the real not all is itself not necessarily all there is. Although it might well be 48 problematic because for Lacan, not all means precisely a multiplicity which, since it cannot be tautolized, allows for no exception. Not all means that, since it is never all, there is no exception to it. In other words, Chiesa regresses here to the common-sense notion of the real, not all, as not everything there is. He regresses to the Kantian notion of a possible unknown in itself beyond the skeptic atheism sphere of phenomena. My Hegelian solution is here, again, a shift from epistemological doubt/uncertainty to ontological level. Doubt is located in reality itself, in the sense that there is no knowledge in the real, that reality, partially, ignores its own laws and doesn't know how to behave. There is a crack in reality which makes it non-tautolizable, not all. But everything that we project beyond this gap is our fantasy formation. The only way to avoid agnostic skepticism is to transpose this gap into reality itself. The gap we are talking about is not the gap that separates reality in itself from our approaches to it, but an impossibility which gapes in the heart of reality itself. Let me quote here again the well-known passage from the foreword to his Phenomenology of Spirit, where Hegel provides the most elementary formula of what does it mean to conceive substance also as subject. The disparity which exists in consciousness between the I and the substance which is its object is the distinction between them, the negative in general. This can be regarded as the defect of both, though it is their soul or that which moves them. That is why some of the ancients conceived the void as the principle of motion, for they rightly saw the moving principle as the negative, though they did not as yet grasp that the negative is the self. Now, although this negative appears at first as a disparity between the I and its object, it is just as much a disparity of the substance with itself. Thus what seems to happen outside of it to be an activity directed against it, is really its own doing, and substance shows itself to be essentially subject. Point 49. We should be very precise here. This in no way implies that there is nothing beyond the phenomena accessible to us. Of course, there is an infinity of entities and processes we haven't yet discovered, but they are not transcendent in the sense of an in itself beyond the phenomenal sphere. Our claim is that when we will discover new aspects of reality up to alien lives, we will not cross the boundary of impossibility that constitutes our reality. We will not discover God or anything of this order because such figures are a priori, constitutively, or, as Hegel would have put it, in their very notion, fantasy formations destined to fill in a gap, as Hegel put it long ago. Behind the so-called curtain, which is supposed to hide what is inner, there is nothing to be seen unless we ourselves go behind it. 50. So yes, our epistemological uncertainty is irreducible, but whatever awaits us out there is not anything resembling our figures of God. To bring this point to extreme, even if we'll eventually encounter something whose features appear to us divine, this will not be what we call God. To put it in yet another way, for Chiesa, difference remains differential in the sense that it presupposes and relies on its opposition to some God, one even if this one is impossible/barred/inexistent, while from my Hegelo-Lacanian standpoint, pure difference precedes what it differentiates. What appears as God is a reified/substantialized form of the gap/crack that makes our realities not all. There is nothing beyond this gap. Every figure of beyond is already an obfuscation of the gap. Chiesa's insistence on agnosticism ultimately relies on his doubt in the possibility of our full scientific self-objectivization. While I share this doubt, I give to it a different spin. The failure of full self-objectivization doesn't imply agnosticism but an ontological crack in reality itself. What should interest us here is the link between purely biochemical processes, attacking our brains with so-called psychedelic substances, and the highest spiritual inner experience uncannily close to what Lacan designated as subjective destitution, the disintegration of the fundamental fantasy which sustains our ego, we can biochemically cause. The death of our ego. People who are doing this are as a rule attacking their depression, hoping to reinvent themselves completely. Or, as Roerich put it, ego death can be really humbling and really important for some people. There's some people that need to have their egos killed, but at the same time it's a scary thing to go through. He's had friends who have experienced ego death and never returned to drug use. They just needed drugs as a powerful tool for subjective change. 51. It is all too easy to try and distinguish such biochemical death of the ego, with the authentic subjective change caused by symbolic work. But there is a limit to this biochemical procedure. It just brusquely erases the symbolic network the subject relies upon without working through it and made it implode from within, i.e., without making the subject confront its antagonisms, its points of impossibility. A nice paradox of how a direct intervention into the biogenetic real serves as a way to avoid confronting the real immanent to the symbolic order itself. And this holds even for traumatic events like Holocaust. Any prosaic description of the horrors of Holocaust fails to render its trauma, and this is why Adorno was wrong with his famous claim that after Auschwitz poetry is no longer possible. It is prose which is no longer possible, since only poetry can do the job. Poetry is the inscription of impossibility into a language. When we cannot say something directly and we nonetheless insist in doing it, we unavoidably get caught in repetitions, postponements, indirectness, surprising cuts, etc. We should always bear in mind that the beauty of classic poetry, symmetric rhymes, etc., comes second, that it is a way to compensate for the basic failure or impossibility. Let's make this point somewhat clearer with the reference to The Prisoners, the 2009 remake, as a 6-part miniseries of the original movie, which begins with an unidentified young man waking up in a desert and finding himself in the middle of a pursuit as mysterious guards chase an elderly man through a canyon. The old man dies soon after, but not before passing a message on to the younger man. Tell them I got out. The younger man arrives in an enigmatic community whose residents inform him that it's called simply the village. Everyone he meets is known only by a number. He learns his number is 6, and he discovers that they have no knowledge or memory of the outside world. The leader of the village is referred to as number 2. While life goes on in the village, we occasionally jump to the real New York where Mr. Curtis, the real-world number 2, introduces Michael, the real-world 6, to his wife Helen, who, just as in the village, is trapped in a sort of waking dream. Mr. Curtis explains that the village is a form of therapy used to help people that Summaker, the organization headed by him, has identified, although the patients may not have agreed to his procedure. It exists within the mind of Helen, who discovered the village, a dream present in everyone at a level of consciousness deeper than the usual unconscious, and was its first inhabitant. Michael was pulled into the village because he worked so well at Summaker, finding people who needed help. A nice touch is here that 11 is revealed to be the only resident of the village who does not exist in the real world. In the village, 6, Michael, falls in love with 313, Sarah, and desires to help Sarah and the villagers. He replaces Curtis as the head of Summaker. Number 313, having become aware of her real-world self, becomes the new dreamer, freeing Helen to return to the real world, while number 6 decides to remain in the village for good as the new number 2 and begins planning how to do the village right. Number 313, the new unresponsive dreamer, sheds a tear. 52. The most fascinating aspect of this story is that more and more bottomless pits appear in parts of the village. They don't reach deep into the earth, they just open up into a void. Is this not a perfect metaphor of how our socio-ideological reality is structured? It persists only if it is sustained by a consistent dream fantasy. When the dream is disturbed, reality also begins to disintegrate. This hole in reality, where words fails to describe it adequately, is the proper domain of poetry. Poetry obfuscates the hole, making it palpable and simultaneously tolerable. 2. Why Lacan is not a Buddhist. Hinayana, Mahayana, Theravada. Since the topic of this book is religion, the first thing to note is that Buddha's teaching is pragmatic, focused on alleviating suffering in matters of religion. Buddha was agnostic, not interested in any higher spiritual reality. All that exists is the interconnected non-substantial flow of phenomena beneath which there is no deep substantial divine ground but just the void. But it is interesting to note Buddhism, which originally dispensed with all institutional ritual and focused solely on the individual's enlightenment and the end of suffering irrespective of all dogmatic and institutional frames, ended up clinging to the most mechanical and firmly entrenched institutional hierarchic frame, and simultaneously in a world conceived as full of spiritual entities. In Theravada Buddhism, there is no omnipotent creator god of the sort found in Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. Gods exist as various types of spiritual being, but with limited powers. The question is, of course, how did Buddhism come to this point? It would have been an utterly non-Hegelian reading of Buddhism if we were to dismiss this movement as a simple regression. If there is a Hegelian axiom, it is that the flaw has to be located at the very beginning of the entire movement. What, then, is already wrong with the starting point, the Hinayana version of Buddhism? Its flaw is precisely that to which the Mahayana version reacts, its symmetrical reversal. In striving for my own enlightenment, I regress into egotism in my very attempt to erase the constraints of myself. Consequently, one should not make fun of the superstitious features of the Tibetan Buddhism. The step towards full spiritualization and ritualization, but to become aware of how this step does the work, delivers the goods, is not relying on a prayer wheel, or more generally on the efficiency of the ritual, also a means to achieve mindlessness, to empty one's mind and repose in peace? So, in a way, Tibetan Buddhism is thoroughly faithful to Buddha's pragmatic orientation, ignore theological niceties, focus just on how to help people sometimes, following blind ritual and immersing oneself in theologico-dogmatic hair-splitting is pragmatically the most efficient way to achieve the goal of inner peace. This logic is also that of intelligent utilitarians who are well aware that moral acts cannot be directly grounded in utilitarian considerations. I will do this because in the long run, it is the best strategy to bring most happiness and pleasure to me also. But the conclusion they draw is that the Kantian absolutist morality, do your duty for the sake of duty, canon should be defended precisely on utilitarian grounds. It is also the one that works best in real life. But am I correct in this reading of Buddhism? In the last decades, critiques of my reading of Buddhism abound. Even those who are otherwise sympathetic to my general approach claim that I miss the point when I target Buddhism. Representative of my critics is Nagarjuna and Eco-Philosophy by Adrian J. Ivakov, one who also relies on John Clarke's On Being None with Nature. Nagarjuna and the Ecology of Emptiness too. Ivakov's starting point is the core Buddhist concept of dependent origination. Every identity is process-relational position, which means that, say, a tree's existence as a unitary object, as opposed to a collection of cells, is conventional. Removing its properties leaves no core bearer behind. In other words, the thing we call a tree is, as Buddhists say, empty of inherent self-existence. Its essence is nothing other than the properties and conditions of its self-manifesting. 3. This goes against Graham Harman's and others' argument that there is something more to any object than its properties, relations, and conditions. For Buddhism, there is nothing, no thing left over. But that is not to say that there is, in fact, nothing. There is the process-relational flux of what Clarke calls nature-naturing, the continual coming into existence and passing away of the experiential bits of the world, all of which is quite real. For what this implies is that the negative and deconstructive project that Nagarjuna is best known for goes hand in hand with an affirmative, reality-based project of the sort that, in current continental philosophy, is best represented by Deleuze. Or to quote Clarke, for Buddhism, the negative path of the destruction of illusion is inseparably linked to the positive path of an open, awakened, and compassionate response to a living, non-objectifiable reality, the nature that is no nature. This brings us to what I see as the central challenge for Buddhism. How do we humans get caught into a dream world of illusory, deceptively permanent objects and egos, and a futile quest to defend the ego and dominate reality? Is it enough to say that this is a fundamental human predicament, i.e., a transhistorical invariant? Clarke makes here a surprising move into a Marxist direction, where most analyses, including most Buddhist analyses, of egocentric consciousness, and the egoic flight from the trauma of lack stop short, is in failing to investigate the social and historical roots of these phenomena. We must understand that the ego is not only a psychological and epistemological construct, but also a historical one. Its roots are to be found in the development of large-scale agrarian society and regimented labor, the rise of the state and ancient despotism, the emergence of economic class and acquisitive values, the triumph of patriarchy and warrior mentality, in short, in the evolution of the ancient system of social domination and the domination of nature. To put it in Buddhist terms, our true karmic burden, both personally and collectively, is our profound historicity and our deep materiality. Point 5. But the question remains, how far can we go in this direction of historicity? Were individuals in pre-class societies dwelling in a living, non-objectifiable reality, the nature that is no nature? And should the possible post-capitalist society also be conceived as a liberation from the wheel of desire? Another question lurks beneath this one. Why should the destruction of illusion lead to compassion rather than to cynicism as it often seems to in everyday life, or to social conservatism as it has in the case of Humean and other forms of philosophical skepticism? 6. I think that, in spite of all desperate attempts to demonstrate that the way to Buddhist enlightenment goes through modesty and compassion, the only honest answer is that of D.T. Suzuki. Zen is a technique of meditation which is compatible with any political orientation, liberalism, fascism, communism. This brings us back to the Buddhist critique of my work. For Ivakhiv, this is the point where Buddhism meets psychoanalysis. The key difference between Freud, Lacan, Zizek et al. And Nagarjuna is that the former presuppose that this rise of dominating ego is unavoidable. The best we can do is to come to terms with the ego, etc. process and try not to get too caught up in the delusional tricks it plays on us. 7. This is why my work totally ignores the real potential of actually reading Western Buddhism, not just in light of Lacan, but the teachings of the Buddha and their lineage. 8. This real potential is, of course, the affirmation of the flux of positive life. Ivakhiv introduces it by way of a long quote from D.T. Suzuki. D.T. Suzuki, whom Zizek has probably never read. 9. A trained Zen Buddhist, as well as professor of Buddhist philosophy and delightfully fluent writer and speaker of English, echoes Vijaya when he writes about Zen as life as absolute affirmation. We live in affirmation and not in negation, for life is affirmation itself, and this affirmation must not be the one accompanied or conditioned by a negation. Such an affirmation is relative and not at all absolute. With such an affirmation, life loses its creative originality and turns into a mechanical process grinding forth nothing but soulless flesh and bones. To be free, life must be an absolute affirmation. Zen does not mean a mere escape from intellectual imprisonment, which sometimes ends in sheer wantonness. There is something in Zen that frees us from conditions and at the same time gives us a certain firm foothold. Zen abhors repetition or imitation of any kind, for it kills. For the same reason, Zen never explains but only affirms. Life is fact and no explanation is necessary or pertinent. To explain is to apologize, and why should we apologize for living? To live, is that not enough? Let us then live, let us affirm. Herein lies Zen in all its purity and in all its nudity as well. An Introduction to Zen Buddhism. 10. Ivakhiv's Lacanian reading, supplemented by a critique of Lacan, is obvious here. Far from advocating a renunciation to our desires, Buddha is suggesting that staying true to our desire will yield the satisfaction of that and all desire, whereas Lacan is less interested in what it would mean to satisfy our desire, if it is once we have properly identified it. How can this be? Ivakhiv introduces here sexual difference. He interprets what Lacan calls the impossibility of the sexual relationship as the impossibility to reach the goal of the masculine phallic subject, which is to swallow/dominate entire reality. From this phallic standpoint, Buddhism appears as a phantasmic specter in the West, where masculine jouissance is predominant. Buddhism at once promises and threatens with the other, dark feminine jouissance. Buddhism is only conceivable in what Zizek might call the Western ideological matrix as this testament to its very failure to be conceived. Zizek's critique of Western Buddhism, therefore, has much less to do with the teachings of the Buddha than he has made it seem, and significantly more to do with the mystical feminine jouissance it suggests, which seems to be beyond and for that reason threatening to Zizek. Point 11. 3 things have to be added here. First, for Lacan, to have a phallus does not mean to be able to dominate reality. There is a nice vulgar phrase in Serb which captures perfectly what Lacan means by his che voi. What do you want? A reference to the opacity of the other's desire. The phrase is koji kurak tg? What a prick is fucking you. The everyday meaning of this expression is something like, why are you annoying me? Why do you insist on bothering me? What is all this about? What do you really want from me? The idea is that the other who is annoying me is not fully aware of what is pushing him on, as it is clearly indicated in another version of this phrase formulated as a positive statement, a kind of proverb or wisdom. Uvek ima neki kurak koji tjib. There is always a prick which is fucking you. Incidentally, this example also makes it clear why, for Lacan, phallus is the signifier of castration. I am not fucking others with my prick. I myself am always under pressure from a prick that I don't control and that remains obscure to me. This is why it is not sufficient to focus on Lacan's conclusion that a king continues to be a king, independently of all efforts to turn his absolute power into an apparently more constitutional 1.12. We have to be more precise here. Lacan also said that not only a beggar who thinks he is a king is a fool, but a king who thinks he is a king is also a fool. This means that the king's authority always and by definition involves his symbolic castration. A king who is not a fool is aware that he is a king because his subjects treat him as a king, that his authority is conferred on him through symbolic rituals and objects like the royal scepter and crown. So even in an absolute monarchy, the king is castrated. The source of his authority is external to him. Second, far from the feminine jouissance to be something threatening for me, something I try to keep at a distance, the feminine jouissance is not beyond the traumatic cut of sexual difference but one of its aspects. It emerges as the other side of the phallic domain. Even the bees, the large majority of which are desexualized workers, with their reproductive organs vestigial, remain well within sexual reproduction. Only the queen bee and the drones have a fully developed reproductive system. The worker bees have an atrophic reproductive system. 7 days after her incubation, the queen bee flies outside the beehive, where drones gather, and she mates usually with 8 to 12 drones in midair in the afternoon hours. True love in the afternoon, as the title of a movie says. During mating, the drone's genitals are reversed and come out of his body, and with his abdominal muscles contracting, he ejaculates. Then his genitals are being cut from his body by the queen, causing his death, and the next drone enters. The queen stores the entire spermatozoon in the spermatheca, and her gland excretes nutrients for the survival of almost 7 million spermatozoa, which are adequate for the rest of her life. During the egg-laying, the queen bee chooses whether she will fertilize every egg that passes through her oviduct. She lays 2 kinds of eggs, fertilized and non-fertilized. The non-fertilized ones develop into drones, while the fertilized grow into female individuals. This determination is called gender determination. Afterwards, the female individuals can develop into queens or workers, depending on their nutrition during their larva stage. This determination is called caste determination. Teen. If we read this description from our human standpoint, does it not render a weird matriarchal caste society? All the work is done by bees appropriately named workers. They are female, with their reproductive organs remaining undeveloped, so they are not sexualized but literally transsexual. The sexual intercourse, impregnation, between a queen bee and the drones happens only once in their lifetime. After the intercourse, drones die while the queen gathers enough sperm to last for her entire life. So if the queen is a she and a drone a he, what are the workers? To use today's non-binary parlance, are they not precisely they? Bees thus form the only known society in which the large majority are they, subdivided into guards, those who gather pollen, etc., while the worst fate awaits the masculine drones. The very formulation mystical feminine jouissance is misleading. As Lacan points out, mysticism is not exclusively feminine. Apart from its feminine version, Saint Teresa, we also have its masculine version, John of the Cross. Third, the equation of the Buddhist enlightenment with the assertion of the feminine jouissance and/or with mysticism is totally unfounded. Buddhism is not simply a version of mysticism. Chiesa convincingly characterizes Buddhism as an inverted mysticism. Unlike Eastern polytheisms and their stress on enjoyment, Buddhism is thus in this sense a religion of desire, but it organizes desire in a way that is very different from that of Judeo-Christianity. More precisely, Buddhism short-circuits all the variations of desire, as polydesire we might add, which appear in it in a most incarnate fashion, with the ultimate apprehension of the radically illusory character of all desire. 14. The formula of Buddhism would thus be, not the mystical one with the world, my immersion into the divine one bringing full enjoyment, but the none with the world. I identify the void of my inexistence, the nothingness of myself, with the void of reality itself which lacks any substantial identity. While mysticism aims at the subject's full immersion into the divine jouissance, Buddhism focuses on desire as the ultimate cause of our suffering. Desire is inconsistent, it cannot ever be fulfilled, fully satisfied, because its nature is inconsistent. Since its object is illusory, the false appearance of a void, the moment of desire's fulfillment is the moment of its defeat. Buddhism draws the radical consequence from this insight. The only way to avoid suffering is to step out of, gain a distance towards, the wheel of desire, to avoid attachment to any object of desire, which means to accept, not only as a theoretical statement but also as an existential stance, that desires are illusory because all objects of desire and in general are non-substantial fluctuating appearances. Such an existential detachment is the only way for us to attain peace. Buddhist economics. However, from its very beginnings, Buddhism was not just a spiritual teaching. It also provided guidelines for how to organize social and economic life. In the last decades, this concept was systematically developed in numerous books and essays about Buddhist economics. Its partisans like to point out that they are not proposing a utopian plan for a perfect society. They just formulate pragmatic advices on how to make better any existing socio-economic system. It is nonetheless clear that Buddhist economics is mostly directed against Western individualism, consumerism, and tendency to permanent growth. The starting point of the Buddhist economics is Buddha's first great insight. There is suffering in the world, so our focus should not be on more and more pleasures which allegedly bring happiness but on diminishing pain and suffering. It may seem that this premise leads to a radical detachment from external material reality, from the infamous wheel of desire. Since desire for sensual objects is always condemned to failure, since it ends in dissatisfaction, the only true way out is nirvana, a radical renunciation to worldly engagements. However, Buddhism points out that even those who reach nirvana remain living beings in our material world, so the task is to maintain an inner spiritual distance to our material life, i.e., to accept as a living spiritual experience, not just as an abstract intellectual stance, that external reality has to substantial truth, that it is a pandemonium of interconnected fleeting appearances. This pandemonium includes ourselves. We are not selves at a distance from reality, we are part of its incessant flow, and the origin of suffering is our ignorance, our blindness for this fact. As the partisans of Buddhist economics repeat tirelessly, Buddhism does not advocate ascetic renunciation to worldly pleasures but the proper measure between wealth and poverty, between individualism and communal spirit. Wealth is good if it serves our collective well-being. The Buddhist notion of the right measure, of just the right amount, does not refer only to individuals. It aims at not harming oneself or others, where others are not only other human beings but all that lives. In contrast to Western individualism, Buddhism advocates a holistic approach. My well-being depends on the well-being of all others around me, but also on the balanced exchange with nature. No wonder then that Buddhist economics advocates a constrained/limited desire, a desire controlled by spirit, deprived of its excessive nature. It relies on the distinction between true desires and false desires. False desires are desires for pleasure attained through the consummation of sensual objects or through their possession, and they are by definition insatiable, never fully satisfied, always striving for me. True desires are desires for well-being, and to arrive at well-being, a rational mind has to regulate and contain sensual desires. We thus arrive at the opposition between limitless sensual desires and the spiritual desire for well-being. Consumption may satisfy sensual desires, but its true purpose is to provide well-being. For example, our body depends on food for nourishment. Consumption of food is thus a requirement for well-being. For most people, however, eating food is also a means to experience pleasure. If in consuming food one receives the experience of a delicious flavor, one is said to have satisfied one's desires. 15. From my Lacanian standpoint, it is here that problems arise. What Buddhism aims at is a desire deprived of its excess, which makes it a human desire. Enjoyment deprived of its constitutive surplus. When we eat, we almost never do it just for our long-term spiritual well-being. We do it for the pleasure of eating, and it is this pleasure, not its subordination to some higher goal, which makes us human. Recall here Lacan's example of breastfeeding. A child sucks the breast to get food, milk, but the repeated act of sucking soon turns into the true source of pleasure, so that the child is pushed to such beyond the satisfaction of its needs. The same holds even more obviously for sex. We almost never engage in sex to fulfill its natural goal, procreation, but for the enjoyment it provides. We became human exactly when sex leaves behind its natural goal of procreation and turns into an end in itself. And it is totally wrong to characterize this shift as an abandonment to limitless sensual desires. Intense sex as an end in itself, separated from its natural goal, is arguably our most elementary metaphysical experience. Our sensual pleasure is transubstantiated into an experience of another dimension, a dimension beyond direct physical reality. We should thus turn around the opposition between false limitless desires which only bring suffering and the authentic spiritual desire for well-being. Sensual desires are in themselves moderate, constrained to their direct goals. They become infinite and self-destructive only when they are infected by a spiritual dimension. Is this nonetheless not a form of evil? Maybe, but as already F.W.J. Schelling knew, only spirituality is self-destructive in its longing for infinity, which is why evil is much more spiritual than our sensual reality. In other words, the root of evil is not our egotism but, on the contrary, a perverted self-destructive spirituality which can also bring us to sacrifice our lives. This dimension is missing in Buddhist economics, which is why its declared goal of the proper measure, when one attempts to practice it, tends to end up in some form of not always soft fascism. Recall that fascism also presents itself as the middle road between the two extremes, capitalist individualism and communist collectivism. The cases usually mentioned are Malaysia, Thailand, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Japan, even China, but the main reference is Bhutan, where King Jigme Sinji Wangchuk and its government have promoted the concept of gross national happiness, GNH, since 1972, based on Buddhist spiritual values, as a counter to gauging a nation's development by gross domestic product, GDP. This represents a commitment to building an economy that would serve Bhutan's culture, based on Buddhist spiritual values instead of material development, such as being gauged by only GDP. 16. Sounds okay if it were not for an event which somehow spoils the picture. Often overlooked in all the attention received by the tiny Himalayan kingdom of Bhutan's much-touted Gross National Happiness Program, is that the government's version of happiness includes being free of any unwelcome ethnic minorities. More than 100,000 ethnic Nepalese, a Hindu minority in Bhutan for centuries, were forced out of Bhutan in the early 1990s by authorities who wanted to impose the country's dominant Buddhist culture. 17. This is the price we have to pay if we ignore the paradoxes of desire deployed by Freud and Lacan. Why bodhisattva is a fake? The key question that arises here is, of course, where does desire come from? How do we get caught into its illusion? Desire cannot be accounted for in the terms of the opposition between reified particular objects and the void beneath them, so that it arises when we get excessively attached to particular objects. The object cause of desire, what Lacan calls objet, is not an empirical object. It is a virtual element which disturbs the harmonious natural circuit described and celebrated by my Buddhist critics. So the vision, advocated by my critics, of a desire purified of its excess, is for Lacan totally illusory. Desire is in itself a pathological excess, a destabilization of any balanced natural order. Suzuki seems to imply that what makes a desire mortifying is its intellectualization, its submission to rational categories that reify the fluid life experience of reality into a world of fixed substantial objects. However, desire is at its most basic not an effect of mechanic intellectual imprisonment, it is a deviation inscribed into life itself. In other words, if we subtract desire from life, we don't get a more balanced life, we lose life itself. To put it succinctly, Buddhism celebrates the stepping out of the wheel of desire, while Lacan celebrates the subject's very fall into this wheel. Not compromising one's desire means a radical subjective engagement in a crazy desire which throws entire reality out of balance. Or, to put it in yet another way, Buddhism accepts the common view that the purpose of life is happiness. To quote Dalai Lama, "The purpose of our lives is to be happy." It just defines this term differently. Here are a couple of statements by Dalai Lama which make this difference clear. Happiness is not something ready-made. It comes from your own actions. / When we feel love and kindness toward others, it not only makes others feel loved and cared for, but it helps us also to develop inner happiness and peace. / We don't need more money. We don't need greater success or fame. We don't need the perfect body or even the perfect mate. Right now, at this very moment, we have a mind, which is all the basic equipment we need to achieve complete happiness. /human happiness and human satisfaction most ultimately come from within oneself. 18 following. Freud Lacan, on the contrary, asserts death drive as the basic component of our libidinal lives which operate beyond the pleasure principle. What Lacan calls enjoyment, jouissance, emerges out of a self-sabotage of pleasure. It is an enjoyment in displeasure itself. A Lacanian view is much closer to Dr. House, who, in one of the episodes of the series, when he tries to diagnosticize a patient with his group and one of his collaborators mentions that the patient radiates happiness, immediately adds happiness on a list of the patient's symptoms of his illness to be explained and abolished. The feeling of happiness is a dangerous symptom, not something we should strive for. And one should add here that the same goes for what is also considered the most spontaneous parental feeling, the immense love of one's own small child. Small children are horror embodied. Stupid, annoying, smelling bad, breaking our sleep. So the feeling of love for them is a clear case of what is called the Stockholm Syndrome, a coping mechanism to a captive or abusive situation, when people develop positive feelings toward their captors or abusers over time. Isn't this the exact mechanism of how we cope with small children? So what about the desperate Lacano-Buddhist attempt to read what Buddhism calls nirvana, as basically the same stance as that signaled by Lacan's traversing the fantasy? We cannot simply dismiss it as a gross misunderstanding of Lacan because there is a grain of truth in it. Desire is metonymic. Every empirical positive object that we desire is a trap, in the sense that, if we get it, our desire is not fully satisfied but disappointed. We experience a sine pas sie. This is not that. What we really desired. So let's drop our attachment to particular objects and just persist surfing along from one object to another. In other words, a true betrayal of our desire is precisely our full attachment to a particular object as its true object. If we renounce this, if we maintain a distance towards every object, we attain peace. We are faithful to our desire, i.e., to the void in its heart which cannot be abolished by any object. But this logic ultimately fails. For Lacan, desire in its purity, considered without an empirical object of desire, cannot be transformed into a peaceful integration into a non-substantial changing multiplicity of our reality, because desire is as such a gesture of breaking up the balance of reality. If we subtract particular objects, we get the gesture of breaking up, of disturbing the balance as such. What any particular empirical object of desire obfuscates is not the balance of a void but this negative gesture as such. Any particular object particularizes this rupture as such, transforming it into a desire for something that positively exists as a particular object. But where is here the dimension of intersubjectivity? In her relational Dharma, Janine A. Davies deploys a liberating model of intersubjectivity. Her starting point is the basic goal of practicing Dharma, which is to discern the distinction between conventional and ultimate realities through direct experience. A simple example of the distinction between conventional and ultimate reality is the difference between the concept of water and the physical sensation of water. Its salient characteristics are of wetness and of a cool, warm, or hot temperature. As awareness discriminates between the concept of water and water's physical sensations, an insightful penetration into the nature of conceptual ideation occurs. Concepts are then seen as abstractions within consciousness, mental overlays born through prior conditioning. Point 19. Davies, of course, has to concede that the practice of meditation is primarily focused on solitary, introspective methods, where stages of insight unfold within a climate of extreme mental seclusion and interpersonal isolation. Her aim is to demonstrate how Dharma can also be achieved through new practice of social interaction. In order to deploy this claim, she has to engage in the opposition between two main orientations of Buddhism, Mahayana and Theravada. Theravada concentrates on achieving Dharma by means of individual practice of introspection, while Mahayana emphasizes Dharma achieved by social interaction. Say, when an individual is afflicted by a trauma which threatens to destroy her/his psychic balance and ability to interact with others, Mahayana practices the relational Dharma approach which mediates and attunes within an environment of empathic union, nourishing an atmosphere that assuages anxiety and facilitates the generation of trust and safety to flow in the in-between. This process allows for the possibility of transforming negative or life-diminishing filters into associations that widen and deepen identity. In this experience, the appearance of something foreign, not part of or too much, is relaxed, so that one's sense of what constitutes a whole person naturally broadens and evolves, and a deeper understanding of oneself and the relationship between oneself and others emerges. Point 20. In such an approach, one achieves the inner liberty to feel another's suffering as inseparable to one's own and the compassion to seek to alleviate it, thus respecting the freedom of others as inseparable to one's own freedom, a freedom to forgive others for their transgressions. In order to forgive, the ability to step back and recognize the conditions that gave rise to his or her actions versus reacting from a place of personalizing these actions must be developed. As awareness into the causal relationships that led this individual to be wounded and act in a harmful ways becomes recognized, relational objectivity emerges and compassion becomes possible. 21. Such a stance opens up a path to peacefully revolutionize our world beset by violence and non-sustainable action. Our insight into the conscious engagement of interrelatedness may be one of the most important in terms of its spiritual, social, and political implications. It is only when we see with greater clarity the intimate causation of how we, citizens of the whole, affect totality that we find the inspiration to take personal responsibility for our presence and fine-tune our physiological, emotional, and physical resonance within the whole. Point 22. Suffering and obstacles to freedom do not simply vanish, they are not simply left behind. In an almost Hegelian way, they are re-experienced as vehicles for growth and freedom. They are deprived of their substantial identity, and put in their relational context in which they arise and disappear in codependence, resonating within the whole. Another difference between Theravada and Mahayana concerns the accessibility of nirvana, which makes the subject a bodhisattva. In Theravada, encountering somebody who already is a Buddha is needed to truly make someone a bodhisattva. Any other resolution to attain Buddhahood may easily be forgotten or abandoned during the long time ahead. Theravada thus held that the bodhisattva path was only for a rare set of individuals, and has to be transmitted through exclusive lineage, in contrast to Mahayanists who universalize the bodhisattvayana as a path which is open to everyone and is taught for all beings to follow. To maintain this universality, the Mahayana tradition has to introduce a distinction between two different notions of a bodhisattva's relationship to nirvana. The basic goal is to become arhat, the one who is worthy, a perfected person, one who has gained insight into the true nature of existence and has achieved nirvana, spiritual enlightenment. The arhat, having freed himself from the bonds of desire, will not be reborn. While the state of an arhat is considered in the Theravada tradition to be the proper goal of a Buddhist, Mahayana adds to it an even higher level, a kind of non-dual state in which one is neither limited to samsara nor nirvana. A being who has reached this kind of nirvana is not restricted from manifesting in the samsaric realms, and yet they remain fully detached from the defilements found in these realms, and thus they can help others. Point 23. We thus obtain the distinction between two kinds of nirva, the nirva of an arhat and a superior type of nirva called apratihita, non-abiding, that allows a Buddha to remain engaged in the samsaric realms without being affected by them. However, the predominant Mahayana notion of bodhisattva silently concedes that to arrive at such non-dual state is practically impossible, so he heroically sacrifices his own dharma and postpones his awakening until all living beings will be liberated. Bodhisattvas take the following vow: I shall not enter into final nirvana before all beings have been liberated, or I must lead all beings to liberation. I will stay here till the end, even for the sake of one living soul. The bodhisattva who wants to reach Buddhahood for the sake of all beings is more loving and compassionate than the sravaka, who only wishes to end their own suffering. He practices the path for the good of others, parartha, while the sravakas do so for their own good, svartha. I find this distinction between parartha and svartha potentially very dangerous. Although Mahayana appears more democratic, allowing everyone to attain dharma, does its notion of bodhisattva who refuses to enter nirvana not conceal a new form of elitism, a selected few who remain caught into our ordinary reality in the wheel of desire, legitimize their special privileged position by the fact that they could have reached nirvana, but postponed it to help all others to reach it. In some radical sense, nirvana thus becomes impossible. If I reach it, I act as an egotist, caring only for my own good. If I act for the good of others, I postpone my entry into nirvana. I consider this privileged position dangerous because it remains caught in a dualism that authentic Buddhism promises to leave behind. the realm of nirvana becomes a beyond which we strive to reach. The danger resides in the fact that this position relies on what one could call the basic syllogism of self-sacrifice. I want all living beings to overcome their suffering and achieve the supreme good. To do this, I have to sacrifice my own happiness and accept suffering. Only in this way my own life has meaning. Again, the danger is that a short circuit necessarily occurs here. I automatically take my own suffering as a proof that I am working for the good of others, so that I can reply to anyone who criticizes me. Can't you see my suffering? Who are you to criticize me when I sacrifice myself for you? At this point, happiness and sacrifice are no longer opposed, they fully coincide. What brings me happiness, in the sense of libidinal satisfaction, is the very pain of my sacrifice which I read as a proof that my life has a deeper meaning. This is why the only authentic nirvana means that I fully remain in this world and just relate to it differently. Non-abiding nirvana is the only full and true nirvana. So where does even this authentic nirvana fail? To see this, we have to turn to the status of intersubjectivity in Buddhism. Buddhism ignores the radical intersubjectivity of desire, the fact that desire is always reflexive, a desire for being desired, and that the primordial lacking object of desire is myself, the enigma of what I am for my others. From the Freudian standpoint, this is also the problem with the politically correct struggle against harassment. It presupposes that every individual has its own unique true desire, which is then repressed or oppressed due to the ideological, mostly patriarchal compulsion and other forms of social domination, so that if we get rid of this oppression, we will be able to fully enjoy in following our true desire. According to Lacan, and already Freud. However, our desire is irreducibly, constitutively, alienated, mediated by the desire of the other in all three meanings of the term. I desire to be desired by the other. My desire, even in its most transgressive form, is structured by the big other, the symbolic coordinates of my universe. The enigma that propels my desire is the enigma of the impenetrable other. What am I for others? How do they perceive me? This is why it is meaningless to search for my own true desire. As Lacan put it, my desire is the desire of the other. What this means is that, as Hegel clearly saw it, domination of others and violence towards them is a key moment of the painful process of intersubjective recognition. This violence is not an expression of my egotist self-interest. It relies on an evil, for which I am ready to put at risk my own welfare and even my life. Relational dharma is not enough to account for this evil, since this dimension of evil is constitutive of how I experience an other, as an impenetrable abyss which cannot be dissolved in a fluid network of appearances. At its most basic, evil has nothing to do with my egotist interests. It is more spiritual than simple self-interest. The Buddhist notion of samsara, the wheel of desire, ignores the spiritual aspect of evil. This is where the already quoted passage about the key difference between Freud, Lacan, Zizek et al. And Nagarjuna. The former presuppose that this rise of dominating ego is unavoidable. The best we can do is to come to terms with the ego, etc. process and try not to get too caught up in the delusional tricks it plays on us. 24. Totally misses the point. Buddhism describes how we can gradually get rid of the egotist stance of domination over others, and of being enslaved to our desires, which both cause suffering. Our goal is to reach Dharma, in which our ego dissolves in the flux of appearances and loses its substantial identity. Within this space, Freud and Lacan can only appear as going halfway. They clearly see the self-destructive nature of the dominating ego, but they ignore that there is a domain beyond the ego and its paradoxes, the domain of inner peace and happiness, so their ultimate reach is to ascribe the paradoxes of the ego. For Freud and Lacan, on the contrary, there is nothing beyond the antagonisms of our reality, nothing but a gap of impossibility that thwarts it from within. Everything that we perceive as its beyond, we project it there. What this means is not that what Buddhists describe as nirvana or dharma is an illusion or a fake. It is a profound experience of subjective destitution, but it nonetheless functions as the obfuscation of a more radical experience of a gap out of which our reality appears. Since dharma is as a rule described as the highest freedom accessible to us, one should point out that, to anyone who knows a little bit about Hegel, the radical opposition between the Buddhist and Hegel's notion of freedom cannot but strike the eye. For Buddhism, We are truly free when we liberate ourselves from the rational categories which cut into pieces and thus mortify the pure non-substantial flux of reality, while for Hegel, the basic form of freedom is precisely the infinite power of abstraction that pertains to our understanding, not reason, the power to interrupt the smooth flow of reality, and to cut mechanically reality into its pieces. The very idea that there is something, the core of the substantial content of the analyzed thing, which eludes understanding, a transrational beyond out of its reach, is the fundamental illusion of understanding. In other words, all we have to do to get from understanding to reason is to subtract from understanding its constitutive illusion. Understanding is not too abstract/violent. It is, on the contrary, as Hegel put it apropos of Kant, too soft towards things. Afraid to locate its violent movement of tearing things apart into things themselves. In a way, it is epistemology versus ontology. The illusion of understanding is that its own analytic power, the power to make an accident as such that what is bound and held by something else and actual only by being connected with it, obtain an existence all its own, gain freedom and independence on its own account, is only an abstraction, something external to true reality, which persists out there intact in its inaccessible fullness. In other words, it is the standard critical view of understanding and its power of abstraction, that it is just an impotent intellectual exercise missing the wealth of reality, which contains the core illusion of understanding. To put it in yet another way, the mistake of understanding is to perceive its own negative activity, of separating, tearing things apart, only in its negative aspect, ignoring its positive, productive aspect. Reason is understanding itself in its productive aspect. The common counter-argument is here, but is for Hegel such mortifying abstraction not just a negative moment followed by a notional mediation by means of which we return to a higher form of organic unity? Yes, but this higher organic unity in no way returns to the reality of direct experience. In it, any reference to direct experience is obliterated. We move entirely within notional self-mediation. To put it in abstract formal terms, for Hegel, first negation negates what is given some positive content, but this negation remains within the horizon of this content, while in negation of negation this very horizon is negated, we change the very field in which we move. An example from popular culture: the negation of life, of being alive, is death, but its negation is undeadness when we become living dead, outside the space of the opposition between life and death. This doesn't mean that Hegel does not allow for something that echoes the practice of meditation which, within Theravada Buddhism, has primarily focused on solitary introspective methods, where stages of insight unfold within a climate of extreme mental seclusion and interpersonal isolation. However, while in Buddhism, through such practice the mind experiences a kind of current of quiet peace, for Hegel introspection confronts us with an awful space in which ghastly apparitions of partial objects float around. Here is his most famous and often quoted passage of this night of the world. The human being is this night, this empty nothing that contains everything in its simplicity, an unending wealth of many representations, images, of which none belongs to him, or which are not present. This night, the interior of nature that exists here, pure self, in phantasmagorical representations, is night all around it, in which here shoots a bloody head, there another white ghastly apparition, suddenly here before it, and just so disappears. One catches sight of this night when one looks human beings in the eye. Into a night that becomes awful. 25. One should not be blinded by the poetic power of this description, but read it precisely. Is there not a strange echo between this passage and Hegel's description of the negative power of understanding which is able to abstract an entity, a process, a property, from its substantial context and treat it as if it has an existence of its own? That an accident as such, detached from what circumscribes it, what is bound and is actual only in its context with others, should attain an existence of its own and a separate freedom. This is the tremendous power of the negative. 26. It is thus as if, in the ghastly scenery of the night of the world, we encounter something like the power of understanding in its natural state, spirit in the guise of a proto-spirit. This, perhaps, is the most precise definition of horror. When a higher state of development violently inscribes itself in the lower state, in its ground/presupposition, where it cannot but appear as a monstrous mess, a disintegration of order, a terrifying unnatural combination of natural elements. And Hegel's ultimate lesson is to learn to tarry with the negative, not to dissolve its unbearable tensions into any kind of natural positive flux of appearances. The main opposition that traverses the recent revival of Hegel's studies is the one between Kantian and Aristotelian approach. The Kantians, Pippin Brandom, read Hegel's logic as a radicalized transcendental a priori for every possible intelligibility of the universe, while the Aristotelians insist that the transcendental dimension, which functions only insofar as it is embodied in a self-conscious living being, is grounded in and emerges from life. In her anti-Kantian Aristotelian reading of Hegel, Karen Ng 27 argues that self-consciousness has its ground in the category of life, without which the categories of reason, spirit and self-consciousness would lack content, a determinate relation to the world. In his critique of judgment, Kant tried to bridge the gap between consciousness and matter through the category of life, which implies purposiveness as its immanent principle. Yet on Kant's picture, purposiveness is merely a regulative rather than constitutive principle, a principle that judgment autonomously requires of itself for scientific inquiry, but that it does not autonomously give to nature as a principle genuinely constitutive of the objects of experience. Ng argues that this distinction does not really hold up under scrutiny, that the as-if character of regulative judgments itself seems to commit one to the thought that nature is purposively constituted such that teleological explanations are satisfactory. And it is precisely here where Hegel will seek to rescue Kant from himself, by showing that purposiveness is not just a regulative principle with merely subjective validity, but a principle with actual purchase on objectivity. So life is a context in which subjects, objects, and their relationship come to have meaning at all. 28. My position is here a third one. The opposition between organic life and reason is not all-inclusive. To pass from organic life to reason, the domain of discourse, another level intervenes which is neither life nor rationality but an irrational eruption of absolute negativity that mystics called the monstrous night of the world, of which, as we have just seen, Hegel was fully aware. Insofar as this night of the world stands for the volet of subjectivity, the barred subject dollar, my critic nonetheless has a point in approaching feminine stance to mystical night of the world. Some feminists protest, "Don't tell me what a woman is, based entirely on what she is not." 29. But this is precisely what should be done, since the basic subjective stance of a woman is pure negativity, the power of not, which is why Lacan says woman doesn't exist. So it's not women who are deficient, fallen men. Men are women who fell into determinate positive identity. This fall is what Althusser describes as ideological interpellation. Many interpreters and critics of Althusser's theory of interpellation already pointed out the circularity of the process of interpellation. Yes, ideology interpellates an individual into subject. However, for the individual to recognize itself in the interpellation, it must already be open to interpellative call, in Hegelese, it must already be a subject in itself. What this means is that we are dealing with a subtly asymmetrical mutual causation. Both the subject and the big other, the agent of interpellation, emerge through the process of interpellation. This convoluted structure is that of what Hegel called absolute recoil. The subject effect retroactively causes its cause. Recall a political case. Communists are motivated by their shared cause, but this cause exists is efficient only through the activity of its partisans. Is, however, this all we can say about the circularity of interpellation? Lacan moves one step beneath and includes into this process the moment of failure. His succinct formula is: X is interpellated into a signifying identity, i.e. subordinated to a master signifier. This subordination fails. A part of what will become subject resists interpellation, remains out of its scope, and the subject proper is this remainder. Recall the standard case of love declaration. I try to express my inner stance to my beloved. I ultimately fail, and through this failure my love is confirmed as authentic. If I express myself perfectly in my declaration, it is not love but a flat mechanic expression. So the circular paradox here is that the subject is the failure of the operation to become subject. Obstacle is a positive condition. Circularity means that the remainder of the failure of an operation retroactively causes this operation. There is no subject before the process of symbolic interpellation/subjectivization who tries to express itself in it. This subject emerges only retroactively through the failure of its attempt. We encounter a similar, although not the same, circularity also in the process of ideology. It is not enough to say that ideology presents an artificial social construct as a biological or social fact. Recall Judith Butler's classic case. Sex. Identity is not a natural fact or a fact grounded in some eternal, patriarchal or divine laws. It is the result of a complex symbolic process which is basically contingent and historically limited. One must add the opposite claim. In our postmodern era, ideology can also function as a historicist relativization of something that has deeper roots. For example, capitalist ideology presents exploitation and corruption as a contingent secondary fact, not as something that pertains to the very notion of capitalism. In other words, ideology doesn't only elevate something contingent into a necessity, it also dismisses as a contingent deviation something that belongs to the necessity constitutive of a given space. Against sacrifice. This radical negativity brings us back to the topic of sacrifice. We have seen what kind of sacrifice the notion of bodhisattva implies. It remains firmly within the frame of the traditional sacrifice. I choose to remain in the valley of tears, postponing my full enlightenment in order to work for the global elimination of suffering. Buddhist enlightenment itself implies a paradoxical self-reflective sacrifice. In emptying myself of futile desires, the pursuit of which always disappoints me, I in a way sacrifice itself. I realize that what I sacrifice is in itself worthless. This is also how the ambiguity of assuming the position of bodhisattva can be understood. Sacrificing/postponing my entry into nirvana brings me back to the space of surplus enjoyment. I am allowed to get fully engaged in a passionate struggle. The trick is that I cover up my re-entry into the domain of passionate engagement with the fake legitimization that I am just submitting myself to the high ideal of helping others. So the notion of sacrifice and its ambiguities definitely deserve a closer look. The topic of M. Night Shyamalan's Knock at the Cabin 2023 is how the end of the world is prevented by a sacrifice in the last seconds. Here is the basic storyline. 37-year-old one is vacationing with her parents, Eric and Andrew, at their remote cabin in rural Pennsylvania. Four mysterious strangers, Sabrina, Adrian and Redmond, led by Leonard, break into the cabin and tie the entire family up. They claim they have no intention to harm the family. They have been compelled by visions and an unknown power to find the family. The group foresees an upcoming apocalypse in which oceans will rise, a plague will descend, the sky will fall, and finally an unending darkness will blanket the earth. This can only be averted if the family kills one of their own as a sacrifice. Eric and Andrew believe the group is lying and the attack is rooted in hate and delusion. When the family refuses to choose, the visitors sacrifice one of them, Redmond, by beating him to death. The TV reports devastating mega tsunamis, which Leonard says is the start of the apocalypse. After he sacrifices all three of his companions, he tells the three survivors they will only have minutes to decide before it is too late, and then slashes his own throat. Upon his death, the skies darken and lightning bolts cause fires and more planes to fall. Eric now believes that the events are real. Not wanting one to grow up in a destroyed world, he offers himself as the sacrifice. He feels that they were chosen to sacrifice their family because their love was pure. Andrew reluctantly shoots Eric before lightning strikes set the cabin on fire. Andrew and Wen find the visitors' truck with belongings that mostly corroborate their stories. They drive to a crowded diner nearby, where they watch news reports confirming that the disasters have subsided. Although the notion that a chosen individual's sacrifice out of love may save humanity gives birth to Christological associations, it is difficult to imagine a more anti-Christian movie. Among recent movies, a similar sacrifice is the topic of Yorgos Lanthimos' The Killing of a Sacred Deer. 2017. A 16-year-old Martin tells the respected Dr. Stephen Murphy that, in light of Stephen botching Martin's father's surgery resulting in his death, Stephen's family will die from a mysterious illness unless Stephen himself chooses one to kill. The family starts experiencing weird symptoms, paralysis, lack of appetite, eyes bleeding. No matter what Stephen does, up to tying up Martin in his basement beating him roughly. So Stephen spins in a circle with a hat over his eyes and randomly shoots and kills his son Bob. In the final scene we see the Murphy family minus Bob at a diner. Martin walks in, looks at them without their youngest and satisfied leaves the diner. Lanthimos himself referred the story of his film to Euripides' late tragedy. Iphigenia in Aulis, in which Agamemnon sacrifices his daughter in order to pacify the goddess Artemis and bring good winds to the Greek ships on their way to Troy. Such a procedure obeys the clear logic of sacrificing something precious to prevent a much bigger catastrophe. One of its late forms is found in Stalinist show trials. By confessing their guilt, by assuming responsibility for the problems and failures of the Soviet system, the accused did a great service to the party, saving it, maintaining its purity. The troubles of daily life were not the party's responsibility. The same effort to rescue the other sustains the neurotic's guilt. The neurotic blames himself. He takes the failure upon himself in order to maintain the fantasy of an ideal father. This, however, is precisely not what happens in Christ's death. His sacrifice does not obfuscate the others, God the Father's lack. On the opposite, it displays this lack, the inexistence of the big other. It was already Hegel who wrote that what dies on the cross is the God of beyond himself. Instead of us sacrificing to or for God, God sacrifices himself and dies. The message of this paradox can only be that there is no one to sacrifice to. 4.31. In other words, as René Girard said, the sacrifice of Christ is the act destined to break / end the very logic of sacrifice. In contrast to this, the sacrifice in Knock at the Cabin remains at the level of neurotic symptoms which are tantamount to other sustaining self. Sacrifices 32, and as Johnston put it, neurotics become truly atheistic when analysis enables them to cease consciously and unconsciously making themselves suffer in the name of shielding certain significant others in their life histories from ignorance and/or impotence. The basic problem of Tarkovsky's last two films, Nostalgia and Sacrifice, is the problem of how, through what ordeal or sacrifice, is it possible today to attain the innocence of pure belief. The hero of Sacrifice, Alexander, lives with his large family in a remote cottage in the Swedish countryside, another version of the very Russian dacha which obsesses Tarkovsky's heroes. The celebrations of his birthday are marred by the terrifying news that low-flying jet planes signaled the start of a nuclear war between the superpowers. In his despair, Alexander turns himself in prayer to God, offering him everything that is most precious to him to have the war not have happened at all. In a sacrificial gesture, he burns his beloved cottage. The cabin also burns at the end of Sacrifice. The war is undone, and Alexander is taken to a lunatic asylum. In Nostalgia, this pure senseless act that restores meaning to our terrestrial life is accomplished by the same actor, Erland Josephson, who, as the old fool Domenico, burns himself publicly. To this sacrifice one should give all the weight of an obsessional neurotic compulsive act. If I accomplish the proper sacrificial gesture, the catastrophe will not occur or will be undone. The well-known compulsive gesture of, if I do not do this, jump 2 times over that stone, cross my hands in this way, etc., etc., something bad will occur. Tarkovsky is well aware that a sacrifice, in order to work, must be in a way meaningless, a gesture of irrational, useless expenditure or ritual, like traversing the empty pool with a lit candle or burning one's own house. The idea is that only such a gesture of just doing it spontaneously, a gesture not covered by any rational consideration, can restore the immediate faith that will deliver us and heal us from the modern spiritual malaise. The Tarkovskian subject here literally offers his own castration, renunciation of reason and domination, voluntary reduction to childish idiocy, submission to a senseless ritual, as the instrument to deliver the big other. It is as if only by accomplishing an act which is totally senseless and irrational, that the subject can save the deeper global meaning of the universe as such. 33. What elevates Tarkovsky above cheap religious obscurantism is the fact that he deprives this sacrificial act of any pathetic and solemn greatness, rendering it as a bungled, ridiculous act. In Nostalgia, Domenico has difficulties in lighting the fire which will kill him, and the passers-by ignore his body in flames. Sacrifice ends with a comic ballet of men from the infirmary running after the hero to take him to the asylum. The scene is shot as a children's game of catching each other. It would be all too simple to read this ridiculous and bungled aspect of the sacrifice as an indication of how it has to appear as such to everyday people immersed in their run of things and unable to appreciate the tragic greatness of the act. Tarkovsky, whose films are otherwise totally deprived of humor and jokes, reserves mockery and satire precisely for scenes depicting the most sacred gesture of supreme sacrifice, already the famous scene of crucifixion in Andrei Rublev is shot in such a way transposed into the Russian winter countryside, with bad actors playing it with ridiculous pathos with tears flowing. Such an authentic sacrifice functions as a gesture of total self-renunciation. In self-renunciation one understands one is capable of nothing. 34 In theological terms, this renunciation bears witness to the total gap that separates man from God. The only way to assert one's commitment to unconditional meaning of life is to relate all of our life, our entire existence, to the absolute transcendence of the divine. And since there is no common measure between our life and the divine, the sacrificial renunciation cannot be part of an exchange with God. We sacrifice all, the totality of our life, for nothing. The contradiction which arrests the understanding is that a man is required to make the greatest possible sacrifice, to dedicate his whole life as a sacrifice, and wherefore? There is indeed no wherefore. 35. What this means is that there is no guarantee that our sacrifice will be rewarded, that it will restitute meaning to our life. One has to make a leap of faith which, in the eyes of an external observer, cannot but appear as an act of madness, like Abraham's readiness to kill Isaac. At first glance the understanding ascertains that this is madness. The understanding asks, "What's in it for me?" The answer is, nothing. 36 The ultimate meaning of sacrifice is therefore the sacrifice of meaning itself. Knock at the Cabin may appear to purvey similar complexity, but it doesn't. What takes place is, as expected, only constant doubts of all participants, prisoners and intruders, about the reality of the catastrophic prospect which mobilizes them. A true complexity would involve a weird reversal. The terrorized family itself secretly believes in the threat, and the four fundamentalist intruders doubt their own visions which brought them there. Only in this way would we approach the ambiguities of belief today. The stratagem of sacrifice is thus to deprive death of its meaninglessness. On hearing of the death of a Turkish ambassador, Talleyrand is supposed to have said, "I wonder what he meant by that?" More commonly, this quote is attributed to Metternich, who purportedly uttered it upon Talleyrand's death in 1838. 37 Does the logic behind this remark not fit perfectly Stalinism, in which every event, no matter how contingent or natural it appears, has to have a hidden political meaning? Death is for sure an event which purveys no hidden meaning. The ultimate choice. The only true radical ethical opposition is the one between Buddhism and Lacan's formulation of psychoanalytic ethics. They are both not anti-scientific. They accept that scientific achievements cannot be reintegrates into our daily experience. Thomas Metzinger 38 claims that we cannot help experiencing ourselves as selves, i.e., it is impossible for us to phenomenologically imagine a selfless experience. One can know, in the purely epistemic sense of objective knowledge, that there is no substantial self. This is what Metzinger develops in his PSM theory of subjectivity, but you cannot believe in it. The SMT is a theory of which you cannot be convinced, in principle. This fact is the true essence and the deepest core of what we actually mean when speaking about the puzzle, or sometimes even about the mystery, of consciousness. If the current story is true, there is no way in which it could be intuitively true. 39. However, Metzinger goes a step further here. There is one caveat that he allows: the Buddhist enlightenment, in which the self directly experientially assumes his own non-being, i.e., recognizes himself as a simulated self, a representational fiction. Such a situation, in which the phenomenal dream becomes lucid to itself, directly corresponds to a classical philosophical notion, well developed in Asian philosophy at least 2,500 years ago, namely, the Buddhist conception of enlightenment. 40 Such an enlightened awareness is no longer self-awareness. It is no longer I who experience myself as the agent of my thoughts. My awareness is the direct awareness of a selfless system, a selfless knowledge. In short, there effectively is a link, or at least a kind of asymptotic point of coincidence, between the radical brain science's position and the Buddhist idea of Anatman, of the self's in existence. The Buddhist subjective stance of Anatman is the only subjective stance which really assumes the result of cognitivism, no self, and which, in certain versions at least, is fully compatible with radical scientific naturalism. But it is here that we see clearly how, although Lacan defines the Freudian subject as the subject of modern science, this proximity only makes the gap more palpable. In Buddhism, you are taught to sacrifice desire in order to attain the inner peace of enlightenment, in which sacrifice cancels itself. For Lacan, the true sacrifice is desire itself. Desire is an intrusion which throws off the rails the rhythm of our life. It compels us to forfeit everyday pleasures and comforts for discipline and hard work in the pursuit of the object of our desire, be it love, a political cause, science, or, as Neil Gaiman put it in a memorable passage, have you ever been in love? Horrible, isn't it? It makes you so vulnerable. It opens your chest and it opens up your heart, and it means that someone can get inside you and mess you up. You build up all these defenses, you build up a whole suit of armor so that nothing can hurt you. Then one stupid person, no different from any other stupid person, wanders into your stupid life. You give them a piece of you. They didn't ask for it. They did something dumb one day like kiss you or smile at you, and then your life isn't your own anymore. Love takes hostages, gets inside you. It eats you out and leaves you crying in the darkness. So simple a phrase like, maybe we should be just friends, turns into a glass splinter working its way into your heart. It hurts. Not just in the imagination. Not just in the mind. It's a soul hurt, a real gets inside you and rips you apart pain. I hate love. Point 41. There is a cure against this horror of intense love. It's called marriage. A not too vulgar joke provides an insight into a truly happy marriage. Late in the evening, a wife and a husband lie in bed. The wife is trying to fall asleep, while the husband is reading a book. Every couple of minutes, he reaches with his hand over to the wife and gently rubs his finger into her vaginal lips. After this goes on for half an hour, the wife explodes. I am trying to fall asleep. If you want to have sex, do it fast, don't play with me like that. The husband replies, sorry, it is not about sex. I am just reading a book and every couple of minutes I need to wet my finger to turn a new page. 42. This brings us to Pascal. The true Pascalian formula of marriage is not you don't love your partner? Then marry him or her, go through the ritual of shared life and love will emerge by itself. It is, on the contrary. Are you too much in love with somebody? Then get married. Ritualize your love relationship, in order to cure yourself of the excessive passionate attachment, to replace it with the boring daily custom. Marriage is thus a means of renormalization which cures us of the violence of falling in love. And, incidentally, are many radical leftist intellectuals not doing something similar to the unfortunate husband? Afraid to approach the real of actual political struggle, they just touch it fleetingly to wet their finger and go on reading and writing academic books, criticizing actual fighters. And does Buddhism not do something similar? It teaches us how to get rid of this soul hurt, while psychoanalysis compels us to fully embrace it since, as Lacan put it, the highest moral law is the law of desire. To further clarify this difference, Rammstein's Dalai Lama indicates the way. The song is vaguely based on Goethe's Der Erlkönig, King of the Elves, a poem which tells of a father and son riding a horse when the wind begins to hypnotize the child and eventually the child dies. The child in the song is on a flight with his father. As in the poem, the travelers are menaced by a mysterious spirit which invites the child to join him, though only the child can hear the spirit's invitation. However, in the poem, the alarmed father rides for help, holding the child in his arms, only to find that his son is dead. In Rammstein's song, it is the father himself who causes the child's death. What does all this have to do with the Dalai Lama? Not only does the song make fun of the Dalai Lama's fear of flying, but the lyrics demonstrate a more intimate link with the core of the Buddhist teaching. Dalai Lama's fear of flying is strangely echoed in the figure of the Lord. Man does not belong in the air, so the Lord in heaven calls his sons on the wind, to cause a strong turbulence that will kill the child. But how? Not just by crashing the plane but by directly haunting the child's soul. A choir drips from the clouds / crawls into the little ear / come here. Stay here / we are good to you / we are brothers to you. The devil's voice is not a brutal cry but a soft loving whisper. This ambiguity is crucial. The raw external threat is redoubled by a chorus of seductive voices heard only by the child. The child fights the temptation to surrender to these voices, but the father, holding him too tightly to protect him, does not notice the child's shortness of breath and pushes the soul out of the child. Note the ambiguous ending of the song. The lyrics never say that the plane really fell down, just that there was a strong turbulence. The father, who obviously stands for the Dalai Lama, wants to protect the child from the external threat of reality, turbulence, but in his very excessive protection he kills his son. There is a deeper identity here between the Dalai Lama and the King of all winds. The obvious implication is that the Buddhist protection from pain and suffering mortifies us, excludes us from life. So, to quote a well-known ironic paraphrase of the first lines of the GDR anthem, the message of Dalai Lama, effectively is Einverstanden am I to ruinen /und in Zukunft abgebrand, in agreement with the ruin / and in future burned down. 43. However, Dalai Lama gives to this standard pessimist wisdom an additional spin. The central refrain of the song is, weiter ins Verderben / wir müssen leben bis wir sterben. Further into ruin / we have to live till we die. This is what Freud called death drive at its purest, not death itself but the fact that we have to live till we die, this endless dragging of life, this endless compulsion to repeat. The refrain is what in France they call a la palissade. An empty tautological wisdom like, a minute before he died, Monsieur Lapalisse was still alive. But Rammstein turns around the obvious wisdom, no matter how long you live at the end you will die, replacing it with till you die you have to live. What makes the Rammstein version not an empty tautology is the ethical dimension. Before we die we are not just obviously alive, we have to live. For us humans, life is a decision, an active obligation. We can lose the will to live. To grasp this, we need psychoanalysis. We need it not just to account for the falsely so-called irrationalities of the contemporary libidinal economy. As we have already seen, only a reading of Hegel's dialectics through psychoanalysis enables us to connect atheist Christianity, our reading of quantum physics, and the transcendental/ontological parallax. But why is psychoanalysis needed to do this? Let me do here something impossible. I'll try to present as succinctly as possible my basic ontological stance, which, reduced to its minimum, amounts to a specific version of anti-ontology. Point 44. My reply to the big question, why is there something and not nothing? Is, because something is a failed nothing, to paraphrase Mladen. Dola's claim that being is a failed non-being. So in some sense there is only nothing and not something. But, as we learned from quantum mechanics, this nothing or void is not totally empty, it is full of wave oscillations, and for something to emerge out of nothing, the nothing should be somehow blocked, barred, not allowed to find peace in its flat zero state. So where does this barrier come from? My speculative conjecture is that it is not a mysterious something, it is another form of the nothing itself, the pure flat nothing, not the nothing full of virtual wave oscillations. We find here a strange echo of the Kabbalah notion that prior to creating the world, our reality, in a kind of radical self-contraction, God had to create nothing itself as the space for new reality. Reality thus emerges as an incontinence of the void, the title of one of my books taken from Samuel Beckett. It emerges because a barrier prevents the void to rest in itself. The word incontinence is here well chosen. Reality is an excrement of the divine void, and humans themselves, for us until now at least, the top of creation, as Luther put it, fell out of God's anus. Here my Hegelo-Lacanian position and that of Buddhism come very close, with one detail that changes everything. In Buddhism, the absolute ground out of which everything arises and dissolves back into it is the void, the abyss of internal rest. Humans should tend to rejoin it in order to get rid of desire and suffering that comes with the fall from it. Buddhism never properly explains how does the illusion of Maya, being caught in samsara, the wheel of desire, and the striving for material objects emerge in the first place. In my view, however, the barrier, or in theological terms, the fall, comes first. It logically precedes what it is presumed to fall from. At its most basic, reality is a barrier, an impossibility, nothing behind the barrier, and as we have just seen, even this void behind the barrier is divided, split in itself. The point is not that Buddhism excludes the dynamics of movement. As we have already seen, the void as the ultimate reality is the medium in which the process relational flux, the continual coming into existence and passing away of the experiential bits of the world, all of which is quite real, takes place. What the void excludes is just the idea that this flux is sustained by some deeper substantial reality, which cannot be resolved in its relations with others. The peace towards which we strive in Buddhism is nothing else than the peace of the full immersion into this flux of appearances, or, as Baidiu, the void in which multiplicities thrive. So what Buddhism tries to get rid of is the fixation on any substantial identity that is exempted from the relational flux and disturbs its harmonious balance. But where does the temptation to do this come from? The Hegel-Lacanian view turns the entire perspective around. The relational flux does not just flow in the medium of a void, it is elicited by an irreducible bar, by an impediment which we, caught in its wheel, try to fill in by some substantial entity. The primordial fact is that of an absolute contradiction, and that's why Lacan calls Hegel the most sublime of hysterics. The title of yet another of my books, The Elementary Reversal in a Dialectical Process, is the displacement of the barrier from our subjectivity. We, mortal humans, cannot comprehend all of reality, to the real which is barred already in itself, as in Christianity, where the distance that separates a human from God is transposed into God himself. God doesn't believe in himself. In the next step, of course, this self-difference in God is to be transposed into the self-difference in man. God is a name for the fact that man is not holy, not divine, but human. Whatever human being we encounter, he is not it. This is why a true materialism does not simply claim that God is a product of humans, of their imagination. God names the fact that man and not wholly man, that there is an inhuman dimension in its core. In the quantum universe we encounter a similar circularity. We should reject the notion of wave oscillations as a productive flow whose effect is the ordinary single reality which arises when a wave oscillation collapses, but also the opposite view of wave oscillations as a kind of virtual echo that surrounds actual objects. David Bohm's view. While wave oscillations in some sense produce objects, they simultaneously come second. They are already structured around a void and tend to collapse to a single reality to fill in this void. The ontological parallax also displays a similar circular structure. We try to arrive at reality the way it really is in itself, and the transcendental is the indivisible remainder, which relativizes every structure of reality. Every cognition is rooted in a certain transcendental structure which cannot be deduced from ontological cognition, since this cognition always relies on a transcendental horizon. How can this work? As we have already seen, it works only if we presuppose a certain circularity or retroactive causality, for which I use the Hegelian term absolute recoil, in my book of the same title. The basic model is here provided by Lacan's dictum that repression and the return of the repressed are one and the same. There is no positive repressed content preceding repression, no deep unconscious waiting to be set free. We find here the circularity typical of the symbolic universe. What is repressed is retroactively created by repressed. Although in a theoretical space totally different from Lacan's, Michel Foucault saw this clearly. The basic thesis of his History of Sexuality 45 is that the process of symbolization, of submissive regulation, generates what it represses and regulates, i.e., the very medical pedagogical discourse of disciplining. Sexuality produces the excess it tries to tame, sex. A process which began already in late antiquity when the Christian detailed descriptions of all possible sexual temptations retroactively generated what they fought. The proliferation of pleasures is thus the obverse of the power which regulates them. Power itself generates resistance to itself, i.e., the excess it cannot ever control. Reactions of a sexualized body to its subjection to disciplinary norms are imprevisible. This circularity is based upon the reflexive inversion that characterized desire. A repression of desire inevitably turns into a desire for repression, i.e., repression itself gets libidinally invested. It is not only that regulative oppression produces what it regulates, in the St. Paul sense that prohibition gives birth to the desire to violate it. Much more radically, the prohibition of some sexual desire or practice necessarily turns around into the desire for prohibition, i.e., the prohibition of enjoyment becomes a source of surplus enjoyment. That's why Freud had to introduce the category of primordial repression, Verdringung, a gesture that has to be presupposed and which constitutes the very space of repression, the space into which something can be repressed. Lacan gets here more specific and makes a step further. What is primordially repressed is the binary signifier, S2, the counterpart of the master signifier, S1. It is weird to read accusations that Lacan remains caught in a binary logic of sexual difference. Did he not purify psychoanalysis of the last traces of the duality of masculine and feminine principles which underlies the entire pre-modern tradition from Yin-Yang onwards? Here, then, we encounter the first paradox. Lacan didn't do what one would expect from a psychoanalyst reading philosophy. He didn't sexualize philosophy. On the contrary, he desexualized philosophy, which was till him, more broadly till Descartes, or at least till Kant, secretly sexualized. The lack of the binary signifier means precisely that, as Mladendola put it 46. While there is more than one sex, there are less than two. A woman's identity cannot be fixed into a signifier, and the entire tradition of patriarchy in which women are oppressed resides precise in the repeated attempts to construct the missing binary signifier which would complement the masculine master signifier, i.e., to impose onto women a fixed symbolic identity which determines their socio-psychic functioning. To be a true woman means to feel and act like. These attempts fail insofar as they try to eradicate the very hysterical core of feminine subjectivity which resides in the resistance to the symbolic identity imposed by the big other. The primordial hysterical question is, why am I what you are saying that I am? When some transfeminists insist on the asymmetry of the masculine and feminine sexual identities, claiming that feminine identity is somehow closer to LGBT plus flexibility than to masculinity, they are thus making a valid point. For Lacan, although there is more than one sex, there are not simply two sexes. That more is the fluid space which resists identification, and the basic aim of patriarchal ideology is to domesticate/fix it, to impose on it a firm identity, to determine what a woman really is, which means how she should be and act. When Lady Macbeth doubts if her husband is ready to commit the act she pushes him to do, killing King Duncan and taking his place, since he appears haunted by moral doubts, her rage explodes. Come, you spirits that tend on mortal thoughts, unsex me here, and fill me from the crown to the toe topful of direst cruelty. Macbeth. Act 1, Scene 5, 40-43. Unsexing obviously means here stepping out of the feminine clichés of kindness and compassion, but this in no way equals abandoning a feminine stance. A ruthless and calculating woman is also one of the clichés about woman. The main thing to note here is that in a similar, but not symmetric, way the same holds also for men. Each sex is unsexed in its own way. The reason is that feminine and masculine do not stand for a fixed set of properties. They both name a certain deadlock which can only be articulated in a series of inconsistent and even self-contradictory features. Sexual difference arises out of this very desexualization. It stands for the two ways to organize the constitutive imbalance of primordial repression. Point 47 in the first version, the binary signifier, the symmetric counterpart of S1, is primordially repressed, and it is in order to supplement the void of this repression that the chain of S2 emerges. The original fact is the couple of S1 and the void at the place of its counterpart, and the chain of S2 is secondary. In the second version, in the account of the emergence of S1 as the enigmatic term, the empty signifier, the primordial fact is, on the contrary, S2, the signifying chain in its incompleteness, and it is in order to fill in the void of this incompleteness that S1 intervenes. How are the two versions to be coordinated? Is the ultimate fact the vicious circle of their mutual implication? What if, yet again, these two versions point towards the logic of Lacan's formulas of sexuation? Contrary to our expectations, it is the first version, the multitude emerges in order to fill in the lack of the binary signifier, which is feminine, i.e., which accounts for the explosion of the inconsistent multitude of the feminine non-all, and it is the second version which is masculine, i.e., which accounts for how a multitude is totalized into an all through the exception which fills in its void. However, the symmetry between the two versions is not full, as in the case of Kant's antinomies of pure reason where mathematical antinomies logically precede dynamic antinomies. The feminine version, multiplicity fills in the lack of the binary signifier, comes first. It accounts for the very emergence of multiplicity, of the non-totalizable series whose lack is then filled in by the reflexive master signifier, the signifier of the lack of the signifier. Both versions are clearly opposed to the notion that it all begins with the multiplicity of multiplicities, which is the void, as Badiou proposes for Hegel and Lacan. Void is not the neutral medium of multiplicities but the impossible barred one, the one which is nothing but its own impossibility. This circular structure also allows us to conceptualize the two opposed ways to deal with the duality of a universal and its particular moments. We can conceive universality as the barred one, the void of its own impossibility, and particular identities as attempts to resolve this impossibility. For Hegel, for example, state is a self-contradictory notion. It cannot ever effectively stand for the interests of its particular groups, and particular forms of state are attempts to resolve the universal impossibility, to find a feasible identity that would somehow function and obfuscate the underlying impossibility/antagonism. Or, in the opposite way, we can develop how a universality arises through an exception with regard to particular multiplicities, an exception which tautolizes them. In Marx's analysis of commodities, money is such a universality. An exception, it has no use value, which as such gives body to value as the universal feature of all commodities. Lacan did something strictly homologous with his concept of the phallic signifier as the signifier without signified. Universality thus arises out of the impossibility of a particular thing to be fully itself, in Hegelese, to fit its notion. Ernesto Laclau developed this aspect in detail in his notion of the struggle for hegemony. The permanent transformation implied in the notion of the permanent struggle for hegemony is not a direct continuation of the fact that everything in nature and reality in general is permanently changing. The dialectic of hegemonic process described by Laclau, where universality is simultaneously impossible and necessary/unavoidable, introduces a tension between particularity and universality in which universality is for itself, posited as such, not just the abstract medium of particular elements. Why do we talk of universal human rights? Precisely because there are large groups of people who cannot realize their potentials within the particular role conferred on them by the existing hegemonic order. Feminism arises when women experience that their social situation doesn't allow them to realize their potentials, to which the conservative answer is, of course, that women should learn to fully identify with the social role and place allocated to them, and that their endeavor to break out of it and demand more expresses a hysteric dissatisfaction caused by external ideological propaganda. Only in the symbolic space does each particularity posit its own universality, so that the hegemonic struggle is not the struggle between particularities but the struggle of universalities themselves. And for this to happen, a bar has to affect universality itself, a bar which makes it impossible and which in this way opens up the space of hegemonic struggle, the struggle for which of the multiple particularities will assume the hegemonic role. But here again a split intervenes. Let's take a well-structured order of social hierarchy. At its top we have a master signifier, a privileged point which guarantees the stability of the entire order, and the task of a critical analysis is to demonstrate how the universality sustained by the master signifier secretly privileges a particular content, say our notion of universal human rights, privileges a series of features that characterize Western liberal individualism. This particular spin makes the universality false. Is there, then, a true universality? Marx already provided an answer. In our class societies, it is those at the bottom, those without a proper place in the social hierarchy, who stand for true universality. Proletarians are a universal class because they are a non-class among classes, a class with no stable social identity. This is why, for Marx, a proletarian is a human being as such. Does, however, all this not remain confined to the symbolic space, to the logic of the signifier? Can we transpose it into the pre-symbolic real? Here quantum physics, the topic of the next chapter, enters the game. 3. On superpositions and athings. The link between the 2023 Big Oscar winner Everything Everywhere All at Once and quantum physics was often noted. However, the Everything Everywhere version is much less radical than the scientific notion of the superposition of states. Point 1 in quantum theory, one version of multiple superpositions collapses into our common reality, but there is no fate or victory of the best in this. The collapse happens in an irreducibly contingent way. There are collapses, which are, from our standpoint, better or worse, even catastrophic, but it all depends on pure chance. Point 2 to say, it's okay to pick one and be happy with that one. The message of the film is false because it is not us who picks one. Nobody makes the choice, it just happens. In contrast to this radical contingency of the collapse, the quantum world of superpositions implied by Everything Everywhere is Bohmian. In David Bohm's interpretation of quantum mechanics, there is one substantial reality, say, of a particle, and superpositions are just pilot waves that surround it, floating around it. The awareness that other versions might have happened should mobilize us for a struggle, not lull us into resigned satisfaction. This exactly is what happened with Casablanca and the play the film is based on. Not many people are aware that Casablanca, the top candidate for the absolute Hollywood film, is based on the play Everybody Comes to Rick's by Murray Burnett and Joan Allison, written in 1940. Warner Brothers bought the rights, so that the play was staged only in 1991. We can compare the play and the movie as the two superposed versions of the same basic story. Here are the main differences. Point 3. The four main characters: Rick, Ronaldo/Renault, Lois/Ilsa, and Laszlo, are the most altered. Rick, a married man in the play who had cheated on his wife, a lawyer with a self-pitying streak, becomes in the film the cynical, tough, secretive loner. The immoral womanizer Ronaldo becomes the teasing, sophisticated, slightly sarcastic Renault. In the play, the Germans want money from Laszlo. They claim Laszlo had made $7 million from the anti-Nazi writings he published in Europe before he fled. If Laszlo turns the money over to the Third Reich, he gets to leave Casablanca. Plus, Laszlo and Lois aren't married but just lovers, both married to another person. Laszlo is not an anti-fascist hero but thoroughly cynical. He sends Lois to Rick knowing she will sleep with him for the letters of transit, and they do sleep together, in contrast to the film, which is ambiguous with regard to this point. The Lois of the play is the most changed. She is a middle-aged American tramp with no sense of loyalty, much less duty, though in the end she is ready to sacrifice herself not for a cause but for love. At the end, Laszlo and Lois get away safely as in the film, but the fate of Rick is tragic. Lois declares that she is leaving Laszlo for Rick, and he seemingly enlists her and Ronaldo in a plan to capture Laszlo, the price being the couple's safe conduct out of Casablanca. Once they're in the clear, Rick betrays Ronaldo, gives the letters of transit to Laszlo, and compels Lois to go with him, telling her, "We'll always have Paris." Rick then surrenders to Ronaldo and Strasser, likely to be sent to a prison camp and to his death. 4. The first thing to note is that, at the end, it is not, as in the film, Ronaldo Renault, who surprisingly turns out to be a good guy shooting Strasser, but Rick himself who sacrifices everything. So there is no beginning of a beautiful friendship. Not only Ronaldo remains corrupted, but the general tone of the play is that of a depressive and desperate common reality of opportunism and corruption, with no place for big gestures of patriotism and heroic political struggle. There is only one heroic act at the very end. Of course, such a vision was unacceptable for Hollywood after Pearl Harbor. But what interests us here is that in the play we get a much more realist depiction of the situation. I am well aware of the risks involved in using the term realism. With all the ambiguities and unresolved tensions that pervade our daily reality, and the movie transposes the story into a heroic melodramatic mood that befits the historical moment of anti-fascist struggle. In contrast to Everything Everywhere, the superposition of the play and the film is irreducible. No version has ontological priority. We should not reduce the play to an unimportant prequel of the final result, a great movie. The movie itself appears in a new, and more true, light if we watch it against the background of the play. So we are here much closer to the spirit of quantum theory. But do we have the right to refer to quantum mechanics in this way? How can reality itself be wrong? When a philosopher deals with quantum physics, the first temptation to avoid is to elevate its prima facie paradoxical results into a universal worldview, a formula that applies to all possible domains. Niels Bohr himself occasionally fell into this trap and argued that his notion of complementarity has wide applicability. From Kabbalah, complementarity between God's love and God's justice, between life and physics, between energy and causation, between knowledge and wisdom. Did he thereby not come close to a kind of universal metaphysics that contains all of reality, in clear contrast to his repeated insistence that quantum mechanics is just a way we describe reality, with no ontological implications? Closer to the spirit of our time, one should also reject the cultural historicization of superpositions and complementarity in quantum physics, perceiving them as one of the manifestations of the turn in the predominant ideology around 1900. The reverse of the mechanistic determinist materialism with its naive notions of objective reality, the idea that, in new scientific advances, matter is disappearing, the passage from realism to modernism in arts. With the accent on multiple subjective perspectives, general doubt in rationalism and social progress, the theory of relativity and quantum mechanics are supreme scientific achievements which cannot be reduced to or accounted for in the terms of the social and ideological circumstances that gave birth to them. Yes, quantum mechanics emerged in a specific historical constellation, but this doesn't relativize its truth, as already Marx put it, certain categories, his example is the universal notion of labor, which are valid for all times can only appear as such in their universality. In modern capitalist society in which labor becomes universal in the experienced social situation itself, workers are aware that they can pass from one kind of labor to another since they are paid for it by money, the universal equivalent of all values. In capitalism, I experience myself as a human being who is for contingent reasons engaged in one or another activity to survive. I am a universal being also for myself. A little bit more pertinent, although still problematic, is to locate quantum mechanics in the shift between appearance and reality that took place at the same time. The gap that separates the quantum level from our ordinary perceived reality is not a gap between the ultimate hard reality and a higher level unavoidable but illusory hallucination. On the contrary, it is the quantum level which is hallucinated, not yet ontologically fully constituted, floating ambiguous, and it is the shift to the higher level of appearances, our perceived reality, that makes it into a hard reality. Therein resides the embarrassing paradox encountered by the 20th century hard sciences. In, among others, quantum physics, the appearance perception of a particle determines its reality. The very emergence of hard reality, out of the quantum fluctuation through the collapse of the wave function, is the outcome of observation, i.e., of the intervention of consciousness. 5. This premise of the ontological superiority of appearances is difficult to accept, a difficulty that doesn't concern only the ideological misuse or philosophical interpretation of a science. It is a difficulty that haunts science itself. As it is clear from this last example, I approach quantum mechanics from the standpoint of the struggle between materialism and idealist or outright religious spiritualism. Throughout the 20th century, quantum mechanics was celebrated as the ultimate proof that modern science itself is leaving behind deterministic mechanical materialism, and admitted it is dealing with non-material entities, plus that the notion of our reality which takes place through being observed opens up to subjectivist denial of objective reality. Does the primacy of appearances not imply an observer to whom things appear? Some quantum physicists themselves claim that the only way to account for our entire universe is to presuppose a global external observer, i.e., God. I am thoroughly opposed not only to this direct theological solution, but also to the traditional realist stance which no less secretly relies on a divine dimension, as Einstein explicitly stated. It is only what I consider a correct reading of quantum physics which opens up the way to consequent materialism, even if, from a traditional reading, this may appear to be a weird materialism without matter. This difficulty is what we'll focus on, taking as our starting point Lee Smolin's Einstein's Unfinished Revolution, a book wonderfully characterized by George Dyson as the best explanation yet of what has yet to be explained, quoted on the book's cover. Point 6. Smolin doesn't provide a new theory of everything. After bringing out the limitations of quantum mechanics, he very cautiously formulates a series of conjectures of how what lies beyond quantum will look. To go to the end, Smolin's starting point, quantum mechanics is the most successful theory ever formulated. The only problem with it is that it is wrong. Should be supplemented with, what if the solution is not to make a big step into some unknown universe of hidden variables that would provide a full view and explanation of reality? What if the deadlocks of quantum mechanics point towards the weird fact that, measured by the standards of our reality, the reality of which quantum mechanics speaks is in some sense in itself wrong? In what sense exactly? In the sense that the universe of quantum waves described by science is incompatible with our intuitive notion of reality. Science concerns only measurable quantities. It can't give an intuitive picture of what goes on at atomic scales. So is complementarity not a notion reflected into itself? It is not just the complementarity of qualities we measure, say particles and waves or position and momentum, but also the complementarity of the observed and the observer, of the quantum phenomena and the ordinary reality in which all measurements take place. Point 7. This is why I find problematic Smolin's claim that, however weird the quantum world may be, it need not threaten anyone's belief in common-sense realism. 205. The least one can add is that common-sense realism implies a belief in substantial reality of things which cannot be resolved in or reduced to a network of relations, plus that space is an irreducible aspect of our common-sense notion of reality, in contrast to Smolin's own idea that to extend quantum mechanics to a theory of the whole universe, we have to choose between space and time. Only one can be fundamental. If we insist on being realists about space, then time and causation are illusions, emergent only at the level of a coarse approximation to the true timeless description. Or we can choose to be realists about time and causation. Then, like Rovelli, we have to believe that space is an illusion. 2048. Quantum mechanics thus imminently raises a fundamental ontological question. What is the status of its object? If it is not a part of our spatiotemporal reality, is it a part of another reality or just a theoretical fiction? But we should also turn the question around. Is what we call philosophy still able to account for what quantum mechanics is dealing with? 9. Bell's theorem. At the very beginning of his best-selling The Grand Design, Stephen Hawking triumphantly proclaims that philosophy is dead. 10. With the latest advances in quantum physics and cosmology, the so-called experimental metaphysics reaches its apogee. Metaphysical questions about the origins of the universe, etc., which were till now the topic of philosophical speculations, can now be answered through experimental science and thus empirically tested. Upon a closer look, we, of course, soon discover that we are not yet quite there. Almost, but not yet. Furthermore, it would have been easy to reject these claims and demonstrate the continuing pertinence of philosophy for Hawking himself, not to mention the fact that his own book is definitely not science, but its very problematic popular generalization. Hawking relies on a series of methodological and ontological presuppositions which he takes for granted. But we should nonetheless not ignore philosophical implications of quantum mechanics. Even when quantum mechanics may seem to indulge in wild speculations, its claims are getting empirical confirmation. The 2022 Nobel Prize for Physics was given to Alain Aspect, John F. Clauser and Anton Zeilinger for discovering the way that unseen particles such as photons or tiny bits of matter can be linked to or entangled with each other even when they are separated by large distances. Clauser said, "Most people would assume that nature is made out of stuff distributed throughout space and time, and that appears not to be the case. Quantum entanglement has to do with taking these two photons and then measuring one over here and knowing immediately something about the other one over there. And if we have this property of entanglement between the two photons, we can establish a common information between two different observers of these quantum objects. And this allows us to do things like secret communication in ways which weren't possible to do before. Point 11. The obvious question that arises here is, could there be a more complete description of the world with quantum mechanics reduced to just one of its parts? For example, could particles be carrying hidden information about what they will show as the result of an experiment, so that measurements display the properties that exist exactly where the measurements are conducted? Bell discovered that there is a type of experiment that can determine whether the world is purely quantum mechanical, or whether there could be another description with hidden variables. Point 12. If his experiment is repeated many times, all theories with hidden variables show a correlation between the results that must be lower than, or at most equal to, a specific value. This is called Bell's inequality. However, quantum mechanics violates this inequality. It predicts higher values for the correlation between the results than is possible through hidden variables. The implications of these experiments are not only practical, they point towards the direct exchange of information at long distances, but also philosophical. Today, the wave of critiques directed against the Copenhagen orthodoxy is rising. Most quantum physicists no longer endorse it. Bohr's formulations are dismissed as a theory which prohibits any theory, as variations on the theme of shut up and calculate. 13. For example, Sabine Hassenfelder's return to realism is clearly opposed to Hegel's idealism. There is a chaotic thickness, ugliness, of reality that cannot be generated by means of formal, logical, mathematical, beautiful articulations. But while the demand to confront the big metaphysical question about the reality that sustains quantum phenomena is totally legitimate, one should not too easily domesticate the basic paradoxes displayed by the quantum measurements. Not only is a kind of realism disproved by them, i.e., not only do we have to abandon the notion that a theory simply registers what goes on in independent objective reality. The properly Hegelian dimension of the elimination of hidden variables resides in the fact that this elimination does something that appears impossible for common sense. It proposes a procedure to demonstrate rationally and experimentally not the presence of something behind the phenomenal appearances but its absence, the fact that there is nothing behind. The inaccessibility of hidden depth is not just epistemological, it can be proven that it is part of reality itself. Therein resides the basic reversal of Hegelian dialectical process, so we need to formulate a philosophical version of Bell's theorem. Critics of Bohr accuse him of irrationally prohibiting any speculations about what kind of reality there is behind the phenomena we measure and translate into mathematical formula. But what if, since the ontological question persists, we should transpose the limit that prohibits us to grasp reality in itself into this reality itself, conceiving this reality as something that is barred, traversed by an irreducible impossibility? The experimental testings of Bell's inequality thus provided the first clear case of what is usually called experimental metaphysics. The result, the rejection not only of the hidden variables critique of quantum mechanics, but also of its orthodox Copenhagen interpretation, has crucial ontological implications about the nature of time and space, and about the general interconnectedness of reality. Bohr was a stubborn everyday life realist. He was never tired of repeating that only our reality exists and that all that happens in quantum physics experiments is part of our common reality. Apparatuses we use for experiments are part of this reality. The results of experiments are numbers that appear on a screen. We never see wave oscillations or other quantum entities. The entire edifice of quantum mechanics is just a mathematical construct we use to account for the connection between phenomena we observe in our reality. It doesn't point to another sphere of reality beyond or beneath our common reality. The paradox is that, although experiments which confirmed Bell's hypothesis, a link between particles faster than the speed of light, were taken as a victory of Bohr against Einstein's insistence on hidden variables, they renewed the debate about the ontological status of quantum phenomena. In an anti-Bohr spirit, Bell spoke of beables as opposed to observables. Reality is not a chaotic mess waiting for observers so that it can collapse into observable objects. It is something that should be analyzed the way it is in itself. The link between two particles that connects them faster than light means that at a certain level of reality, the time/space dimension functions in a way that is fundamentally different from the time/space of our reality. Either information can move faster than light or there is another level of space where what appears to us far away is next to us. We should be careful to note here that the results of experiments which tested Bell's theorem do not exclude hidden variables as such, they only exclude local hidden variables, i.e., hidden variables which operate within our timespace in which the greatest speed is the speed of light. So the question remains, how are two correlated particles connected beyond our spacetime, since it seems that a signal passes between them faster than the speed of light? David Bohm's pilot wave theory, which tries to explain this, implies precisely such non-local hidden variables. In quantum mechanics, counterfactual definiteness (CFD) is the ability to speak meaningfully of the definiteness of the results of measurements that have not been performed, i.e., the ability to assume the existence of objects and properties of objects, even when they have not been measured. The term counterfactual definiteness is used in discussions of physics calculations, especially those related to quantum entanglement and to the Bell inequalities. In such discussions, meaningfully means the ability to treat these unmeasured results on an equal footing with measured results in statistical calculations. Point 14. How far do we go here? Bell's violation demonstrates an absence, not a presence. Does then entanglement not imply a kind of counterfactual definiteness? If one element goes up, we know without measurement that the other one goes down. Becker quotes David Deutsch, who brought out the best argument for the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. The Everett many worlds interpretation explains well how the quantum computer's behavior follows from its having delegated subtasks to copies of itself in other universes. When the quantum computer succeeds in performing, almost instantly, computations that would have taken days by the best non-quantum computers, how would the conventional interpretations explain the presence of the correct answer? Where was it computed? 253. The task is to define this place where it was computed, not as another reality like ours, but as another virtual but effective place. Bell's theorem shows a path to this with its three key features: contextuality, imperfection, counterfactual definiteness. In quantum mechanics, contextuality is the dependence of an observable's outcome on the experimental context, i.e., on the system-apparatus interaction, which means that the order in which measurements are made matters. Or, to evoke the standard example of a conversation between Anna and Beth, the answers Anna gives depend on the choice of which questions Beth is asked. 55. Contextuality occurs in situations in which our system is described by at least three properties, which we can call A, B, and C. A is compatible with both B and C, so A may be measured simultaneously with either B or C. But B and C are not compatible with each other, so we can measure only one at a time. So we can measure A and B, or we can measure A and C, and the paradox is that the answers to A depend on whether we chose to measure B or C along with A. The conclusion is that nature is contextual. 56. Probabilistically, complementarity means that the joint probability distribution does not exist. One has to operate with contextual probabilities. The Bell inequalities are interpreted as the statistical tests of contextuality, and hence incompatibility. For context-dependent probabilities, these inequalities may be violated. 15. However, what is the ontological status of such context-dependent probabilities? Is it not clear that they cannot stand on their own, or, as Smolin put it, that any system quantum mechanics applies to must be a subsystem of a larger system? 26. Why? Because for Bohr, is doesn't cover the ordinary reality in which we measure quantum phenomena. Observers and measuring systems are not part of the system being studied, and quantum mechanics cannot cover the gap that separates the two. 16. Smolin tries to imagine a solution here by way of stepping beyond the quantum. To designate the basic elements of the universe, Smolin proposes a neologism nads, Leibniz's monads minus mo. In the spirit of Democritus' neologism den, he subtracts the negation me from meden, the term for nothing. In this sense, nads are also in a way something that is less than nothing. Unlike the standard reading of Democritus' atoms, Smolin's nads are not substantial entities but a network of relations. Originally, these interactions occur in time only, not limited by the speed of light. This limit emerges only with the appearance of spacetime. How, then, does space arise out of spaceless temporal events and their intermingling? Space arises as a coarse-grained and approximate description of the network of relationships between events, and quantum non-localities are remnants of the spaceless relations inherent to the primordial stage, before space emerges. 236. Smolin's main argument for the theory of decoherence is a lack of clones. Large objects are unique, they have no clones, so they bring about a collapse into single reality. Macroscopic systems which have no copies anywhere in the world don't obey quantum mechanics. But all of reality cannot be sublated into our spacetime, so quantum physics arises from non-local interactions left over when space emerges. 240. In my terms, quantum phenomena bear witness to the fact that God itself, the big other, is deceived, that some things elude its grasp. I am, of course, by far not qualified to pass a judgment here, since this topic is very complex. How does decoherence relate to collapse of the wave function in a measurement? Are they the same? Obviously not directly, since the way Smolin describes decoherence, it happens objectively. Plus, how does observation differ from views that characterize every nad? Are such views not a more basic mode of observation? This brings us back to the key ontological problem of quantum mechanics avoided by Bohr: how to account for the split between observed/measured phenomena, quantum waves, and the entire complex machinery of observation, not only observers but also the instruments we use to do the measurements, which is firmly located into our reality. The first thing to do is to take note of the fact that every way of drawing a boundary splits the world into two incomplete parts. There is no view of the universe as a whole, as if from outside of it. There is no quantum state of the universe as a whole. If relational quantum theory had a slogan, it would be many partial viewpoints define a single universe. 197. Carlo Rovelli gives to such relational quantum mechanics a specific spin. Reality consists of the sequence of events by means of which a system on one side of the boundary may gain information about the part of the world on the other side. This reality is dependent on a choice of boundary because what is a definite event, something that definitely happened for one observer, could be part of a superposition for another. 198. Apropos Schrödinger's cat, our observation decides if the cat in the box is dead or alive, But we can also posit the cat itself as the observer of the signal from the detector, etc. If it doesn't make sense for us to exist in a superposition, it surely doesn't for the cat either. 53. Such a view also enables us to reject the Everett theory of multiple universes. It implies that we can occupy a godlike position from which we can posit that the infinity of branches really exists. But we are not godlike, we are observers living inside the universe, we are part of the world that the wave function describes. So that external description has no relevance for us, or for the observations we make. 165. Note again the mention of God at this crucial point. Here, however, one has to add that a vision of the universe of wave functions in which NADs interact through viewing each other, viewing in the abstract sense of limited links which connect a NAD with its environment, and in which gaps between observers and observed emerge continuously, doesn't allow us to posit relational reality as an all-encompassing reality within which gaps emerge. There has to be a void, a limitation beyond which there is nothing. In wave reality itself is non-all, feminine. Not simply without boundary, but with an empty boundary which makes it non-all. Masculine is the gap of decoherence, with the exception of the observer. Theology provides here a false solution. Reality can be conceived as all through God, as universal observer. This paradox enables us to explain why Bell's theorem is so revolutionary. As Becker pointed out, it implies a move from perfection to imperfection. Bell's stroke of brilliance was to consider imperfection, rather than perfection. 151. This is why Bell's theorem is the most profound discovery of science. 141. It provides a formula of the result expected if there is no faster-than-light interconnection, in order to refute it. Imperfections usually serve to demonstrate that other hidden variables must be at work. In the case of Bell's theorem, they serve the opposite end. They prove that there is nothing behind a deceived God. In the debate between theology and atheism, we encounter a similar problem. The usual argument of religious theorists is that it is possible to pretend to explain reality without reference to God, i.e., that God is a hypothesis we don't need, as Laplace famously replied to Napoleon, but it is not possible to prove that something doesn't exist. However, a true materialist does exactly this, which is why it has to pass through religion. To make this point clearer, let's take a closer look at Napoleon and Laplace. When Napoleon visited Laplace, he asked him, "They tell me you have written this large book on the system of the universe, and have never even mentioned its creator." Laplace replied, "Sire, I had no need of that hypothesis." Religious commentators claim that this reply is constantly misused to buttress atheism. Of course, God did not appear in Laplace's mathematical description of how things work, just as Mr. Ford would not appear in a scientific description of the laws of internal combustion. But what does that prove? That Henry Ford did not exist? Clearly not. Neither does such an argument prove that God does not exist. Austin Farrer comments on the Laplace incident as follows: "Since God is not a rule built into the action of forces, nor is he a block of force, no sentence about God can play a part in physics or astronomy. We may forgive Laplace. He was answering an amateur according to his ignorance, not to say a fool according to his folly. Considered as a serious observation, his remark could scarcely have been more misleading. Laplace and his colleagues had not learned to do without theology, they had merely learned to mind their own business. Point 17. The religious side makes here a worthwhile point. The fact that natural scientific explanation of the universe doesn't need to evoke God is true, since it is basically tautological. In the space of natural determinism, even if it admits an irreducible contingency, there is no place for entities like God, free will, etc. But this does not prove that there is no God. God can still be conceived as a transcendent cause of the entire cosmos. So here a reference to Bell becomes crucial. Bell's genius resides in the way he succeeded in demonstrating that something, hidden variables, doesn't exist, and a true atheist materialist should do the same for God. Not just prove that we don't need God to explain reality, but to prove that God cannot exist. The problem is that most of the practitioners of quantum mechanics avoided this path. Becker claims that every interpretation has its critics, though the proponents of basically every non-Copenhagen interpretation are usually agreed that Copenhagen is the worst of the lot. 287. I agree. But my reaction to it is a variation of Churchill's well-known quip about democracy, which he took from someone else. Democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others that have been tried. Yet, Copenhagen orthodoxy is the worst imaginable. It is not an argument at all, just an outright prohibition to raise the very ontological question of the status of quantum phenomena. However, all others, solipsism of observer, hidden variables, Bohm realism, many worlds interpretation, are worse because they fill in the ontological gap kept open by the Copenhagen interpretation. So instead of filling in this gap by way of proposing its positive explanation, we should just displace it, posit it into the very heart of reality itself. If a rumor that Bohr was an avid Kant reader is true, one should accomplish here a move from Kant to Hegel. Bohr limits reality to what Kant calls the space of transcendental constitution forever separated from the in itself, and Hegel challenges us to transpose this separation into the in itself. Or, as they say in quantum theory, what if the imperfection implied by complementarity is a feature and not a bug? 89. To put it in yet another way, Bell's theorem is significant not because of what it is, but what its negation implies. A violation of Bell's theorem in experiment is proof that quantum mechanics cannot be described by hidden variables, and thus by classical mechanics. 18. Here is a simple description of the experiment that I took from Paul Mainwood. I am going to allow my two electrons to communicate as much as I want in advance of their being emitted from the source. Now they are emitted by the source and fly apart, each to their own detector. I am going to set things up so that I ban them from all communication once they are in flight. I am also going to allow my detector operators a free choice as to the angles they choose to set their detectors and ban all communication between them too. How much correlation can there be between the readings of spin, positive and negative, that I get from the two detectors? The answer to the question depends on the relative setting of the angles of the two detectors. Let's start with the case where the two detectors are set at the same angle as one another. For the case where the two detectors measure in the same direction, here's an easy plan that can give you full 100% correlation. But now, what if the detectors are not set at the same angle? For example, if we place the detector angles at 90 degrees to one another and use the same rules, it is straightforward to see that we'd get zero correlation. Half the time, the demons in each of the two electrons will shout the same word, and half the time they'll shout opposite words. But what happens if the demons don't know what angles the detectors will be set at? As long as there is no communication between the electrons once in flight, and so long as the angles of the detectors are set independently, then any scheme has a limit on the correlation value that is shown by the green areas here, figure 3.1. But what if you get to quantum mechanics, and you set up exactly this setup with two real electrons that are entangled with one another? Quantum mechanics predicts that these two electrons will give more correlation in their spin measurements than this limit. Here's the quantum line in red. Figure 3.2. Figure 3.1. Figure 3.2. This gives us Bell's theorem. No local equals no communication between the electrons/detectors. Realistic equals any kind of machinery or demon thing that contains state assignments or probability distributions for measurement outcomes. Model can reproduce the predictions of quantum mechanics. There is too much correlation predicted by quantum mechanics for any local, realistic scheme to work. 19. Incidentally, in a popular explanations of this experiment, the imagined situation often used is the one of Bob and Alice, two roulette players interacting in a complex set of two triple roulettes. From a superdeterminist position, we can of course question the status of Alice's and Bob's contingent decisions. Are they really contingent or even free? Are they not also parts of the determinist reality into which they intervene? Plus, the comparison with Alice's and Bob's card cheating connotes sexual difference, woman versus man. But the term cheating points in the right direction of how quantum reality cheats the laws of our reality. Now we can return to our basic question of materialism and quantum physics. Quantum physics is truly materialist insofar as it allows such ontological cheating. In his advocacy of hidden variables which are needed to explain quantum measurements, Einstein produced a pure formula of subjects supposed to know by way of providing a clear formulation of what Lacan called knowledge in the real. Somebody must know, the photon must know. 20. When asked about the basis for his realist stance, he explained, I have no better expression than the term religious, for this trust in the rational character of reality and in It's being accessible, at least to some extent, to human reason. But it is precisely this knowledge in the real that is shattered in quantum physics. Quantum phenomena bear witness to the fact that nature doesn't know how to act, that its laws are not all-inclusive. Anton Zeilinger mentions that there is a joke that has been circulating among quantum physicists for decades. Since God was too lazy to fully determine reality, leaving parts of it ontologically incomplete, he is repeatedly annoyed by the quantum experiments. Humans are again making that quantum experiment which will prove that I didn't finish my work of creation, so I have to put more work quickly to fill in the gaps of incompleteness. 21. Bohr is quoted as saying, "There is no quantum world. There is only an abstract quantum physical description. It is wrong to think that the task of physics is to find out how nature is. Physics concerns what we can say about nature." 22. This vaguely positivist statement was echoed by Heisenberg. We have to remember that what we observe is not nature in itself but nature exposed to our method of questioning. 23. No wonder that Heisenberg as a German formulates a version closer to hermeneutics. Bell proposes here a third way. The universe of quantum waves is not just our description of reality. It uncovers a new reality which obeys different laws than those of our ordinary spatiotemporal reality, with linear time and three-dimensional space. In short, the link between the two correlated particles appears as a spooky action at a distance, only if we stick to the standard notion of space, of spatial distance. What if we introduce the notion of heterogeneous spaces? This is why we stumble here, again, upon a spiritualist temptation. What if the non-local link is a simultaneous atemporal spiritual bond of everything, an indication of a reality different from our spatiotemporal materiality? Again, this is the pseudo-solution we should unconditionally reject. Yes, photons are in themselves massless, so they don't move in time or space, everything happens among them instantaneously, but this matterless other space nonetheless remains real. If we look for some kind of spiritual dimension, it is present in Einstein and not in Bohr. The fact that Einstein, who didn't believe in a personal God, talks about God when evoking the universal laws of nature confirms that God is the ultimate figure of the big other, and that Descartes was right when he claimed that only a non-deceiving God can sustain our knowledge about reality. In order for science, true knowledge, about the external world as well as about ourselves as residential extensi, that is to say, as bearers of sensible properties, to constitute itself, it is necessary to presuppose/demonstrate the existence of a God who is not deceiving us, who created eternal truths and, as Descartes put it, planted them like seeds into our souls. This God is not a God of religion but a God of philosophers and scientists, to follow Pascal's differentiation between the God of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, and the God of philosophers and scientists. A human can become a subject of knowledge who dominates the world, but only as a depositary of the truths of the other. 24. But, as Lacan pointed out, the passage from universal doubt through certitude to cogito ergo sum, as a residential cogitans, is not as smooth as Descartes' deduction implies. Anxiety arises when my trust in everyday reality breaks down, when I see that I cannot rely on any figure of the big other, that the big other is not just deceiving but deceived itself, inconsistent. The paranoiac vision of a genie Malin. A deceiving God which is a fantasy reaction to the true anxiety. It reestablishes the big other who controls things, although in the evil form the big shift happens here. My belief in a big other who controls things is restored. Then comes the third moment, the proof that God cannot be a cheating deceiver but must be truthful. So the first form of certitude is not simply the certitude that I exist even if all objects of my thoughts are hallucinations. It is the negative certitude that I cannot rely on anything or anybody. This certitude is the opposite of the certitude of being. It could rather be formulated in this way. I know that the other is inconsistent, that it can cheat me, and that, for this reason, my knowledge provides no solid ground, therefore I am not. We are dealing with the certitude of non-being. 25. Even before God enters, there is a subtle shift from I doubt about everything to when I doubt I think know this so I am. At the high point of anxiety when I am certain of my non-being, I am a pure void of a subject dollar, because I am as a subject dollar only insofar as the other is inconsistent. I am not means that I am barred subject. The moment I say, I know that I am no longer a subject. I transpose myself into the domain of objective reality where I am one among the existing things which are the object of science. This is why Lacan can claim simultaneously that the subject of modern science is the Cartesian subject and that modern science forecloses subject. Modern science is grounded in the Cartesian radical doubt which shatters our everyday life world, undermines our being in the world, our trust in reality. In other words, modern science is grounded in the experience of pure, substanceless subjectivity, a void of non-being. However, in its functioning, modern science forecloses this dimension and simply ignores its position of enunciation, reducing its discourse to talking about external reality towards which we maintain a safe distance. Subject as nothing becomes no subject. Science is supposed to be objective. One can mobilize here the difference between the two German terms Zweifel and Verzweiflung, used already by Hegel. Zweifel means a simple doubt. From the safety of my subjective stance, I doubt about things outside of my space. Verzweiflung means that my subjective position is also threatened. It implies subjective despair. Space or time. So what has all this to do with quantum physics? Quantum physics provokes anxiety, ontological uncertainty. Its implication is that the big other itself is deceived, that there is a lack/inconsistency in the big other. The subject is here not foreclosed, excluded as in objective science, it returns as the observer, which makes measurements and thus causes the collapse of quantum waves into objects of our normal reality. However, this observer is not the pure subject but already an agent as part of normal external reality. Consequently, the Copenhagen interpretation advocated by Bohr and others obfuscates the most radical dimension, the ontological scandal, of quantum physics, by way of reducing it to the way we speak, with no ontological implications. Bohr was not too skeptical about external reality, quite the opposite, by constraining science to the way we speak about phenomena of our ordinary reality, which is the only reality there is. He protected this reality from all doubts and uncertainties. The many worlds interpretation solves the problem of the collapse of a wave function in a different way, by proposing a model without collapse. A wave function does not collapse into one reality. Decoherence gives birth to multiple realities, i.e., all superposed options are actualized according to the Schrödinger's equation that governs the wave function of a quantum mechanical system. Given a set of known initial conditions, the Schrödinger equation gives the evolution over time of a wave function, the quantum mechanical characterization of an isolated physical system. Point 26. Many worlds are all real, although each with a different probability, but if a variance probability is just 1%, it is no less real than, say, the one with 90% probability. The ontological gap between quantum waves and our ordinary reality thus disappears. There are only quantum waves with all their superposed versions actualized. Based on this insight, Sean Carroll postulated that from an impossible objective view, we could give a full deterministic description of reality. The problem is only that we would not know to which of multiple worlds we belong, i.e., where are we, observers, located in this multitude of worlds. Point 27. Is this not the problem with the Cartesian cogito? The subject reduced to a pure observer has no place in mechanically determined external reality, and it exists as subject only if it has no place. Lacan knew this when he wrote that modern science is based on the foreclosure of the subject. And does the same also not hold for how capitalism and predestination implicate each other? Capitalism, a system which pushes individuals to incessant activity, is theologically grounded in Protestant notion of predestination, which claims that our loss or salvation are decided in advance, and are independent of our activity. How can this be? Would it not be much more logical to claim that predestination enjoins us to inactivity? Everything is already decided in advance, so relax and enjoy, why worry? The point is that we don't know how our lives are predestined, and this pushes us to incessant activity. But what if we, as Hegelians, follow here his basic axiom? It is crucial to grasp the absolute not only as substance but also as subject. What if we make here the move from the epistemological to the ontological dimension? What if this limitation, the impossibility to locate ourselves into the complete picture of reality, is not only epistemological but also ontological? In other words, what if the notion of the objective total view not only implies an impossible epistemological position of an all-knowing subject, but is also ontologically false? What if this impossibility to include the subject into the total view of reality is the symptom of an impossibility that is immanent to reality itself? This impossibility means that reality is in itself not all inconsistent with gaps, and it is this hole in reality itself, not just in our knowledge of it, that makes collapses of wave function necessary. 28. This impossibility also maintains an irreducible contingency, locating it into the very basic structure of reality. But is it adequate to say that, in the many worlds interpretation, there is no collapse? Is it not rather that there is an infinite number of multiple collapses since all possibilities in a wave function are actualized? Although the main premise is here that there is no ordinary reality, just wave functions, is it not that what we get are multiple ordinary realities with no contact with each other? In other words, does the many worlds interpretation not rather obliterate wave functions in their ontological specificity, as different from our ordinary reality? Instead of wave functions with their superpositions of possibilities, we get multiple realities, a price to be paid for reasserting complete determinism. Point 29. As we have already seen, Einstein refused the chance aspect of quantum theory, famously telling Niels Bohr, "God does not play dice with the universe." 30. Einstein's other favorite saying that the Lord is subtle but not malicious is related to the same conviction of rationality. Nature hides her secret because of her essential loftiness, but not by means of ruse. 31. It is not enough to counter Einstein's statement with the opposite claim that God does deceive us. This still leaves unscathed the figure of God as an agent who manipulates us but knows what he is doing. His own integrity remains intact. We should apply to God himself the line from 1 John 1 verse 8. If we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. God deceives himself, which is why there is sin in him and the truth is not in him. But even this figure of self-deceiving God is not enough. God is deceived not simply by himself but by something that is in himself more than himself. How are we to understand this crazy claim? First, we should conceive God here as the ultimate figure of the big other, the symbolic space which registers everything there is and thereby confers on it symbolic existence. Then we should take into account the lesson of quantum physics. Particles appear and vanish before being registered by the big other, floating in a sphere outside what God notices. Here we should reject Kies's claim that what Lacan also expresses the God hypothesis as, there is something of the one L de Elon, and there exists one L existon. 32. De Elon, mentioned in Encore, is not a figure of God but the pre-symbolic ones as synthems, whose status is that of a particle which emerges out of the void of the thing and disappears/disintegrates before its existence is registered by the big other. Miller is right to point out that there is such a thing as one is the counterpart to there is no such thing as the sexual relation. 33. There is no sexual relationship once we are occupied by the big other, caught in the symbolic network, but ones as synthems are precisely remainders of something that a priori escapes God's grasp. Let's elaborate further here the parallel with quantum mechanics. Imagine that you have to take a flight on day X to pick up a fortune the next day, but do not have the money to buy the ticket. But then you discover that the accounting system of the airline is such that if you wire the ticket payment within 24 hours of arrival at your destination, no one will ever know it was not paid prior to departure. In a homologous way, the energy a particle has can wildly fluctuate so long as this fluctuation is over a short enough time scale. So, just as the accounting system of the airline allows you to borrow the money for a plane ticket provided you pay it back quickly enough, quantum mechanics allows a particle to borrow energy so long as it can relinquish it within a time frame determined by Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. But quantum mechanics forces us to take the analogy one important step further. Imagine someone who is a compulsive borrower and goes from friend to friend asking for money. Borrow and return over and over again with unflagging intensity. He takes in money only to give it back in short order. A similar frantic shifting back and forth of energy and momentum is occurring perpetually in the universe of microscopic distance and time intervals. Point 34. This is how, even in an empty region of space, a particle emerges out of nothing, borrowing its energy from the future and paying for it, with its annihilation, before the system notices this borrowing. The whole network can function like this in a rhythm of borrowing and annihilation, one borrowing from the other, displacing the debt onto the other, postponing the payment of the debt. It is really like the subparticle domain playing Wall Street games with the futures. A minimum of time always elapses between a quantum event and its registration, and this minimal delay opens up the space for a kind of ontological cheating with virtual particles, An electron can create a proton and thereby violate the principle of constant energy, on condition that it reabsorbs it quickly enough, i.e., before its environs take note of the discrepancy. This is how God himself, the ultimate figure of the big other, can be deceived by a swarm of ones which escape its grasp. This is how one should read the notion of half-God introduced by Chiesa, God who is not fully the demiurge of all there is, God to whom a whole layer of things escapes, or as Lacan put it is not so much a question of knowing whether he is not a deceiver but what Descartes does not bring up, whether he is not deceived. 35 Chiesa is here too short. Deceived is not the same as not believing in himself, it implies a much stronger decentering of God. Another paradox for our common sense of this notion of borrowing energy from the future and paying for it with its annihilation before the system notices this borrowing is that it seems to involve what it would be difficult not to perceive as a kind of backwards time travel. Point 36 are closed causal loops in which is both the causal future and causal past to be excluded. Retrocausality allows us to explain faster than light link between particles without violating speed of light as the fastest possible movement. When two entangled particles are split, information from one particle first travels with the speed of light back in time to the moment of their split and then travels forward to the other particle, so that their link appears simultaneous. We don't necessarily need to posit general reversibility of time. The basic direction of time remains forward, from the past to the future, and the occasional detours through the past just complicate the overall movement. Is there a parallel in nature of the time structure described by Dupuy? At what level can we say that natural processes do not just develop obeying linear causality, that they may also involve a vision of future and react to it? Dupuy points out the homology between his notion of projected time, in which different futures coexist, and the basic idea that future is necessary. There are no alternative possible futures since the future is necessary. Instead of exclusive disjunction, there is a superposition of states. Both the escalation to extremes and the absence of one are part of a fixed future. It is because the former figures in it that deterrence has a chance to work. It is because the latter figures in it that the adversaries are not bound to destroy each other. Only the future, when it comes to pass, will tell. Here theology enters. How? If we consider our situation as that of superposed realities, we are not dealing with multiple options within the same global reality in which a complex situation sometimes offers different paths to be taken. Now you have to decide, do this or that, and the consequences can be far-reaching. We are dealing with something much more radical. At the symbolic level, our entire reality, past included, changes, and from this new position, a new way to act is not just an option within the frame of the same existing reality but the only logical, necessary, even thing to do. In the terms of the previous hegemonic ideology, such a change cannot but appear as a miracle, since it cannot be accounted for within the frame of the hegemonic ideology. This miraculous change, which opens up a new possibility, yes, we can, is a theological moment. It shatters the very foundations of our being by way of making us aware that what we took for our reality is a fragile symbolic construct. And Dupuy is aware of a link with quantum mechanics. I arrived at the concept of superposition of states by a line of reasoning that owes nothing to quantum theory. Even so, there are unmistakable affinities at the very least between the metaphysics of projected time and some of the basic concepts of quantum mechanics. 37 So what kind of notion of time, in its contrast to space, does such a notion of universe rely on? The three major rival metaphysical views of time are presentism, possibilism and eternalism. See Figure 3.3, 38. Figure 3.3. Presentism is the ontologically austere view. Only the present exists, the past has been but is no longer, while the future will come to be but is not yet. Then we have the tree model, which is closest to our common sense view. The past and the present form a stable block of what really took place or is taking place, while the future is open to chance and to our freedom. The block universe is philosophically most interesting. It basically reduces time, temporal change, to space. Everything there is exists in an eternal present, and the flow of time is just the illusion due to our limited view constrained to the present. The purest version of the block universe, in which time is reduced to a secondary dimension, was recently deployed by Rovelli, who posits that reality is just a complex network of events onto which we project sequences of past, present, and future. The whole universe obeys the laws of quantum mechanics and thermodynamics. out of which time emerges. He argues that our perception of time's flow depends entirely on our inability to see the world in all its detail. Quantum uncertainty means we cannot know the positions and speeds of all the particles in the universe. If we could, there would be no entropy and no unraveling of time. 39. Rovelli spells out clearly the ontological implications of this view. What we experience as our temporal reality is not a fundamental constituent of the world. It only appears to us. Because the world is immense, and we are small systems within the world, interacting only with macroscopic variables that average among innumerable small microscopic variables. We, in our everyday lives, never see a single elementary particle or a single quantum of space. We see stones, mountains, the faces of our friends, and each of these things we see is formed by myriads of elementary components. We are always correlated with averages. They disperse heat and intrinsically generate time. Time is an effect of our overlooking of the physical microstates of things. Time is information we don't have. Time is our ignorance. 222 to 340. What this means at the level of ontology is that we must not confuse what we know about a system with the absolute state of the same system. What we know is something concerning the relation between the system and ourselves. 223. What really exists out there, reality in itself, the absolute state of the system, is composed of quantum events and their interactions which take place outside time, and we should strictly distinguish this reality in itself from the way reality appears to us due to the limitation of our view. The classical metaphysical difference between reality and appearances returns here with a vengeance, and Parmenides wins over Heraclitus. No wonder Einstein viewed with sympathy the idea of a block universe and played with it. This idea is not a crazy extrapolation but a necessary implication of a fully deterministic view of the universe. Consequently, the only way to really save time in whatever form is to conceive reality as not all as incomplete, and in this sense as open towards the future. What this means is that what Rovelli calls the absolute state of reality, its complete description, is not only out of reach to us, finite limited observers, it is in itself a meaningless notion that should be abandoned. The ignorance that separates us, our view, from the absolute state of reality is immanent to reality itself. Reality is in itself barred, traversed by an impossibility. Usually idealists privilege time, our thoughts happen in time but cannot be located in space, while materialists insist on the irreducible character of space. Even our thoughts have to be located in the spatial reality of our brain. But we should turn this privileging around. So which of the three models should we adopt? Not that of a tree, possibilism, with past and present determined and an openness just towards the future, but a fourth one, the historicity of block universe itself. Each now, say every historical epoch, reconstructs its own vision of the past and of the future. And when a true change happens, not just a repetition of the same, the whole blockchain is transformed. There is a wonderful, and politically correct in the best sense of the term, anecdote about Hans Eisler, Schoenberg's pupil who became after the Second World War a kind of official composer of the GDR, but never renounced Schoenberg, withstanding all the pressures of the official ideology. He justified his fidelity with an old Chinese proverb: "The one who does not love and honor his teacher is a dog." Eisler's friend Hans Mayer asked him where did he find this proverb, and Eisler answered, "I invented it." 41. This is the correct dialectical materialist stance. The greatest creative act is not to be original and break with the past, but to reinvent a new past. The past itself is open towards the future. It is not simply what really happened but full of cracks, of alternate possibilities. The past is also what failed to happen, what was crushed so that what really happened could have happened. It is at this point that we should avoid the fatal trap of conceiving this openness of reality, in the sense of a single temporal reality, which is open towards the future and solicits incessant gradual progress. No wonder that Smolin, an opponent of blockchain theory and advocate of the reality of time, co-wrote a book with Roberto Unger 42, whose stance is that of a radicalized pragmatism. The operational ideology of the shortening of the distance between context-preserving and context-transforming activities. It is thus a program of permanent revolution, however, a program so conceived that the word revolution is robbed of all romantic otherworldliness and reconciled to the everydayness of life as it is. Point 43. We get here an example of how a sociopolitical vision of gradual progress, of the permanent self-transformation of humans, echoes a fundamental ontological vision. A similar progressive vision was deployed by Cornelius Castoriadis in his reading of Aristotle. Against the notion of imagination as negative, as a false representation of reality, Castoriadis argues that hidden deeper within the philosophical tradition was a discovery of a primary imagination that is not simply negative. Indeed, in De Anima 3.7 to 3.9, Aristotle argued that the primary imagination is a condition for all thought. For Castoriadis, this claim implies that there can be no grasp of reality without the primary imagination. It should be interpreted, Castoriadis argued, as a capacity for the very presentation of reality as such, a presentation required for any further understanding. In this way, the primary imagination precedes any representation of reality. Point 44. From my Lacano-Hegelian standpoint, such a positive vision of imagination neutralizes too much the infinite power of imagination as the force of negativity which tears apart all forms of organic wholeness. Yes, as Shakespeare wrote, imagination bodies forth the forms of things unknown. The poet's pen turns them to shapes and gives to airy nothing a local habitation and a name. Midsummer's Night Dream, Act V, Scene 1. But prior to doing that, imagination opens up this airy nothing, which it then fills in not primarily with poetic beauty but first with the nightmarish mixture of membra disjecta, partial objects, objects detached from their organic whole. Materialism of Athings. The same effect can be generated also by simply approaching an object in our reality too much. A close-up of an ant's face captured by Eugenijus Kavaliauskas from Taurage, Lithuania, recently went viral on the web, and taking a look at it, one can easily see how the head of a tiny ant just properly enlarged gives rise to a feeling of immobilizing dread, as if the head of a monster from a horror movie is in front of us. 45. Although we are looking at an image, this image doesn't fit the proportions of our reality. Its enlargement in some sense imaginarizes it, makes it a part of our reality, and thereby transforms it into pure nightmarish evil. This gap is not simply the gap between our subjective perception of reality and the objective reality in itself. The horror of the ant's head also resides in our perception of it. Exactly the same goes for the human body. If we were to take a look at a strongly enlarged image of a detail of our body, say the anal opening, the effect would also be one of horror. So even at this elementary level of photographic images, the pure quantitative amplification changes the ontological status of the object. The role of science is crucial here. Science moves from symbolizing the real with formulas incompatible with perceived sensual reality to the reimaginarization of what these formulas disclose. Not just Gnostic obscurantist appropriation of scientific theories, quantum mechanics is often read in this sense, but also the imminent search for some form of final unified theory of everything, unity of quantum and gravity, etc. The main effect of modern scientific discourse, which culminates in quantum mechanics, is the non-agreement between human sense perception and nature. Modern science deals with and generates sciences symbolically/mathematically manipulating of the physical real undermines the all-inclusive unity of substance which we perceive as our reality. It introduces into our reality a pullulating swarm of substances from Hertz waves mentioned already by Lacan to more perspicuous examples from quantum mechanics, astrophysics, not to mention the more mundane field of information technologies. Lacan salutes the emergence of these no-things, akoses. He claims that it is on their basis that we can finally, atheistically think materialism in a completely different sense, that is, relinquish the ideality of matter vulgar materialism clings to. This materialism focused on the, so to speak, immaterially material effects generated by science rests on an appreciation of the fact that this very effectiveness necessitates repeated encounters with the real. Science constructs itself out of something of which there was nothing beforehand. Since this insubstantial something only becomes something symbolically, and takes form with reference to mathematical formalization. Point 46. The term akos, no things or rather athings, is of course again ambiguous in a typical Lacanian way. The a can be read as a mark of negation, as in arrhythmic or apolitical, or as objet A, signaling that the no object, an object with no substantial support in our ordinary reality, appears as an embodiment of the object cause of desire. However, we are unable to assume fully this basic result of science, which is why the symbolic operations of real science are always accompanied by the imaginarization of what they operate on. This imaginarization proceeds on two levels. Within scientific discourse itself, it occurs when science explicitly attempts to put forward a harmonic vision of the world as a whole, as can be seen in the desperate search to formulate the ultimate formula of reality, a theory of everything, or to come at least one step closer to finalization, preferably in the guise of a synthesis of pre-existing visions. For instance, string theory or quantum gravity should accommodate the competing findings of relativity theory and quantum mechanics. 47 Therein resides the difficulty of being a true materialist today, not just in advocating science against all forms of spiritualism, as the proponents of so-called new materialism from Steven Pinker and Christopher Hitchens to Sam Harris are doing, but as Althusser saw it clearly decades ago, to defend science against its own spontaneous ideology operative even in, and maybe especially in, its most reductionist forms. Unfortunately, even Zeilinger succumbs to this temptation when he agrees with Dalai Lama that contingency can also be a sign that God is acting incognito, at a level inaccessible to our knowledge. 48. The term athings or non-things was conceptualized by Byung-Chul Han in his Non-Things 49, a book based on the opposition between the presence of authentic things which open up and sustain a life world, introducing into it the stability of rituals, and language reduced to a means of communication, to passing around information. Non-things block out things, pollute them. Junk information and communication destroy the silent landscape, the discrete language of things. 80. Things are static, providing permanence and stability, while the flow of information is a flow in which multiple images and words battle for our attention, forgetting our likes. In our digitalized information society, reality is reduced to informations which are at our subjects' disposition, desacralized objects to which no aura pertains. They are no longer things in their impenetrable density but non-things, substanceless data which we can multiply and manipulate at our will since they offer no resistance. But things immediately get more complex. The digital universe of data is not simply immaterial. On the contrary, it reduces reality to that which it continues to refer to as mere objects, to their materiality which contains no mystery, what we see on Pornhub or witness live on porno spectacles, is precisely the stupid flat materiality of copulating bodies. On the opposite side, what makes a thing is precisely its no-thing aspect, the evocation of an immaterial secret in its invisible core. Han is undoubtedly aware of this paradox since, at the same time as claiming that non-things block out things, pollute them, he writes, while the normal things of everyday perception are representatives of the symbolic order, the secret thing in itself is a innowen thing, a cause. The innowen thing is the real that escapes the symbolic. The innowen thing slips through the net of representation. It is the punctum of reality, then blind field, champavugal, or subtle beyond, or champ subtle, that undermines the studium, the vast field of information. 59 to 60. See also a similar formulation a couple of pages later. The innowen thing impresses because it does not inform. It is the reverse, the mysterious backyard, the subtle beyond of the artwork, even its unconscious. It resists the disenchantment of art. 65. So there is a bad informational non-thing, a flow of immaterial data, and a good non-thing, the real that escapes the symbolic. Along these lines, Han paraphrases the distinction between studium and punctum elaborated by Barthes. The studium is invested with a sovereign consciousness. I let my sovereign attention glide across the vast field of information. The punctum, by contrast, puts me into a condition of radical passivity. It makes me weak. I suffer a loss of self. Without any conscious decision on my part, something is poignant to me. Something pricks me and bruises me. 58. One has to introduce here the distinction between self and subject. What Barthes calls punctum is the Lacanian objet petit, the virtual real object, excess over reality, which tickles the subject and is as such constitutive of the very dimension of subjectivity. Subject emerges through the loss/emptying of self. Self designates the phantasmatic wealth of a person, which fill in the void of the subject. Along the same lines, Han, following Barth, speaks of erotic body of language, or in Singing of the Geno song, the dimension of singing beyond communication, a voice which houses the voluptuous body of desire. 63. Han opposes here eroticism and pornography. Pornography shows everything, all the details, but it totally de-eroticizes the shown bodies, erasing all their aura. Contrary to some of Han's formulations, we are thus not dealing here with a shift from materiality of things to the immaterial flow of informations. Things in their stupid reality remain there as objects of analysis and manipulation. What disappears is their non-thingness, their aura, which is conferred on the how. Through language. The mystic unspeakable excess is a retroactive product of language itself. Plus there is another ambiguity ignored by Han. When quoting Punch, he celebrates the erotic dimension of poem as a thing with a body in which words are no longer reduced to self-effacing instruments of transmitting information. He doesn't mention the obscene obverse/underside of poetry, the disgust/fascination with embarrassing words which strike us in their vocal materiality. Even the most superficial pop songs regularly mobilize words and melodies beyond their meaning, like the 1971 Sweets hit Coco, with the obscenely catchy endlessly repeated line of meaningless words. Ho ka tho, ko tho 50. It is similar with their other hit Papa Joe in its line Rumbo Rumbo Here Papa Joe. We are thereby entering the domain of what Lacan called Lelang, language. Language in all its non-intended ambiguities and wordplays. It may appear that Lelang opens up the space in which we can resist the hegemonic discourse of power. In today's China, the grass mud horse or Kayanama is an internet meme based on a pun. It is a play on the Mandarin words Cao Ni Ma, literally, fuck your mother. Kayanama is an exemplary case of the resistance discourse of Chinese internet users, a mascot of netizens in China fighting for free expression, inspiring poetry, photos and videos, artwork, lines of clothing, and more. As such, it is part of a broader Chinese internet culture of spoofing, mockery, punning and parody known as Yigao, which includes video mashups and other types of bricolage. 51 From our own culture. Suffice it to mention the Häagen-Dazs brand of ice creams. How did this name emerge? Ruben Mateusz, a Polish Jew who emigrated to the US and founded the Häagen-Dazs ice cream company in 1959, engaged in a quest for a brand name that he claimed was Danish-sounding. However, the company's pronunciation of the name ignores the letters NZ, and letters like E or digraphs like ZS do not exist in Danish. According to Mateusz, it was a tribute to Denmark's exemplary treatment of its Jews during the Second World War, and included an outline map of Denmark on early labels. Mateusz felt that Denmark was also known for its dairy products, and had a positive image in the United States. His daughter Doris Hurley reported that her father sat at the kitchen table for hours saying nonsensical words, until he came up with a combination he liked. 52. Is Häagen-Dazs not Lelang at its purest? The name condenses a reference to alleged historical facts, Denmark's treatment of the Jews, Denmark as a country known for its dairy products, imagined associations which are false at the level of facts. Letters like A or digraphs like ZS do not exist in Danish, although they sound Danish for us, not for the Danes themselves of course, up to the enjoyment in pure vocal nonsense. Such phenomena are far from being limited to ordinary language. Many philosophical or scientific terms are formed in a similar way, chosen because of their pleasantly obscene sound or their improper associations. Just think about quantum mechanics, degeneracy as a quantum concept, Ennian's quarks, which also designated a healthy soft cheese, up to Big Bang itself. Such an infection of scientific concepts with the degenerate obscenities of Lelang in no way relativizes science into a historical phenomenon. True universal science easily survives its transposition from one to another ordinary language which affects its discourse with different kind of obscenities. What this case clearly demonstrates is that Lelang should not be reduced to some kind of subversive poetic playfulness which liberates the speakers from the confines of the hegemonic ideology. Lelang also, and maybe even predominantly, serves as an instrument of violent humiliation and oppression. A typical act of racists is to designate its enemies with an apparently neutral term whose obscene echoes deliver a clear racist message. And when the attention is drawn to it, the perpetrator claims that his hands are pure since he used the term in its neutral sense. A true act of liberation resides in our ability to extract a pure universal concept from its obscene contaminations. Try to formulate a racist/sexist notion in its pure logical structure, and its absurdity immediately becomes clear. We are thereby raising the old Freudian question: why do we enjoy oppression itself? That is to say, power asserts its hold over us not simply by oppression and repression, which are sustained by a fear of punishment, but by bribing us for our obedience and enforced renunciations. What we get in exchange for our obedience and renunciations is a perverted pleasure in renunciation itself, a gain in loss itself. Lacan called this perverted pleasure surplus enjoyment. There is no basic enjoyment to which one adds the surplus enjoyment. Enjoyment is always a surplus in excess. It is the reference to Marx, especially to Marx's notion of surplus value Merwert, that enabled Lacan to deploy his mature notion of objet, the object cause of desire, as surplus enjoyment, plus de jure Merlust. Freud made the first step in this direction when he talks about Lustgewinn, a gain of pleasure, which does not designate a simple stepping up of pleasure, but the additional pleasure provided by the very formal detours in the subject's effort to attain pleasure. Exemplary is here the already mentioned reversal that characterizes hysteria. Renunciation to pleasure reverts into pleasure of / in renunciation, repression of desire reverts into desire of repression, etc. Such a reversal lies in the very heart of capitalist logic. As Lacan pointed out, modern capitalism began with counting the pleasure of gaining profit, and this counting of pleasure immediately reverts into the pleasure of counting profit. At the opposite end, there is the silent presence of a thing that sustains a world. All cases evoked by Hahn refer either to noble monuments or mostly to small things that mean something to a person that possesses them, from a small child's transitional objects which bring stability and shape to its life to an old book or Hahn's own example, a jukebox from the 1950s. But what about things which should remain because they bear witness to an unspeakable horror? What such extreme cases demonstrate is that the dimension of the sacred and divine has its own dark underside. With all its unspeakable horrors, Auschwitz also was an akos, a sacred thing divulging the evil side of the divine. Its very excessive horror makes it divine. Recall the case of Marek Edelman, one of the authentic heroes of the 20th century, a Polish Jew, the last survivor of the 1943 Warsaw Ghetto uprising. When his wife and children emigrated in the wake of the growing anti-Semitic campaign in 1968, he decided to stay in Poland. Why? Even some of his admirers speculated about personal pathological reasons that may have pushed him to do it, his pathological relation with his mother, but in an interview decades ago he made it clear. He compared himself to the stones of the ruined buildings at the site of the Auschwitz camp. Someone had to stay here with all those who perished here, after all. This says it all. What mattered was ultimately his bare and muted presence there, not his declarations. It was the awareness of Edelman's presence, the bare fact of his being there, which kept in our memory the unspeakable horror of Auschwitz more than all the books, music and films about it. Is the duality of immaterial things and the silent presence of inert things not yet another case of complementarity? This is why a chapter on quantum mechanics has to end up with things. In its notion of wave oscillation, quantum mechanics broke out of the mystical space of things as fuzzy spiritual phenomena, and located them in the very foundation of material reality. Things are not indications that material reality is not all there is. As Lacan clearly saw, they are the ultimate proof of radical materialism. 4. The sacred, the obscene, and the undead. The common definition of parallax is the apparent displacement of an object, the shift of its position against a background, caused by a change of the point from which we observe it. Point 1. The philosophical twist to be added is that the observed difference is not simply subjective, due to the fact that the same object which exists out there is seen from two different points of view. It is rather that, as Hegel would have put it, subject and object are inherently mediated, so that an epistemological shift in the subject's point of view always reflects an ontological shift in the object itself. This is why the subtitle of Alenka Zupancik's book on Antigone is Antigone's Parallax. 2. In the 1960s and 1970s, it was possible to buy soft porn postcards with a girl clad in bikini or wearing a proper gown. However, when one moved the postcard a little bit or looked at it from a slightly different perspective, The dress magically disappeared and one was able to see the naked body of the girl. The two figures of Antigone, her sublime beauty and her monstrous brutality, are intimately connected, as in the vulgar postcard. A small shift in our point of view makes visible her uncanny nature, since Antigone's sublime ethical stance is grounded in her monstrous disturbance of the existing social order. Antigone's lesson is thus the one formulated a century ago by Rainer Maria Rilke in his Duino Elegies. The beautiful is nothing but the beginning of the dreadful, which we are just still able to sustain, and we admire it so much because it aims to destroy us with its calm disdain. Each and every angel is dreadful. 3. Eating the last cannibal. So we should not oppose the two sides of Antigone, the good one and the bad one, or try to guess which is a more substantial one. Antigone gives body to the parallax itself, she is the gap with no resolution. How to demonstrate this? Zupančik's starting point is her perspicuous reading of the well-known answer of the members of an aboriginal tribe to the explorer who visits them for the first time: "Are there still cannibals among you? Are you a cannibal crime?" "No, we're not cannibals, we ate the last one yesterday." Zupančik's comment. What this joke nicely sums up is that at the core of every written, symbolic law there is, always, something like an impossible crime. If a civilized, non-cannibal community is constituted by its members eating the last cannibal, that community could never be constituted if that last act of cannibalism were labeled as such, a criminal act of cannibalism. From the standpoint of the new community, it is a crime, but only retrospectively. It is a crime that becomes a crime with the very occurrence of this act of eating the last. It is not a crime like other crimes. It is, strictly speaking, the impossible crime that takes place in a territory that has no territory, no ground on which to stand. It constitutes an excluded interior of the state of law. The constitution of law, or of the symbolic order in general, involves a discontinuity, a gap, something that cannot be based on anything other than itself or derived linearly from the previous, natural state. The cannibal joke points to just that. Eating the last cannibal would correspond to the linear transition from one state to another, without discontinuity, but this is logically impossible. It constitutes a paradox. What about those who ate the last cannibal? In what way are they no longer cannibals? Something happens here, something is lost. The first, original generation of non-cannibals is constitutively missing, and the law of non-cannibalism depends on its absence, on this gap. 11. The foundation of a legal order implies thus that the crime that founds the legal order is what Fred Jameson called a vanishing mediator between the two spheres, belonging neither to the pre-legal brutality, abolished by it, nor to the sphere of law. It is after all an illegal violent act. Kant was well aware of this paradox when he dealt with the complicated legal status of the rebellion against a legal power. The truth of a statement depends on, and changes with, the time of its enunciation. The proposition "what the rebels are doing is a crime which deserves to be punished" is true if pronounced when the rebellion is still going on. However, once the rebellion wins and establishes a new legal order, this statement about the legal status of the same past acts no longer holds. The circle of symbolic economy, in which effect precedes the cause and retroactively creates it, thus holds also for the legal status of the rebellion against a legal power in Kant. The proposition "what the rebels are doing is a crime which deserves to be punished" is true if pronounced when the rebellion is still going on. However, once the rebellion wins and establishes a new legal order, this statement about the legal status of the same past acts no longer holds. If a violent revolution, engendered by a bad constitution, introduces by illegal means a more legal constitution, to lead the people back to the earlier constitution would not be permitted. But while the revolution lasted, each person who openly or covertly shared in it would have justly incurred the punishment due to those who rebel. Point 4. One cannot be clearer. The legal status of the same act changes with time. What is, while the rebellion goes on, a punishable crime becomes, after a new legal order is established, its own opposite. More precisely, it simply disappears, as a vanishing mediator which retroactively cancels/erases itself in its result. The same holds for the very beginning, for the emergence of the legal order out of the violent state of nature. Kant is fully aware that there is no historical moment of social contract. The unity and law of a civil society is imposed onto the people by violence whose agent is not motivated by any moral considerations. Since a uniting cause must supervene upon the variety of particular volitions in order to produce a common will from them, establishing this whole is something no one individual in the group can perform. Hence, in the practical execution of this idea, we can count on nothing but force to establish the juridical condition, on the compulsion of which public law will later be established. We can scarcely hope to find in the legislator a moral intention sufficient to induce him to commit to the general will the establishment of a legal constitution after he has formed the nation from a horde of savages. 5. However, it is essential to make a step further here. What if, in the same way as the mythic moment of social contract, the primordial crime is also a retroactive fantasy? We can see now where Kant's weakness resides. There is no need to evoke radical evil in the guise of some dark primordial crime. All these obscure fantasies have to be evoked to obfuscate the act itself, which happens, or rather can happen, all the time. The paradox is clear. Kant himself, who put such an accent on the ethical act as autonomous, non-pathological, irreducible to its conditions, is unable to recognize it where it happens, misreading it as its opposite, as the unthinkable diabolical evil. Kant is here one in the series of many conservative, and not only conservative, political thinkers from Pascal and Joseph de Maistre onwards, who elaborated the notion of illegitimate origins of power, of a founding crime on which state power is based. To obfuscate this origins, one should prohibit the exploration of these origins and offer to ordinary people noble lies, heroic narratives of origins. Robert B. Pippin make the same point in his Hollywood Westerns and American Myth 6. The passage from barbarism to the modern legal order in the Wild West of the U.S. was accomplished through brutal crimes, through eating the last cannibals, and legends were invented to obfuscate them. This is what John Ford aimed at in his famous line, "When the legend becomes fact, print the legend." Legend becomes fact, not in the simple sense of factual truth, but in the sense that it becomes an imminent constituent of the actually existing socio-political order, so that rejecting it amounts to the disintegration of this order. The key movie is here, of course, Ford's late The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance, 1962, in which Tom John Wayne, the cannibal who eats the last cannibal, is a rancher in a small western town terrorized by Valance and his gang. Rance James Stewart, a newcomer to the town, a young lawyer and educator, wants to deal with Valance in a legal way, but is prevented by the cowardly local sheriff Appleyard. After Valance vandalizes the town once more, Rance arms himself and goes after him alone. Valance easily disarms the inexperienced Rance and wounds him, but Rance retrieves his gun, shoots, and Valance falls dead. Rance returns to the local cantina where Hallie, a love object of both Tom and Rance, treats his wounded arm. Tom enters and, after seeing Hallie's clear affection for Rance, he gets drunk, forces Appleyard to run Valance's men out of town, and attempts suicide by setting fire to his own house, but is saved in the last minute. The killing of Valance elevates Rance into a local hero, and he is proposed as a candidate for a higher office at a local convention. But he entertains doubts because he doesn't want to start his political career by a murder. Tom then arrives and explains to Rance that it was he, not Rance, who killed Valance. Knowing that Rance could never hope to beat Valance, Tom shot him with Pompey's rifle at the same time Rance fired. Tom encourages Rance to accept the nomination for Hallie's sake before quietly walking out of the convention. A quarter of a century later, hearing of Tom's death, Rance, now a successful Washington senator, visits the town again to attend Tom's funeral, but doesn't explain the reason for it, because he is now publicly identified as the man who shot Liberty Valance. The interesting feature of the film is that Rance's position in a way inverts that of Oedipus. The killing, the heroic act of eating the last cannibal, is effectively done by the anonymous Tom so that Rance keeps his cake and eats it. He gets all the glory and success that came from the act while he can feel subjectively innocent since he didn't kill anyone, he didn't commit the founding crime. We can see here how the heroic act of eating the last cannibal, far from being the dirty hidden foundation of the legal order, is itself an ideological myth. The true threat to Rance's career is the truth that he didn't commit the founding illegal act of killing the obstacle to the rule of law. The function of this myth is to relegate crime into a distant mythic past and to obfuscate the ongoing crime, illegal violence, imminent to the present functioning of the state, not only the objective violence of the state apparatuses but also the growing need of subjective crime to sustain the functioning of the state. Ernest Gellner points in this direction with his claim that the most accurate definition of government is Ibn Khaldun's. Government is an institution which prevents injustice other than such as it commits itself. 7. The way to obfuscate this painful paradox is to elevate the domain of state crimes into the non-human domain of the sacred. Is here not a clear parallel between this claim and Said Qutb's proposition that only pure and unconditional submission to God guarantees freedom from servitude to anyone else? We humans cannot stand alone, we need a higher authority, and only an authority which is not that of another human being makes it possible to retain freedom and avoid submission to other human beings. Along these lines, Zupancic locates the sacred unwritten laws evoked by Antigone to justify her act precisely into this impossible interspace of a crime that grounds a new order. They are not simply a remnant of ancient traditions but arise or appear with the cut that inaugurates the new order. It is only at this point that a particular dimension of the old past is constituted as sacred because it is linked to the inaugurating crime of the new order. The sacred could thus be defined in this context as something that has no place in the given symbolic order. More precisely, the place of the sacred is the place of the non-place. 12. So what did Creon do by forbidding Polynius's burial? He intervened into this sacred space, disturbing it into a very precise way. He staged the feast of eating the last cannibal and invited everyone to see his decaying body. 13. In other words, Creon's obscenity resides in the fact that he repeated the founding crime of the legal order once this order is already established, within this order, as just another legal measure justified by state laws. He has not simply perpetuated the standard, imperceptible objective/systemic violence of the given rule, i.e., he has not simply stuck too firmly to the letter of the law. On the contrary, he has himself performed a gesture of excessive subjective violence not grounded in the laws of the city plus, and this aggravates his offense. He has performed this gesture of subjective violence in the name of the state and public law. 10. In short, he didn't just commit a crime which violates the law, he violated the law acting as if he did this on behalf of the law itself. He thereby ruined the law from within, besmirching it with arbitrary subjective corruption. We find a similar structure in a Catholic Church scandal which reverberated all around Europe at the end of 2022. It concerns Marko Ivan Rupnik, a Slovenian Jesuit, for many years director of the Ezio Aletti Study and Research Center. Rupnik is not only a theologian but also a world-renowned artist best known for his mosaics. He has realized famous artworks all over the world, such as the mosaics in the Redemptoris Mater Chapel in the Apostolic Palace in the Vatican, in the Cathedral of Santa Maria Real de el Almudena in Madrid, the Orthodox Church of the Transfiguration in Cluj, the Sanctuary of St. John Paul II in Krakow, and the Sanctuary of St. John Paul II in Washington. His esteem was so high that in 2016, during the Jubilee of Mercy, the Pope celebrated a Holy Mass for the Aletti Center in the Apostolic Palace. In Slovenia, Rupnik was almost a national icon, celebrated as the greatest living artist. The scandal broke out in Rome a couple of years ago when a young nun, after her repeated discreet complaints were ignored, went public and revealed how Rupnik forced her to have a threesome with another nun from her community, joining them in sex, evoking an almost Marxist-sounding argument. Sexuality has to be redeemed from private property, and to do this is to follow the image of Trinity where a third person accepts the relationship between the two. The nun met him as a 21-year-old student, and established a contact with him because she was interested in art and he was a Jesuit painter. She also posed nude for him, which at first didn't appear unusual to her. It wasn't difficult to unbutton my blouse. For me, naive and unexperienced as I was, this meant just helping a friend. Then he kissed me softly on my lips and told me this was how he kissed the altar where he celebrated the Eucharist, she recalls. What followed were numerous misuses, demands for oral sex and violent masturbation. If she resisted him, he discredited her in the eyes of her community. He had no restraint. To achieve his goal, he used all means, even confidential details he heard during her confession. The nun finally gathered courage and left the community. 8. In all honesty, one has to add that, although the story is true and further supported by dozens of Rupnik's similar acts in Italy and in Slovenia, there may be a dark political background to its publication. It appears to be used by conservative Catholic forces against Pope Franciscus and the Jesuits, who are usually more progressive. One should also add that, with some delay nonetheless, Jesuits and the Church itself reacted adequately, calling other victims to report Rupnik's similar acts to public authorities. Nonetheless, the old argument is still heard that we are dealing here with the private sin of an individual which has nothing to do with the Church as an institution. This argument has to be rejected since, as we have just seen, Rupnik evoked Christian notions like Trinity in his very seduction of the young nuns. The same holds even more for the homosexual cases of pedophilia that blossom among many Catholic priests. They are not something that concerns only the persons who, because of accidental reasons of private history with no relation to the Church as an institution, happen to choose the profession of a priest. This abuse is a phenomenon that concerns the Catholic Church as such, because it is inscribed into its very functioning as a socio-symbolic institution. In this way, it does not only concern the private unconscious of individuals, but the unconscious of the institution of the Catholic Church itself. This abuse is not something that happens because the institution has to accommodate itself to the pathological realities of libidinal life in order to survive, but something that the institution itself needs in order to reproduce itself. One can well imagine a non-pedophiliac priest who, after years of service, gets involved in pedophilia because the very logic of the institution seduces him into it. Such an institutional unconscious designates the obscene disavowed underside that sustains the public institution. In the army, this underside consists of obscene sexualized rituals such as fragging, which sustain group solidarity. In other words, it is not simply that, for conformist reasons, till recently the Church tried to hush up its pedophilic scandals. Rather, in defending itself, the Church was defending its innermost obscene secret. What this means is that identifying oneself with this secret side was a key constituent of the very identity of a Catholic priest. This is why, back to Rupnik, it is crucial to discern the two locations of surplus enjoyment in what he was doing. Not only the surplus enjoyment brought by transgressing the Church law, but the surplus enjoyment generated by the fact that the Church ideology and rituals are providing the very frame of violating the Church law. Point 9. To return to our metaphor of soft porn postcards, we have a postcard depicting Rupnik as a great artist, deeply immersed into spiritual matters. Then we move the postcard a little bit, and we see a dirty old man with an obscene smile. However, sacredness should not be constrained to the affairs of religion. As Jean-Pierre Dupuy conclusively demonstrated, the madness of nuclear weapons which contain the threat of our total self-annihilation also implies the space of the sacred. There is a very precise sense in which the bomb and the sacred can both be said to contain violence in the twofold sense of the verb to contain, to have within and to keep in check. The sacred holds back violence by violent means, originally through sacrifice. In the same way, throughout the Cold War, it was as though the bomb had protected us from the bomb. The very existence of nuclear weapons seemed to have prevented a nuclear holocaust, without ceasing to be what made it possible. Point 10. Here we stumble upon the obscene ambiguity of the nuclear weapons. Officially they are made not to be used, however, as Alexander Dugin said in an interview, arms are ultimately made to be used. So when Zupancic evokes here, with regard to Creon's act, the opposition between obscenity and decency 13, she targets here also and above all contemporary practice like enhanced interrogation techniques. Modern illegal state violence, or more generally, illegal or extralegal practices supported and enabled by the legally existing apparatuses of power, could be seen as a contemporary version of Creon's way of ruling shamelessly, that is to say, by transgressing the inner limits of the law, by repeating its illegal constitution, like eating the last cannibal over and over again. 17. This is why Julian Assange is our Antigone, for a long time kept in the position of a living dead, isolated solitary cell, very limited contacts with his family and lawyers, with no conviction or even official accusation, just waiting for the extradition. Why? Because he assumed the consequences of his act of making the obscene dark side of the U.S. policy public, not just informing on it to the secret services of the opposite side. No wonder that on June 6, 2023, a High Court judge in London has denied Julian Assange permission to appeal an order to extradite him to the United States, where he faces criminal charges under the Espionage Act. Point 11. Although Assange's legal team already announced they will protest this decision, the snare around his neck is gradually but, so it seems, inexorably pulling shut. How can the US and UK do it? When Afghanistan fell to Taliban, a Taliban commander was explaining to a US journalist that, while the US and the West have the best watches to measure time, time itself is on the side of Taliban. It works for them so they can afford to wait as long as possible. In the case of Assange, time is on the side of US and UK. They can afford to wait, counting on the fact that the public interest will gradually dwindle, especially due to other global crises that dominate our media: Ukraine war, global warming, the threat of AI. What is happening to Assange is thus more and more something reported on the margins of our big media. The fact that he sits in solitary confinement for years is just part of our lives. However, if we want to cope with today's global crises, people like Assange are needed more than ever. The horrors taking place out of the public eye in today's wars, the catastrophic effects of global warming all around the globe, the impact of artificial intelligence on our social relations. Only whistleblowers like Assange can make us aware of these threats to our very survival as humans by way of bringing the hidden dark side out to public space. Here is a model case of such a need for whistleblowers. When, at the end of May 2023, suburbs of Moscow were again attacked by a couple of drones, Ukraine denied its hand in this attack, attributing it to the Russian opposition. Putin promptly denounced it as a terrorist act. 12. And even some Western observers complained that Ukraine is pushing the war too far. But whatever our tactical considerations are here, one should take note of the obvious asymmetry. A couple of drones bombing Moscow is a terrorist act, or for some in the West, a problematic one at least, while a much more massive systematic bombing of Kiev is part of warfare operations hitting legitimate targets. Following the same line of reasoning as Putin, Belarus President Alexander Lukashenko has claimed that nations who are willing to join the Union State of Russia and Belarus will be given nuclear weapons. It's very simple. Join the Union State of Belarus and Russia. That's all. There will be nuclear weapons for everyone. 13. Is this not a North Koreanization of the smaller states? So again, the Russian-Belarus alliance has the right to give nuclear weapons to everyone on their side, while a mere suspicion that Ukraine may be protected by Western nuclear weapons is denounced as a step towards the new global nuclear conflict. One should remember here that, when the Soviet Union disintegrated, Ukraine delivered all nuclear weapons to Russia on a promise that its borders are recognized by Russia. Does it not have the right now to get back nuclear weapons? Why is this obvious solution dismissed with horror even by those who pay lip service to the defense of Ukraine? They are simply unable to admit the more than obvious fact that, in resisting Russian aggression, Ukraine performed an authentic heroic act that took all the world by surprise. This act changed the coordinates and the silent presuppositions taken for granted, obliging us to rethink the entire global political constellation. To see all this, we don't need Assange. But should we then just unconditionally support the NATO support of Ukraine?
Recalseveri lasst Lines auf Brechts Dreigroschenoper. Denn die einen sind im Dunkeln und die anderen sind im Licht und man sieht nur die im Lichte, die im Dunkeln sieht man nicht.
And some are in the darkness / and the others in the light / but you only see those in the light / those in the darkness you don't see. 14. This is more than ever perhaps our situation today, in the self-proclaimed age of modern media. While the big media are full of news about the Ukraine war, world's deadliest wars go unreported. 15. From Eritrea, where the state terror appears to be worse than in North Korea, to Central African Republic or Congo with civil wars where dead are numbered in millions. Those in the darkness you don't see, in the blinding light of the reports on Ukraine. This doesn't mean that we should not fully support Ukraine. The point is how to ground this support. The idea that we should support Ukraine because such things shouldn't happen in Europe, i.e., in order to defend Western civilization, is to be absolutely rejected. It is this same civilization which not only ignores horrors taking place outside its borders but often even supports and manipulates them. With the Ukrainian war, we got a taste of what was going on all the time outside our view, so the attack on Ukraine should awaken us to the same or even worse horrors in which we were complicit. And it is here that an approach practiced by Assange is needed, to make us see also those in darkness. For our own good, we should not allow that Assange himself will fall into this darkness of invisibility. Today, however, something stranger is happening. A new type of political leaders is emerging, who take pride in committing this crime openly rather than secretly, as if it amounted to some kind of fundamental moral difference or difference of character, namely, having the courage, the guts, to do it openly. But what may appear to be their courageous transgression of state laws by avoiding the hypocrisy that those laws sometimes demand is nothing more than a direct identification with the obscene other side of state power itself. It does not amount to anything else or different. They are transgressing their own laws. This is why, even when they are in power, these leaders continue to act as if they are in opposition to the existing power, rebelling against it, call it the deep state or something else. 18. The unsurpassed model of the obscene leader publicly violating the law is, of course, Donald Trump. Here is the latest example. On December 3, 2022, Trump called for the termination of the Constitution to overturn the 2020 election and reinstate him to power. Do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. 16. It looks that, in some Western democracies, the legal system cannot even maintain the appearances. If it wants to survive, it has to break openly its own laws. Appearances are disintegrating also in today's Russia. Putin first claimed that there was no Russian military intervention in Crimea, that local population rebelled against the Ukrainian terror. Later, he just admitted that Russian soldiers intervened there in uniforms without any state symbols. Yevgeny Prigozhin, one of the strong men around Putin and the organizer of the Wagner group of Russian mercenaries, a kind of Russian version of the Japanese Yakuza, first denied he had anything to do with it, and later he simply admitted that he organized it. 17 True courage is thus redefined as the courage to break the laws if state interests demand it. We find this stance in the properly rightist admiration for the celebration of the heroes who are ready to do the necessary dirty job. It is easy to do a noble thing for one's country, up to sacrificing one's life for it. It is much more difficult to commit a crime for one's country. However, in Russia and some other states, something quite different is happening to such courage to do evil. In Stalinism, appearances are saved because eating the last cannibal is directly legalized. The murderous purges of millions are a permanent eating of the last cannibal. The paradox here is that, as in Antigone, the unwritten rule which it is very risky to obey is morality itself. Now under Putin, Russia again elevated eating cannibals into a law. On Wednesday, December 15, 2022, the State Duma adopted the first reading of a bill saying that any offenses committed in Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia and Kherson, before the 4 Ukrainian regions were annexed on September 30, will not be considered a crime punishable by law if they are deemed to have been in the interest of the Russian Federation. It was not clear how it would be decided whether a crime had served Russia's interests. The Russian armed forces have been accused of a wide range of crimes in the occupied regions of Ukraine, ranging from torture, rape and murder to looting and vandalism. 18. During his visit to Slovenia in March 2023, Jeffrey Sachs said in an interview about the war in Ukraine, "The foundation for peace should be that both sides return home." 19. A statement which for sure deserves the top prize for the stupidity of the year. As if the war is taking place in a third neutral terrain from which both sides can withdraw. Where should Ukrainians return to when the terrain of war is their home? There is another reading of this statement possible. Since it is a proxy war, both sides are Russia and NATO, but in this case, the statement is even more cynical, because what it amounts to is that NATO should withdraw its support of Ukraine. The mere mention of cases like this undermines beyond repair any balanced approach to the war, plus it implies that we have to reject the very underlying reasoning that sustains Xi's claim, in his New Year's message on December 31, 2022, that China stands on the right side of history, adding that Russia remains a progressive country. What we have to reject here is the very underlying reasoning. There is no right side of history directed towards progress, the predominant trend is towards catastrophe. 20. But is something structurally homologous not happening also in the pseudo-leftist cancel culture? I can easily imagine Hegel having a repeated intellectual orgasm in bringing out the, for him, obvious necessity of the reversal of inclusivity and diversity into a procedure of systematic exclusion. How long can parts of the liberal left keep maintaining that cancel culture is but a phantom of the right, as they literally go round canceling gigs, comedy shows, film showings, lectures and conversations? 21. What permeates cancel culture is a no debate stance. A person or position is not only excluded, what is excluded is the very debate, the confrontation of arguments, for or against this exclusion. Hegel would have mobilized here what Lacan called the gap between enunciated content and the underlying stance of enunciation. You argue for diversity and inclusion, but you do it by excluding all those who do not fully subscribe to your own definition of diversity and inclusion, so all you do is permanently excluding people and stances. In this way, the struggle for inclusion and diversity gives birth to an atmosphere of Stasi-like suspicion and denunciation where you never know when a private remark of yours will lead to your elimination from the public space. Don't we get here an extreme version of the joke about eating the last cannibal? There are no opponents of diversity and inclusion in our group. We've just excluded the last one. Incestuous short circuit. Insofar as we can say that Stalin also legalized cannibalism, could we also not say that Stalin had 3 brothers that he had killed? Trotsky, Bukharin, the leftist and the rightist deviationists, and Lenin himself as brother-father. Stalin's role in Lenin's death is suspicious? So what role does incest play here? Zupancic begins with her own paraphrase of the old French joke quoted by Lacan. I have 3 brothers, John, Paul, and myself. Could we not say that Antigone, with all her being and her actions, is saying something like I have 3 brothers, Poloniuses, Eteocles, and my father? In other words, is it not salient that the order of brothers is marked for her, in a very concrete and dramatic way, by the imposition of an unexpected, impossible appearance of the father in the chain of brothers? 59. In Antigone, the key change from Lacan's version is that the third element is not myself, it is my father as not fully father but half-brother. Judith Butler's reading of Antigone's claim is here wrong. Poloniuses doesn't stand for all those who are excluded from the universal humanity, with the underlying idea that he, as well as gays and lesbians, trans, should be included. Antigone insists on Poloniuses precisely because he is not a human like others but a monstrous exception, a criminal, in some sense inhuman. Do we not find a distant echo of Antigone's choice in the TV miniseries The Last of Us? At the very end of the last episode, Joel brings Ellie, who is immune to the virus that killed most of the world population, to a lone hospital with the hope that doctors will be able to find a cure in her body. When doctors prepare to do surgery on Ellie, Joel realizes that to get the cure they will have to kill her. His choice is thus: sacrifice Ellie and potentially at least save humanity, or save Ellie at the expense of the large majority of humans. Because of the bond that grew between Joel and Ellie, he decides to save her, killing in the process dozens of the personnel in the hospital. So his choice is like Antigone's: let them rot. I don't care about the lot of the large majority of the humans, I am ready to let them rot. My choice is not universality but the exception. Back to Antigone. What makes Poloniuses inhuman is not his crime of attacking his own city, but the short circuit of generations embodied not only in him but in the entire Oedipus family line. This is what makes Poloniuses quite exceptional. This is what makes Antigone stand against the will of the city in this case. Not the fact that Poloniuses is also a human being like everybody else, but the fact that he is not a human being like everybody else, and that he is more like the singular other side of every human being, their unhuman side. It is not his virtues, nor simply his general humanity, but his crime and the peculiar nature of his tie to her that make him singular and worth defending, honoring, at the price of her own life, and that of many others. 53. But is the incestuous short circuit of generations not possible only within a patriarchal family order? Aren't we now entering a post-patriarchal era in which generational differences no longer matter? Zupancic is quite justified in insisting that no matter how artificial reproduction, even if it is totally decoupled from sexual intercourse, it remains sexual. Let's take artificial wombs, which already are a realist prospect. Ectolife by Hashim Al-Ghaili, based in Berlin, unfolds as a huge sci-fi inspired facility with 75 state-of-the-art labs, each hosting up to 400 growth pods or artificial wombs that replicate the exact conditions found inside a woman's uterus. A single facility can incubate 30,000 lab-grown babies a year in an infection-free environment. Every growth pod is equipped with sensors that monitor vital signs like heartbeat, oxygenation saturation, temperature, breathing, and blood pressure, while an AI system monitors physical features and picks up on any potential genetic abnormalities. Point 22. But this is not all. Since each baby is conceived through in vitro fertilization, parents can freely create and select the most viable and genetically superior embryo, giving their baby the chance to develop without any biological hurdles. Customization is offered as an elite package that gives parents the liberty to alter over 300 genes before implanting the embryo into the artificial womb. From selecting hair and eye color to height, intelligence level, and skin tone, this pick-and-choose feature is carried out thanks to the CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing tool. 23. And yet, in spite of all this industrial machinery, a child will have a biological mother and father who will both also occupy these symbolic roles. One can even easily imagine incest here. What if a mother gets inseminated by her son which was already born in an artificial womb? Even the idea, propagated by some radical feminists, of women inseminating themselves, getting self-pregnant, remains sexual. Cloning, a technique scientists use to make exact genetic copies of living things, genes, cells, tissues, and even whole animals can all be cloned, is so far the only attempt to actually circumvent sexual reproduction, suggesting an eventual possibility that humans could reproduce in ways other than sexually. If this or something similar stemming from new technological advances were to work and become the primary means of reproduction, it would perhaps make sense to ask what the implications would be for the symbolic order. Would this imply a completely different symbolic horizon or perhaps even the end of the symbolic order as such? 32. In our patriarchal tradition, the provider of my symbolic identity, of my place in the order of generations, is father in his symbolic dimension, the name of the father, so the original incestuous short circuit is a father who really thinks he is a father, i.e., a father who thinks his authority is directly grounded in the act of insemination. Saddam Hussein said in his final speech, "I am not here to defend Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein is too great to be defended even by Saddam Hussein himself." 24. This proves that Saddam was not crazy. He was aware that he is not directly Saddam Hussein, that there is a gap between Saddam Hussein as a public historical figure and Saddam Hussein is an empirical person. In short, he avoided the incestuous short circuit. Along these lines, in Oedipus at Colonus, Oedipus defends himself that he is not guilty of killing his father because the person he killed in self-defense was for him a total stranger. Neither he nor his biological father knew that they are a son and a father, since for Oedipus the only father he knew and who served as a paternal authority was his adopted father. So he uses an argument worthy of a skillful lawyer addressing a jury. Just answer me one thing. If someone tried to kill you here and now, you righteous gentlemen, what would you do? Inquire first if the stranger was your father? Or would you not first try to defend yourself? Oedipus at Colonus 991-995. Evidently, the same argument works equally well for the incest. Are you in the habit of asking a woman before you sleep with her if she might by any chance be your mother? The comic effect of this reply, with which Oedipus conquers the hearts of the Athenians, must not divert us from the real point at which it aims. What is a father? How does one recognize a father? And if I am not capable of recognizing someone as my father, and he for his part is equally incapable of recognizing me, is he still a father? 44. The answer is clear, Ino. That's why Oedipus doesn't have an Oedipus complex. Yes, he unknowingly killed his father and slept with his mother, but this doesn't mean that this was in any way his unconscious desire of which he wasn't aware. Being a father is a symbolic function which determines me also and above all unconsciously, so that Laius was not Oedipus's father also in Oedipus's unconscious. When Oedipus realized that he killed his biological father, he is furious. Not because he is compelled to confront his unconscious desire, but because he is accused of something for which there is no base in his unconscious. The so-called primitives were well aware of all this. When they claimed that they descended from some sacred animal, local bird, fish, they knew that father refers here to the symbolic authority and that sexual insemination, not in any way linked to this authority, is needed to really produce a child. And to go to the end in this direction, does something similar not happen with Christ? If we don't buy the story of Immaculate Conception, then God is Jesus's symbolic father, while Joseph or another man effectively inseminated Mary. But the predominant understanding is the opposite one. According to the Gospels, Mary, a virgin betrothed to Joseph, conceived Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit. and therefore Christians consider Jesus the Son of God. However, most Christians understand Joseph to be a true father in every way except biological, since Joseph was the legal father who raised Jesus. 25. I think this predominant understanding is the correct one. It expresses the genius of Christianity. If Joseph is the true father in every way except biological, this doesn't mean that God is simple Jesus's biological father. It's rather that Jesus doesn't have a biological father. His biological father is transnatural, or rather non-natural, so that what Hegel called the monstrosity of Christ resides in his immaculate conception, which is today easy to imagine as a form of artificial genetic manipulation. Biologically, Christ is fatherless, born out of a mother but without a biological father, and, in this sense, close to a feminist dream. Back to Oedipus, his killing of his father and marriage to his mother are so terrifying because they brutally confront us with the gap, the difference between culture and nature, that grounds the symbolic order. He didn't kill the person whom he knew as his symbolic father, and at the play's end he is furious because people around him don't admit his innocence. Here the difference of sexes enters. Lacan claims that, in contrast to Laius, Oedipus' father, and Oedipus himself, his mother Jocasta knew that Oedipus is her son while marrying him. Did Jocasta know this because, as a woman, she was closer to nature while Laius as a father is an entity of culture? It's not as simple as that, as Zupancic points out. Jocasta's knowledge has nothing whatsoever to do with feminine intuition. Mother is nature within culture. Their impossible mixture, the gap through which culture arises out of nature, while father stands for the established difference between nature and culture. This woman's ambiguity is clearly discernible in the destiny of the motif chalk circle, whose first version is found in the well-known story from the Old Testament on how Solomon ruled between two women both claiming to be the mother of a child. Solomon revealed their true feelings and relationship to the child by suggesting the baby be cut in two, each woman to receive half. The non-mother entirely approved of this proposal, while the actual mother begged that the sword might be sheathed and the child committed to the care of her rival. Brecht's modern version, The Caucasian Chalk Circle, 1944, ignores the Old Testament and claims that his source is the 14th-century Chinese play The Chalk Circle by Li Xingdao, in which a judge also cannot decide who of the two women is the true mother, so he devises a test. A circle of chalk is drawn, and the son is placed in the center. The true mother will be able to pull the child from the center. If they both pull, they will tear the child in half and get half each. Here, however, Brecht strangely returns to the Old Testament. In Li Xingdao's play, the non-mother refuses to pull as she cannot bear to hurt her son, so the judge gives the child to her, while in Brecht's version, it is the child's birth mother who lets go and wins custody of the child. A true happy ending. Another version of the incestuous short circuit is the one between the two deaths, real and symbolic, committed by de Sade. The second, symbolic death, is transposed back into biological life as its total destruction, not just death as a moment of the eternal cycle of generation and corruption. This short circuit is the topic of Lars von Trier's Melancholia. To properly locate this work, one has to begin with Hollywood movies in which the big plot, the catastrophe that threatens to annihilate humanity, is combined with a small plot, the creation of a love couple. Recall Warren Beatty's Reds, in which Hollywood found a way to rehabilitate the October Revolution itself. The couple of John Reed and Louise Bryant are in a deep emotional crisis. Their love is ignited when Louise watches John, who on a platform, delivers an impassionate revolutionary speech. What then follows is their lovemaking, intersected with archetypal scenes from the Revolution, some of which reverberate in an all too obvious way with the lovemaking. In short, the hypothesis of the film is that the October Revolution had to happen to bring together an American couple. In Lorene Scafaria Seeking a Friend for the End of the World, we also learn that the asteroid nearing the Earth will kill all life on it in 3 weeks. However, although the catastrophe is real and inevitable, it still serves as a vehicle to create a love couple who, minutes before the catastrophe, acknowledge their love and then vanish embraced. The film's message is thus: it takes a total catastrophe to create a real couple. Melancholia goes a step further. The thing, a planet on a collision course with Earth, does not withdraw. It hits the Earth, destroying all life. In Part 1, Justine, the young couple Justine and Michael, are at their wedding reception at the mansion of Justine's sister, Claire, and her husband John. Justine drifts away from the party and becomes increasingly distant. She has sex with a stranger on the lawn, and at the end of the party, Michael leaves her. So here the Hollywood logic of producing a couple is turned around. The couple falls apart and the satisfying peace is brought by the global catastrophe. In Part 2, Claire, the depressed Justine comes to stay at the mansion where Claire and John live with their son Leo. Justine is unable to carry out normal everyday activities like taking a bath or even eating. During her stay, Melancholia, a massive blue telluric planet, becomes visible in the sky as it approaches Earth. John, who is an amateur astronomer, is excited about the planet and looks forward to the flyby expected by scientists. But Claire is getting fearful and believes the end of the world is imminent. When John also discovers that the end is near, he commits suicide through a pill overdose. Justine remains unperturbed by the impending doom. Calm and silent, she accepts the coming event, claiming that she knows life does not exist elsewhere in the universe. Justine comforts Leo by making a protective magic cave, a shelter of wooden sticks, on the lawn of the estate. Justine, Claire and Leo enter the shelter as the planet approaches. Claire continues to remain agitated and fearful, while Justine and Leo remain calm and hold hands. The three are instantly incinerated. Justine is named after the heroine of a novel by Marquis de Sade, while Claire is Juliette, the sister of Justine. In de Sade's novel, Justine is a virtuous woman who consequently encounters nothing but despair and abuse, and Juliette is an immoral nymphomaniac murderer who is successful and happy. In von Trier's film The Normal Juliette, Claire ends up a broken hysteric, while Justine finds inner peace and solace. The use of the overture to Wagner's Tristan as main musical accompaniment is thus ironic. The orgasmic climax of Liebestod, not, as in Wagner, love-death but the death of love, stands for the death of life itself. Recall the famous Betty Davis quote from Now Voyager, when she renounces her love partner, "Don't ask for the moon. We have the stars." Justine's version is, "Don't ask for orgasmic little death. We have the big death of everything that is alive." Why does life deserve to vanish? Disturbances happen in nature as melancholia approaches the earth. Insects, worms, roaches and all other repellent forms of life usually hidden beneath the green grass come out to surface, rendering visible the disgusting crawling of life beneath the idyllic surface. The real invading reality, ruining its image, as in David Lynch's Blue Velvet, in which, in a famous shot after the father's heart attack, the camera moves extremely close to the grass surface and then penetrates it, rendering visible the crawling of microlife, the repelling real beneath the idyllic natural surface. The basic coordinates of nature, of its balance, are disintegrating. When Justine expresses her satisfaction with the fact that life will disappear in the universe, she is in some sense right. Life is a disgusting thing, a sleazy object moving out of itself, secreting humid warmth, crawling, stinking, growing. The birth of a human being is an alien-like event, a monstrous erupting of a living thing out of the inside of a body. Justine is fully aware of this real. She sees the horror on which our reality is grounded. A possible way out is here not to stick to our everyday reality but to proceed even further. Beneath the crawling of life there is the abstract immaterial universe of wave functions. This is why the planet is called Melancholia. Melancholy is not the failure of the work of mourning, the persisting attachment to the lost object, but its very opposite. Melancholy offers the paradox of an intention to mourn that precedes and anticipates the loss of the object. This is what provides a unique flavor to a melancholic love relationship. Although the partners are still together, immensely in love, enjoying each other's presence, the shadow of the future separation already colors their relationship, so that they perceive their current pleasures under the aegis of the catastrophe to come. In this sense, melancholy effectively is the beginning of philosophy, and what the melancholic Justine mourns in advance is the absolute loss, the end of life on earth, and she means it. Her melancholy is not just her mind's psychic despair. She really accepts the end. When catastrophe was just an abstract potential threat, she was merely a depressed melancholic. Once the threat is here, she finds herself in her element like a fish in water. For her, it's a happy ending. The idea for melancholia came to von Trier in a therapy session he attended to overcome his depression. The psychiatrist told him that depressive people tend to act more calmly than others under heavy pressure or the threat of catastrophe. This fact offers yet another example of the split between reality, the social universe of established customs and opinions in which we dwell, and the traumatic, meaningless brutality of the real. They cannot be thought within the same subjective space. One cannot be normal in both situations. In the film, John is a realist, fully immersed into ordinary reality, so when the coordinates of this reality dissolve, his entire world breaks down. Claire is a hysteric who starts to question everything in a panic. The depressed Justine gets rid of her depression and becomes a master. The one who stabilizes a situation of panic and chaos by way of introducing a new master signifier. The magic cave that she builds to establish a protected space when the thing approaches. Justine is not a protective master who offers a beautiful lie. In other words, she is not the Roberto Benigni character in Life is Beautiful. What she provides is a symbolic fiction which, of course, has no magic efficiency, but which works at its proper level of preventing panic. Justine's point is not to blind us for the impending catastrophe. The magic cave enables us to calmly accept the end. And today, when multiple catastrophes are threatening us, we need more than ever figures like Justine reacting to the catastrophe not just by efficient countermeasures but by providing magic caves. Searching for yourself. The incestuous short circuit can also assume another form, the Oedipal topic of a guy desperately looking for himself for a criminal who turns out to be the searcher himself, or knowing he is involved in a murder ordered by his institution, police, to look for himself. Echoes even today from Chesterton's The Man Who Was Thursday Up to Hollywood, The Big Clock, Police Python 357, No Way Out. Point 26. There are two versions of this search. The hero doesn't know he is himself the one he is searching for, Oedipus, or he is ordered by a figure of big other to do it while he knows he is the one he is looking for and sabotages his search. The latest version of this second version is The Double, a 2011 American spy film directed by Michael Brandt, which was a commercial and critical failure undeservedly, since the movie is utterly radical in its ambiguity. Here is the plot. 27. A monument to good storytelling that is more and more disappearing from Hollywood. As U.S. Senator Dennis Darden walks out of a warehouse, he is approached by an assassin from behind who slits his throat and escapes. Retired operative Paul Shepardson is summoned to look into the murder. He is joined by Ben Geary, a young FBI agent who is an expert on a former Soviet operative known as Cassius. Geary reasons that Cassius is the assassin due to his signature throat-slitting method. Paul and Ben visit Brutus, one of Cassius's protégés, who is locked up in prison, to learn the whereabouts of Cassius. They provide him with a radio and leave. The prisoner swallows the batteries from the radio and fakes a poisoning/upset stomach. In a hospital, he spits out the batteries, overpowers his guards and escapes. However, in the garage he is attacked by Paul, who reveals himself to be Cassius. After slitting Brutus's throat, Paul moves to eliminate Ben too, only stopping when interrupted by Ben's wife. Cassius is unable to murder Geary in front of his family. Meanwhile, a Russian terrorist and murderer, Boslovsky, has entered the U.S. Ben pieces together the events of Paul's life and determines that not only is Paul actually Cassius, but also that he is systematically murdering the people involved in the death of his wife and child, who were assassinated by Boslovsky. Paul tracks down Boslovsky to a shipyard warehouse, and a while later, Ben also arrives at the building. After Ben confronts Paul with the evidence, he confesses to Ben everything, but then proves to Ben that he is also a Russian spy, which Paul learned at one of Ben's informant drop-offs. He is able to convince Ben that Boslovsky is the actual threat. When Ben reveals that he has plans to return to Russia after this is over, Paul tries to convince him to stay in the FBI, and with the family he has grown to love. Together they hunt down Boslovsky inside the shipyard's warehouse, and in the ensuing struggle, a mortally wounded Paul slits Boslovsky's throat using his garrote watch. As the only surviving witness, Ben relays the incident to his superiors and claims that Boslovsky was Cassius, thereby securing Paul's reputation. The film ends with Ben returning to his home, with the ambiguity unresolved. Has he silently defected to the American government, or just became an even deeper Russian asset? It is easy to see why the film had to fail. Not only are its three main characters, Ben, Paul, Boslovsky, all Russian agents, its central figure, Paul, is for decades involved in a properly incestuous Oedipal search for the Russian top spy murderer who is himself One can read the ending in an almost optimistic way. Even if Ben will remain a Russian agent, the incestuous link is cut short because he will be just an ordinary double agent, not the one who is looking for himself. While Boslovsky is pure evil, just a brutal murderer, Paul becomes morally ambiguous when his job gets mixed with his private life. After his wife and child are killed by Boslovsky, he starts to kill systematically all responsible for their death. This is why he becomes fatherly protective to Ben, who also has a wife and a son. What is the exact status of Cassius with regard to Paul? Within the symbolic order, the subject responsible for its founding crime can only appear as another dark aspect, a dark double, of a really existing person, as a virtual entity who doesn't exist as a real person. In many detective novels one finds a similar plot. There are two persons, X and Y, who are never seen together because Y doesn't exist at all. When he appears, it is X dressed up as Y. This surplus subject, which exists only virtually, is a necessary constituent of a human group. And we shouldn't be afraid to extend this logic to the top, to God himself. Some Christians like to point out that a man is at his greatest when he kneels down. And as G.K. Chesterton saw it clearly, the same holds for God himself. This is why the social message David Breitenbeck, an Orthodox Catholic reader of Chesterton, is wrong in his reading of Chesterton's insight. When duty and religion are really destroyed, it will be by the rich. For Breitenbeck, Chesterton's point is that the poor will never truly be anarchists or anything of the kind. It is the rich, the educated, the sophisticated who play with such fire. 28 But for Chesterton, God doesn't just stand for family and state order. He is at the same time the greatest rebel, the ultimate anarchist. It is against this background that we should reread the passage from Chesterton's famous Defense of Detective Story, in which he remarks how the detective story keeps in some sense before the mind the fact that civilization itself is the most sensational of departures, and the most romantic of rebellions. When the detective in a police romance stands alone, and somewhat fatuously fearless amid the knives and fists of a thief's kitchen, it does certainly serve to make us remember that it is the agent of social justice who is the original and poetic figure, while the burglars and footpads are merely placid old cosmic conservatives, happy in the immemorial respectability of apes and wolves. The police romance is based on the fact that morality is the most dark and daring of conspiracies. Point 29. But does this not mean that family and state are the greatest rebellion and the most dark and daring of conspiracies compared with the placid old nymphomaniac hedonists, or with the chaos of gang reigns? Recall the endlessly repeated Brecht's saying, "What is robbing a bank compared with founding a bank? What is an illegal sexual adventure compared with marriage as the most romantic of rebellions? What is gang violence compared with the ruthless anonymous violence of state mechanisms? What is the revolutionary undermining of a state compared with establishing a new state?" This was the logic of the Red Army faction and Red Brigade's terrorism in the 1970s. Let's confront the state with its own dark underside of illegal violence. Therein resides the ambiguity of Brecht's saying. It can be read in Chesterton's way. State power itself is the most dark and daring of conspiracies, because it effectively establishes an order which limits the scope of crime, making it a particular crime. Or it can be read the way Brecht intended it. State power, or in his case founding a bank, remains a crime greater than all other crimes. In one case, the crime is self-sublated through its universalization. In the other case, it remains a crime. Or back to God, the secret of religion is that the very sacred act of its establishing is the supreme crime. God is the supreme evil, and this brings us to the true meaning of Christ's act of self-sacrifice. He readily assumes and repents for his Father's, God's, crime, or to quote a well-known meme, God sacrificed himself for himself to save humanity from himself. The difference between Creon and Christ is thus, as René Girard pointed out, that Christ is not eating the last cannibal but offering as self-sacrifice to end sacrifices. 30. Like Antigone, Christ assumes the consequence of the crime. Which crime? Not the sins of the humans but the original sin of Godfather himself. According to an old Jewish wisdom, the deepest insights are so traumatic that they can only be formulated by a person who is close to devil, and this certainly holds for the traumatic core of Christianity. Sweet and sour God. Details about God's brutality abound in the Bible. Recall just one of the weirdest stories in the Bible. At night, while wandering around in the search for the Promised Land, Moses, his wife Zipporah, and their son are resting at a lodging place. God unexpectedly enters the place and threatens to kill Moses. Then Zipporah took a flint and cut off her son's foreskin and touched Moses' feet with it and said, "Surely you are a bridegroom of blood to me." So God let him alone. Exodus 4 verses 24 to 26. God is here a brutal stranger who appears out of nowhere full of murderous rage. Not to mention the story of how the land of Israel was given to the Jews, in clear terms of ethnic cleansing, which is why often the very mention of it is dismissed as an act of anti-Semitism. After their liberation from slavery in Egypt, the Israelites arrived on the edge of the Promised Land, where God then commanded them to destroy totally the people already living in these regions. The Canaanites, the Israelites, were to not leave alive anything that breathes, Deuteronomy 20 verse 16. The book of Joshua records the carrying out of this command. They devoted the city to the Lord and destroyed with the sword every living thing in it. Men and women, young and old, cattle, sheep and donkeys. 6:21. Several chapters later, we read that Joshua left no survivors. He totally destroyed all who breathed, just as the Lord, the God of Israel, had commanded. 10:40, 11:14. The text mentions city after city where Joshua, at God's command, puts every inhabitant to the sword, totally destroyed the inhabitants and left no survivors. 10:28. 30, 33, 37, 39, 40. 11:8. Does this mean that Jews are somehow guilty of an original act of ethnic cleansing? Absolutely not. In ancient and not so ancient times, more or less all religious and ethnic groups function like that. The Buddhist ones included. Point 31. What one should do is not only unambiguously reject the direct use of these passages as a legitimization of contemporary politics, one should also not just ignore them with the justification that they are not essential to the religious edifice in question but mere secondary points, conditioned by specific historical circumstances. What matters is, again, the bare fact that horrible crimes are transposed into the domain of the sacred. A particular dimension of the old past is constituted as sacred because it is linked to the inaugurating crime of the new order. 12. The Kantian ethics implies the same paradox. The moral law does not impose social balance threatened by evil disruptive forces, as in the traditional ethics where justice is conceived as a harmonious global order, in which each element is at its own place, and punishment aims at restoring the ruined harmonious order. The contrast between traditional ethics of balanced justice where excess is punished and Kant where law itself is the ultimate excess disturbing life cycle cannot but strike the eye here. For Kant, the moral law is itself the excess, an unconditional injunction that derails the harmonious balance not only of the pleasure principle but also of a harmonious social order. When the great mezzo-soprano Tatiana Troyanos, after a long suffering, died of metastasized breast cancer at 53 on August 21, 1993 in Lenox Hill Hospital in New York, she sang on the last day of her life for other patients, one of whom told her that this was the first time in 3 years that she had completely forgotten her pain. 32. Such a simple persistence to one's cause beyond the immediate threat of death is ethics at its purest. How can one not like The Last of Us, if for no other reason than for the fact that the only post-apocalyptic community which is not caught in the cycle of self-destructive violence, a small thriving community in Jackson, Wyoming, reached by Joel and Ellie in episode 6, in which a basic solidarity and cooperation prevail, is explicitly designated by one of its citizens as communist. In the finale of the first season, Joel rescues Ellie from a surgery which may provide a cure for the disease that decimated humanity, turning them into aggressive zombies. While doing this, he kills dozens of humans. His act should not be dismissed as a gesture of extreme egotism. He seems to prefer not to lose his only true friend to the chance of saving humanity. The choice is not so simple. He is right in rejecting the logic of a necessary sacrifice. So is Joel's act not a version of Antigone's? I am ready to let millions to rot, but not my favorite person? But we should be careful here not to identify ethical gestures with big public gestures. Quite often, such gestures are discernible in barely noticeable minimal tics. Here, Antigone is to be opposed to Paul Claudel's Signy de Coufontaine from his The Hostage. If Oedipus and Antigone are the exemplary cases of ancient tragedy, Signy stands for the Christian tragedy, much more radical than that of Oedipus or Antigone. When mortally wounded after receiving the bullet meant for her despicable and hated husband, she refuses to confer any deeper sacrificial meaning on her suicidal interposition. There is no tragic beauty in this refusal. Her no is signaled by a mere repellent grimace, a compulsive tic of her face. There is no tragic beauty here because her utter sacrifice deprived her of all inner ethical grandeur. They all went into it, so that she remains a disgusting excremental stain of humanity, a living shelf deprived of life. In contrast to Antigone, who enacts fidelity to her desire, Signy, at the end of the play, loses the very basic coordinates of her desire. She no longer desires. There is no love here either. All her love went into her previous renunciations. In a way, Signy is here crucified. Her no is like Christ's Father, why did you abandon me? Which is also a gesture of defiance of up yours, directed at the Godfather. In a sense radically different from Antigone's, her grimace is a gesture from the domain between the two deaths, the repetitive tic of a living dead, of her undeadness, and as such a surplus enjoyment at its zero level, while Antigone poeticizes her undeadness in staging herself as a sublime beauty. Signy truly goes to the end. Can we not imagine a similar tic of Judas? A desperate twitch of his lips signaling the terrible burden of his role? There is no sublime beauty in Signy at the play's end. All that marks her as different from common mortals is a repeated tic that momentarily disfigures her face. This feature which spoils the harmony of her beautiful face, the detail that sticks out and makes it ugly, is the material trace of her resistance to being co-opted into the universe of symbolic debt and guilt. And back to Christ, this, then, should be the first step of a consequent reading of Christianity. The dying Christ is on the side of Signy, not on the side of Antigone. Christ on the cross is not a sublime apparition but an embarrassing monstrosity. Point 33. Can we then imagine a situation in which Antigone would react as Signy? What if, after heroically defying Creon's prohibition, he would simply keep her at a secluded place for some time, otherwise ignoring her, with nobody listening to her? Would she then, excluded from the public space, resort to making tics like Signy? Something like this does happen in the play. Creon doesn't kill Antigone. He just locks her up in a secluded place with enough food to survive. So what if she hangs herself to avoid the fate of Signy? Dominic Hones and Ed Pluth proposed a perspicuous reading of Lacan's interpretation of the hostage. In the play's climactic finale, Signy de Coufontaine, its heroine, interposes herself between Tourlour, her repugnant and corrupted husband, and Charles, her true love, intercepting the bullet from the pistol that Charles aimed at Tourlour. Afterwards, when Tourlour asks the dying Signy why did she do it, Signy makes no answer, or rather, it is her body that performs an answer in the form of a tic, a sign of no. Signy, who sacrificed everything in order to preserve a past order of things, who broke off her engagement with her cousin in order to save the Pope, cannot and will not tolerate this last and ultimate sacrifice to Tourlour. Signy gives up everything in order to bind herself to an enemy, Tourlour, and ultimately saves his life from her cousin's gunshot, but when asked to confess that she did this out of marital love, only answers with a negating trait. The place where Signy gives up everything in order to enter into a symbolic universe that is not hers appears later on as a negation of this order. Is this not the endpoint of the symbolic order, where an ugly, obscene feature puts the whole order into question and is thus a pure negation of what the order stands for? 34. By a little bit of overstretching, one should put the unexpected finale of the TV series Succession Shiv's choice. In the same series with Madame de Lafayette's Princesse de Cleves and Gerda's elective affinities, while men sacrifice themselves for something, a higher cause, country, freedom, honor, only women are able to sacrifice themselves for nothing. This paradox accounts for the gesture of feminine withdrawal at the very moment when she could have it all, or the obverse/complementary case, the woman's non-withdrawal, her inexplicable perseverance in the unhappy marriage, or with a no longer loved partner, even when the possibility arises to get out of it, as in James' The Portrait of a Lady. Although ideology gets invested in this gesture of renunciation, the gesture itself is non-ideological. The reading of this gesture to be rejected is the standard psychoanalytic one, according to which we are dealing with the hysterical logic of the object of love, the lover, who is desired only insofar as he is prohibited, only insofar as there is an obstacle in the guise of the husband. The moment the obstacle disappears, the woman loses interest in this love object. In addition to the hysterical economy of being able to enjoy the object only insofar as it remains illicit/prohibited, insofar as it maintains a potential status, i.e., in the guise of fantasies about what might have happened, this withdrawal or insistence can also be interpreted in a multitude of other ways, as the expression of so-called feminine masochism, which can be further read as an expression of the eternal feminine nature, or as the internalization of the patriarchal pressure, preventing a woman to fully seize the day, as a proto-feminist gesture of stepping out of the confines of phallic economy which posits as the woman's ultimate goal her happiness in a relationship with a man, etc., etc. However, all these interpretations seem to miss the point which consists in the absolutely fundamental nature of the gesture of withdrawal as constitutive of the subject herself. Point 35 Shiv's choice makes this step further, towards Signy's gesture of Versagung. To prove this, let's recall the situation at the end of Succession. After Logan Roy, the mega-rich patriarch of a media company Waystar Royco, dies of an unexpected heart attack, his three siblings, Kendall, Roman, and Shiv, married to a conformist opportunist Tom, struggle about who will take over the company and become its new CEO. The situation gets complicated when Mattsson, a young and ruthless Swedish media magnate, offers to buy Waystar and incorporate it into his Gojo empire, indicating that one of the Americans will be chosen as Waystar's new CEO. Ken and Roman reject Matsson's offer, knowing they will lose control over Waystar, but Shiv joins Mattsson, who promises her that she will be the new CEO. However, Mattsson secretly decides that Shiv is too pushy, too smart, and that sexual chemistry between her and him will distract him from cold business decisions. So he calls Tom the ultimate conformist and offers him the post of U.S. SP. Since he knows that the marriage of Tom and Shiv is in disarray, but also that Shiv is pregnant by Tom, his reasoning is, as he puts it to Tom, "Why don't I get the guy who put the baby inside her instead of the baby lady?" Mattsson also makes it clear to Tom that he will perhaps want to have sex with Shiv, and he knows that Tom will allow this because he will fear for his job. Just before the vote, Tom and Shiv have a talk in which Shiv indicates that perhaps they should give a new chance to their marriage, although there is no love between them, and although Tom already betrayed her, making an alliance with her father against her. As Shiv puts it in a beautiful tautological paradox, if one is married, it is better to be married to your husband, a statement which bears witness to an utter despair. However, the evening before the vote, Shiv learns that Mattsson also betrayed her and offered the CEO position to Tom, so she promises to her siblings to vote against the deal. When the voting takes place, the Roy siblings had the votes to stop Gojo's buyout of Waystar Royco, with it being a 6-6 tie before Shiv gave the final vote. Although she was set to vote against the deal, she hesitated, leading to a heated confrontation between the Roy siblings. This leads to Shiv voting for the deal, causing the Roy siblings to lose their leadership positions at the company. Shiv's vote was an attempt to stop Kendall from going down their father's path. On top of that, Shiv also voted for the Gojo deal for selfish reasons. Shiv knew that her brothers are snakes and that Kendall would lock Shiv out of the company as soon as they reached their first impasse. By voting for Gojo's buyout, Shiv felt as if she will have a better chance of remaining at Waystar Royco. Shiv also wasn't confident of her brother's abilities, believing that Kendall having the CEO position would severely hurt Waystar Royco. Much like the other 6 board members that voted for the deal, Shiv was voting with her pocket, knowing that Gojo's buyout will help the company more than Kendall's leadership would. 36. One can go on here and continue the endless game of finding rational or emotional reasons for Shiv's counterintuitive betrayal of her siblings. There are dozens of websites speculating on this. However, there is more than a cold strategic calculation or revenge in Shiv's choice. It is an exemplary feminine gesture, a gesture of Versagung like that of Signy. The final scene of Tom and Shiv in a car, Tom offers her a hand and Shiv accepts it, is not a true reconciliation but a cold acceptance like that of Princess de Cleves or Henry James's lady. Shiv does more than just accept the loss, final split with her brothers, the end of the Roy dynasty. She in some sense enacts the loss of the loss itself. Her loss means the loss of her position in Waystar. She sacrifices the very standard by means of which she measured her success, control of Waystar. She steps out of her established symbolic identity and engages in an entirely new game, Will she be able to dominate the submissive Tom and connect again with Matson? She effectively undergoes a kind of subjective destitution, courageously assuming the zero level of empty subjectivity. Her tick is that she reluctantly puts her hand on Tom's, a gesture which is not that of any emotional kindness but a totally empty one. In short, far from returning to a position of the submissive wife, Shiv only now drops the progressive mask of social liberal caring that she displayed throughout the series, and becomes the she-devil that she always was. In the Frauenkirche in Munich, there is a footprint which a legend proclaimed the footprint of the devil himself. According to legend, in 1468, the architect Georg von Halsbach went looking for money to build a new cathedral in Munich and ended up making a bargain with the devil. The devil would provide the funds for the huge building on the condition that it be a celebration of darkness, with no windows to let in light. When the building was complete, von Halsbach led the devil inside to survey his work, and to show him that he had held up his end of the bargain. The devil was satisfied, but then the columns that had been blocking the view of the windows opened up, and in his fury at being tricked, he stamped his foot, forever marking the floor with his black footprint. 37. There is a truth in this legend. An object that celebrates the divine dimension can only be completed by the presence of an imprint of the devil himself. All under heaven or a divided heaven. To conclude, let us again reduce the complex topic we are dealing with to the ultimate minimal choice. Let's try to imagine the very opposite of a God with devil's imprint. We don't have to look far for it. We find it in the ancient Chinese concept of tianxia, tianxia, literally translated as all under heaven. Today, this concept is popularized by Zhao Tingyang, a member of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences whose books are not only widely popular in China, but also translated in many languages. 38 Tianxia is the project of a world order based on coexistence, and where problems are regarded as shared. Its main characteristics are 1. Tianxia would internalize the outside world through practicing the art of converting enemies into friends. In this way, it would build an anti-imperial system in which universal peace and security can be achieved. 2. Tianxia would be based on relational rationality. Each group is what it is only through its relationship with others, so we need a social order in which common interests are prioritized and where cooperation is always more beneficial than competition. 3. A Tianxia system would emphasize that any individual can improve their conditions if, and only if, everyone else improves their conditions as well. 39. Such a project based on universalist principles and values definitely deserves to be taken seriously. We all know that we urgently need what Tianxia strives for: global coordination and solidarity, etc. It is also becoming clear that the liberal democratic multi-party system is not strong enough to cope with the dangers that pose a threat to our very survival. So although Tianxia originated around 2,500 years ago, its revival does not imply the escape into an idealized past. Zhao's friend Regis Debray correctly noted how this way of thinking is remarkably in sync with our present time, which subordinates history to nature, quite the opposite of what we used to do, and individuality to universality. Tianxia accepts economic globalization as well as ecological concerns and global pandemics like COVID-19, envisioning our planet as a whole, humanity as one unique species, and the biosphere as primary, ultimate, and all-encompassing. Zhao's vision professes a different and less visible reality, one that exalts the feminine by giving the yin priority over the yang and rivers and oceans over mountains, because water eventually always gets the better of what is hard and strong. Water accompanies nature instead of dominating her. It attempts to go with the flow rather than accumulate inventory, influences rather than demands. 40. Such an exalting of the feminine should immediately raise our suspicion. Far from being just a vague metaphor, it permeates the entire system. Western democracy is characterized as masculine, hard and strong, confrontational, while we need a rebooted democracy which will search for unity and diversity, for collaboration instead of antagonistic struggles. Western democracy is limited to nation-states while Tianxia aims at a large transnational, even global, unity within which local communities can thrive, sustaining each other instead of posing a threat to each other's sovereignty. This last claim should also raise our suspicion. In all cases of a society that tried to enact Tianxia, especially in China, pluralism was never fully enacted. There was always one state or political unity which played the central role of integrating others and coordinating their unity while tolerating differences. In the case of UK, it is obviously England which plays this role. While we are all under heaven, there is one among us who is, as they say, more equal than others since he embodies heaven, the order of the common good. Zhao defines his approach as one of taking no sides. I assume the perspective of an extraterrestrial anthropologist who comes to Earth and does his anthropological fieldwork on our planet. 41, which means that his object is not a particular country but the world as a whole. I find such a claim for one's own neutral universality, in contrast to the partial approach of others, very dangerous since it not only privileges one's own position but simultaneously makes this privileging invisible. Is Zhao not doing at a different level what Western social sciences are doing when they analyze the structure of primitive or Asiatic societies? So isn't the first step towards actual equality that each side admits its own particularity, renouncing its universal claim? Zhao's Imagine Global Society gets all too close to John Lennon's mega hit Imagine, which was for me always a fake song, a song popular for wrong reasons. Imagine that the world will live as one, is the best way to end in hell. Those who cling to pacifism in the face of the Russian attack on Ukraine remain caught in their own version of Imagine. Imagine a post-heroic world in which tensions are no longer resolved through armed conflicts. The pacifists' understanding for Russia amounts to the tolerance for Russian aggression. Calls for peace that abound today are always sustained by some project of one side winning. So would Zhao be ready to accept that sometimes to fight back is the only way to peace? What I find no less problematic is Zhao's diagnosis of why today Western democracy is on the path of its self-destruction. He focuses on fake news and information bubbles, as well as influencers and the conflation of consumerism, lifestyle choice, and politics that pervades the sophisticated marketing practices purveyed by social media. By manipulating individuals to indulge their private desires, it becomes difficult if not impossible for anyone to see a larger public good. And without agreement on public good there can be no consensus. In this way, our democracies are turning into what Zhao calls publicracies. Publicracy is democracy's Trojan horse. I use the term publicracy to refer to the distortion, deconstruction, or misuse of democracy through democratic means, that is, a self-defeating way of leading democracy astray with the very tools of democracy. In contemporary times, publicracy is manifested in the existence of an overwhelmingly influential system for the manufacture of public opinion in society, a powerful system that uses psychological techniques and marketization to dominate the values and ways of thinking of the people, thereby producing a vast amount of pseudo-public opinion that is inconsistent with or even contrary to the common or public interest, and that replaces the public opinion that is supposed to be a true reflection of the common or public interest. Once public opinion deviates from the public interest or the common interest, it will produce an anti-democracy masquerading as a democracy. What is missing here is the wider socio-economic context within which publicracy could have emerged, what Varoufakis calls post-capitalist techno-feudalism. On June 14, 2023, it was announced that, during his trip to China, Bill Gates will meet eye-to-eye with Chinese President Xi. The head of a neo-feudal corporation is treated like a public authority. Is this not a clear sign of the new feudalism? 42. Apropos democracy, Zhao makes another problematic move which brings us to the crux of the matter. He refuses to see democracy itself as a value. Democracy is a technical institution which has to be grounded in shared values and principles that cannot be themselves democratically elected, and since our current world has not achieved such convergence, it remains a non-world without a shared worldview that could be universally accepted. 43. So how do we get from our non-world to a true world in which we are all under one heaven? Zhao says little about this, just signaling that it will not require a revolution, i.e. a violent break, but he offers a surprisingly detailed program of how the new social order should look. What is required is a reboot of democracy which will come with pre-installed intelligence. In what exact form? The ancient Chinese Great Plan suggested a decision-making process consisting of 5 votes, 1 each for the king, the ministers, the people, and 2 for the shamans who would consult the heavens twice. In the modern version of this process, the people would vote, with their 2 votes, 1 positive and 1 negative, to establish a range of possibilities, and 2 knowledge committees would subsequently weigh in to establish feasibility and make the final choices. The goal is to arrive at a knowledge-weighted smart democracy in which independent, neutral experts intervene to try to find a feasible consensus that will serve the greatest good of the greatest number, instead of allowing the desires of the masses to run amok, thus destroying democracy. Point 44. This formula is not just empirically problematic, it is wrong in principle. As for voting, the idea of 2 votes poses a threat of its own ignored by Zhao. Let's say that 2 main candidates compete in an election. One of them is more in the spirit of Tianxia, excluding no others, advocating collaboration, while his less popular opponent preaches hatred for the first candidate, portraying him as a mortal danger for a society. The first candidate gets 55% of the positive votes, but his voters disposed towards collaboration will give only 15% negative votes to the opponent. The second candidate gets 45% of the positive votes, but a majority of them will give a much higher percentage of negative votes, say 35%, to the first candidate. Following Zhao's rules, we subtract negative votes from the positive votes for each candidate, so the first candidate gets 20%, 55% minus 35%, while the second candidate is elected since he gets 30%, 45% minus 35%. Not even to mention the difficulty to imagine global elections encompassing all under heaven. With regard to knowledge committees, things are even more problematic. The knowledge committee will be composed of credible scientists and humanists. The criterion of credibility here does not lie in social popularity, but in narrow expertise, meaning that these scientists and humanists will have reached the summit in terms of the knowledge possessed by human beings. Point 45. The rebooted democracy will thus proceed in 2 steps. First, the people choose a desirable option according to their wishes. Second, the knowledge committee produces its knowledge-weighted votes, approving or rejecting the popular choice and arriving at the final feasible option. Problems explode here. Who and how will choose neutral expert scientists and humanists, when today the gap between natural sciences and humanities is wider than ever, and where conflicts abound even in natural sciences? Just think about the conflicting versions of quantum mechanics. How can they be expected to formulate a common good when many of them find this very term problematic? The European solution is obvious. Both levels demanded by Zhao, people and experts, are misrepresented by him. People are not just a crowd of passionate egotists, they are able to display massive evil as well as large solidarity, and if neutral experts are given free rein, they will destroy democracy much more effectively than the desires of the masses run amok. Although Zhao elevates the political into the central social sphere, his solution effectively amounts to a depoliticization of social life. People are consulted, they deliberate, but experts decide. However, a true political decision is a matter of passionate engagement. It can only be made by a proper political agent, be it a monarch or a party, not by neutral experts. Why? Politics proper is well beyond the conflict of particular interests. It means that heaven itself is in disorder. Political conflicts are not just conflicts under heaven between particular groups, they are struggles about how to conceive heaven itself, the common good. It is true that democracy is also a procedural technique. It is also true that its implicit premise is Lincoln's: you can deceive some people all the time and most of the people for some time, but you cannot deceive all the people all the time. Sooner or later, truth will prevail among the people. The wager of democracy is that democratic procedure provides enough stability to translate antagonism and agonism into a conflict regulated by a set of shared rules. Democracy is thus much more modest than Zhao's vision. It doesn't aim at a shared idea of a common good, a unity of heaven under which different ways of life coexist. It just offers a procedural set of rules which allows different visions of the common good of heaven to coexist. Remember that China itself, even in its most Tianxia moments, was a civilization separated by a wall in the north from others. So what I find much more realist is a version of Orwell's image of humanity in 1984. The world divided into 3 or 4 Tianxia, each dominated by a superpower while maintaining the appearance of equal cooperation in its empire: China, the US, Russia. We are now in the process of defining the borders of these new heavens with dangers abounding. Will Russia and China join in a single Tianxia? What will happen with India? With the Middle East Muslim states? It seems we are back at the so-called one divides into two controversy that took place in China in 1964. The philosopher Yang Xianjun originated the idea of two unites into one as the primary law of dialectics, and the Maoists interpreted this to mean that capitalism could be united with socialism. A.I. Siki wrote the original attack on Yang, promoting the opposite motto one divides into two, and was joined by Mao himself. But after 1976, with Deng's reforms, Yang was rehabilitated, along with the concept of two uniting into 146, and Zhao seems to bring Yang's version to its radical conclusion: all should unite into one heaven. This is why he insists that war cannot be defined as the continuation of politics by other means. In fact, the event of war is the precise moment of the failure of politics. Instead, the political should be understood as the art of changing hostility into hospitality. Politics does not make any sense if it offers no change to a hostile situation. Point 47. For me, the couple of hospitality and warlike hostility ignores something crucial: antagonisms and conflicts within our own society. To put it in a most brutal way, what would Tianxia mean in a tense situation of a conflict between the impoverished people and a corrupted elite supported by army and police? Should we here also strive for hospitality, for harmonious coexistence of different strata and classes? In my Hegel-Lacanian view, antagonism, contradiction, is not just a disturbance within the one which poses a threat to its disintegration. Antagonism is what holds a society together. A one not traversed by antagonisms, a one whose parts coexist in mutual peaceful respect, disintegrates into a multiplicity of indifferent entities. One is a force of division, something that introduces tension into its sphere, and this holds at different levels from sexuality to society up to the notion of God, who is not a higher unity of all creatures, but an unbearable tension that runs through all of them and divides them. This brings us back to Schelling's essay on freedom, one of the pinnacles of German idealism. The problem this unique text struggles with is how to think the split of the one into two without regressing into dualism, i.e., without the duality of principles like yin and yang, light and darkness, masculine and feminine, but also avoiding the Spinozian or Deleuzian flat unity of a one that is the medium of flourishing multitudes. Schelling's speculative solution is, there is no other-ness, neither matter nor the feminine, the other is the one itself in its oppositional determination, brought to its truth, i.e., the other is the one as such withdrawn to its core, like the evil as the very core of the in-good/God itself. But Zhao is right when he claims that liberal democracy is less and less able to play this role in today's world of global threats which call for global forms of solidarity and demand from all of us to act in a permanent state of emergency. How can we then strive for global cooperation and solidarity if we reject any form of united heaven, or in Lacan's parlance, big other, as our ultimate horizon? This is the topic of the last two chapters of the book, which deal with artificial intelligence and with the fate of the political in our apocalyptic time. 5.